The Dugu family fakes illness, angering the emperor. The emperor asks for Murong Fengyun's help, but Murong Fengyun is devastated by the news of his daughter Murong Xuxie's death. Investigations reveal that Mr. Wen Kongyu is the murderer, and that Murong Xushou had requested to be buried with Yi Guhan. Jun Moxie reveals the Murong family's plot to benefit from Xushou, causing Murong Fengyun guilt and collapse. Upon learning of his daughter's wish to be buried with Yi Guhan, Murong Fengyun agrees to stop demolishing the cemetery. Murong Fengyun later visits the tomb of affection and is overcome with grief. Meanwhile, the Jun family continues to intimidate the wicked, even resorting to killing as a warning. Tianxiang City echoes with battles. But Jun Moxie remains indifferent, believing it is not enough to appease the spirits of Tian Guanling. Jun Moxie gathers witnesses to prove Wen Kanjia's guilt in Xuxie's death. Murong Fengyun's heart is shattered upon confirming it, suffering the torment of killing his own daughter. Murong Fengyun stands before a tombstone, consumed by grief, erecting a monument for his daughter, Murong Xushou. He acknowledges her marriage and declares the Murong family's withdrawal from the power struggle. The tombstone stands tall, a testament to the love between Murong Xushou and Yi Guhan. In the city of Tianxiang, the lover's tomb becomes a place of pilgrimage for those in love. In the distant north, Xiao Xingyun of Fengshui Yincheng is uneasy, having learned of the Jun family's plans for vengeance. Han Zhandaming questions the Xiao family's intelligence, demanding news of his daughter, Han Yanmeng. From the letters, he senses something amiss, believing his daughter to be in trouble. Xiao Xingyun speculates that Han Yanmeng may have fallen in love and forgotten her duty to return to the city. Han Zhandong recalls the fate of the eldest princess and feels a growing unease. As the storm gathers in Tianxiang, Yincheng also faces the threat of the Jun family. The Xiao and Han families are gripped by tension and suspicion. And the story continues. Xiao Xingyun cleverly responded to Han Zhanming's doubts by claiming that Yin City had once made a vow if GNP collapsed, Yin City would face divine punishment. As a result, Yin City suffered great damage. This vow had tightly bound Yin City, making it difficult for it to recover. Han Zhanming felt regret, lamenting the tragic destiny of the Dongfang family. He ascended Jian Peak and looked out at the snow-covered Saharan desert peaks. Awed by their magnificence, most of Yin City's disciples could not cultivate at the peak of Jian Peak for too long, due to altitude sickness and cold. However, Han Yanyao had been in seclusion there for 10 years, and her unwavering will impressed Han Zhanming. Han Zhanming asked his daughter for the reason, and Han Yanyao admitted that she had chosen Jun Wuyi over Xiao Han because Jun Wuyi's character and ideals aligned better with her values. She believed Xiao Han to be hypocritical and arrogant, while Jun Wuyi was noble-minded and selfless. Han Zhanming was deeply shaken after hearing this and felt guilty for his own prejudice. He came to realize that his daughter had witnessed the Xiao family's persecution of the Jun family and suffered great pain as a result. Han Yanyao blamed herself for the deaths of the Jun family members and was determined to atone with her own life. Han Zhanming promised to fulfill his daughter's request, but she said that once Jun Wuyi had avenged his family, she would commit suicide to make amends. Han Zhanming felt helpless and could only respect his daughter's wish. Han Zhanming informed Han Yanyao that the Jun family was about to attack Yin City to avenge the Jun family members. Han Yanyao was overjoyed but also worried that the Xiao family would get involved. She warned Han Zhanming to beware of the Xiao family's schemes. Han Zhanming left Jian Peak with a heavy heart, while Han Yanyao carved the memorial tablets of the Jun family members at the summit of Jian Peak. Mourning the loss of her loved ones, Han Zhanming realized that his daughter's dream had been shattered, her heart imprisoned by guilt, and she could only await the day of revenge and redemption. Han Zhanming, the city lord of Fengshui Yincheng, met his father, Han Fengshui, in a secret stone chamber. The stone chamber, concealed within a mountain's belly, was imbued with an abundance of celestial energy, making it a sacred cultivation site. Every generation of city lord of Yincheng had secretly cultivated there, attaining an extraordinary level. Han Zhanming expressed his concerns about the Xiao family's suspicious activities, believing they harbored malicious intentions. However, Han Fengshui remained composed and explained that the Xiao family, having been relegated to a subordinate position for a long time, had accumulated resentment and would eventually attempt to seize power. Han Zhanming's lack of an heir had fueled the Xiao family's ambitions. Furthermore, The Shao family's significant contributions to Yincheng had gone unrewarded, nurturing a sense of inequality and justifying their pursuit of the city lord position. Han Fengshui emphasized that their ancestral teachings did not oblige Yincheng to indefinitely tolerate the Shao family. If the Shao family instigated a conflict, Yincheng would be absolved from its duty to follow tradition and could retaliate. Han Fengshui believed that outsiders would always harbor hidden motives, and the Shao family's relationship with Yincheng, no matter how close, could deteriorate due to self-interest. Patriarch Han Jadream of the Han clan is torn after learning that the Shao clan might break the marriage contract. However, his father, Han Fengshui, remains calm and collected, suggesting that even if the Shao clan breaks the contract, the Han clan should not sit idly. He emphasizes that fraternal bonds are limited and one should not impose their affections on the next generation, lest it leads to tragedy. Han Jadream realizes his own leniency has fueled the Shao clan's rebelliousness and feels ashamed. Regarding the Jun clan's plan to seek revenge against the Shao clan, Han Fengshui believes that the Han clan should not intervene as the Shao clan has committed many evil deeds in the past and is now suffering the consequences. He points out that the Jun clan is no longer the weak clan it once was and should not be provoked lightly. Han Jadream agrees. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie learns that Princess Lingming's injuries are not life-threatening. However, she has sustained head trauma and remains unconscious. He decides not to treat her for the time being to avoid rupturing blood vessels if she gets emotional. While playing around with Dugu Xiaoyi, Jun Moxie discovers that Little White has grown into Big White, with significantly enhanced physique and combat abilities, outshining all 7 Han brothers combined. Jun Moxie learns that the Little White is growing rapidly under the care of Mei Shuiyan, and that its medicinal power is still not exhausted, giving it the potential to rival an 8th-level peak profound beast. However, Mei Shuiyan has been away for many days, leaving Jun Moxie with mixed emotions. At this time, Dugu Xiaoyi breaks in, claiming to be Jun Moxie's person, which makes Jun Moxie laugh and cry. Jun Moxie flirtatiously teases Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yanhui, causing them to be flustered. Just as Jun Moxie is preparing to cultivate, Jun Wuyi comes to ask him about his plans for the February 2nd period. Jun Moxie reveals that the heavenly punishment has flying profound beasts, which they will use to travel to Yincheng. At this time, Dongfang Bubai Shalwai arrives at the Jun family, expressing his ambition to rise in the east. I alone am undefeated. For 1,000 years, I will unify the martial world. Jun Moxie encourages him. The Dongfang family also arrives at the Jun family, bringing more than 100 assassins from the heaven and earth levels, forming a formidable lineup. However, their pride is quickly shattered by the arrival of the prairie eagle Shen Yingbo and the gale sword god Feng Wanyun. The auras of these 2 peerless masters are so powerful that they make the Dongfang family members feel ashamed. The ending of the novel hints at the severe challenges that the Dongfang family will face in the following story. 2 Supremes descended, shocking the world. The Eastern family's assassins were wary. Dongfang Wenqin eagerly welcomed her kin, and Jun Wuya welcomed them with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, in the forest of heavenly punishment, 500 formidable Zon beasts transformed into human form, their might rivaling that of the Supremes. Mei Shuiyan led this formidable army, preparing to march towards Snow Mountain to serve Jun Moxie. Shang Kaishan led 50 men to remain in the forest while the rest set forth, each donned in vibrant red cloth, resembling brides. Mei Shuiyan instructed them that this mission bore great responsibility and they must strictly obey orders. Shang Kaishan further boosted morale by ordering a feast and copious amounts of monkey wine. The Monkey King, Hu Qi, was helpless and could only watch as the 500 warriors emptied the monkey tribe's wine cellar. Mei Shuiyan promised Hu Qi a divine elixir, which overjoyed him. Dispelling his gloom, he excitedly went to retrieve wine to treat the warriors. High atop a majestic peak amidst towering mountains, a graceful scholar clad in white robes, Mo Wudao, materialized out of thin air. With a flick of his sleeve, he transformed the chaotic rocks into a smooth platform. He then summoned a tea table and 3 armchairs, and with stones he shaped a teapot and teacups. Mo Wudao's teapot bubbled with emerald green tea, brewed from the leaves of 10,000-year-old tea trees exclusive to the Celestial Palace. He poured himself a cup and took a sip, a faint smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, the elderly man in purple robes, Huyan Aobo, and the middle-aged man in linen, Shi Ruoshan, emerged without a sound. Huyan Aobo, despite his rugged appearance and bushy beard, was a keen and calculating mind. Shi Ruoshan, adorned with a gleaming golden crown, exuded an air of refined elegance. As the trio settled in their chairs, Mo Wudao offered them tea. Shi Ruoshan sipped it with relish, admiring its exceptional quality. However, Huyan Aobo mocked Mo Wudao's pale features, while Shi Ruoshan revealed that he had once lost a bet and had to dance and pose in a seductive manner, much to the amusement of the others. Furious, Huyan Aobo was calmed by Shi Ruoshan, who slyly mentioned that although he was an older man, he still engaged in amorous pursuits, sparking another round of laughter. At a secret meeting, Mo Wudao, Shi Ruoshan, and Huyan Aobo discussed the rise of the young and talented Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, only 18 years old, has advanced to the supreme level with astonishing speed. Mo Wudao reveals Jun Moxie's detailed history, from being a waste to a top expert, a transformation that took only a year. The three are amazed and impressed. Shi Ruoshan speculates that Jun Moxie is naturally gifted, but more importantly, he must have a powerful master and a mysterious technique behind him. He believes Jun Moxie's rise has already affected Plum Venerable, making Plum Venerable's actions more ruthless. Mo Wudao points out that Jun Moxie is cruel and ruthless, with a narrow mind, making him a formidable opponent. He fears that Jun Moxie and Plum Venerable, if they join forces, will become a major threat to the three Holy Lands. Shi Ruoshan notes that Plum Venerable has always followed the creed of the celestial punishment lineage, taking the protection of the world as his duty. But Jun Moxie is a ruthless man who will use any means necessary. They believe that Jun Moxie's rise poses a grave threat to the safety of the three Holy Lands, and a strategy must be devised to deal with him as soon as possible. However, after much discussion, the three are unable to come up with an effective solution. Jun Moxie's rise seems unstoppable, leaving the fate of the three Holy Lands hanging in the balance. Leaders from the three great Holy Lands, Golden City, Illusory Blood Sea, and Hidden Immortal Palace, convened to discuss countermeasures against the prodigiously talented Jun Moxie. They unanimously agreed that Jun Moxie's disregard for human life posed a severe threat to the three Holy Lands. Jun Moxie possessed a mysterious mentor with unfathomable cultivation, instilling fear in the three Holy Lands. They speculated that Jun Moxie's mentor was the notorious 14th Master of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a formidable prodigy with earth-shattering powers. To eradicate Jun Moxie, the three Holy Lands decided to join forces, seizing the opportunity of Jun Moxie's departure to the Snowfall Silver City. They would pressure the Jun family's rear, forcing out any hidden experts. They would dispatch 3 saint-level guardians and send resourceful strategists to sow chaos in Heavenly Fragrance City. Simultaneously, they planned an annihilation operation against the Heavenly Punishment demonic beast, seeing it as a rare opportunity. The leaders of the three Holy Lands understood the treacherous nature of this undertaking, potentially leading to significant casualties, including the fall of saints. Undeterred, they resolved to give it their all, sparing no effort to eliminate Jun Moxie and Venerable Mei. They had faith that through unity, they could overcome danger and safeguard the Millennium legacy of the three Holy Lands. On the Xuanxuan Continent, the leaders of the three sacred lands, Mo Wudao, Huyan Aobo, and Shi Ruoshan, convened to deliberate. They recognized the potential benefits, including precious Zon pills, from confronting the Beast King army of the Heavenly Punishment Forest. To prepare for this battle, they decide to dispatch venerable and supreme masters from the three sacred lands, with each sending 2 venerable masters and at least 50 supreme masters. Among them, Shi Ruoshan of Supreme Golden City reveals the discord between the Shao and Han families in Silver City and speculates that this battle could bring about an interesting spectacle. Mo Wudao cautions Shi Ruoshan to be vigilant in dealing with Heavenly Fragrance City, as they cannot afford to lose masters at the sage level. Despite Supreme Golden City sharing the same concerns, Shi Ruoshan stresses that they cannot wait for Jun Moxie to mature and warns that if the foundation of the three sacred lands is compromised, the 3 of them will be held accountable. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Punishment Forest, Beast King Mei Shuiyin gathers a vast army of flying Zon beasts and transformed Beast Kings, preparing to march towards Snow Silver City and face the three sacred lands. Mei Shuiyin acknowledges the extreme danger of this battle, even to the point of potential annihilation. But the Beast Kings are in high spirits, eager to challenge their powerful foes. Mei Shuiyan leads the Beast King army with great fanfare, releasing a formidable royal aura that affects the animals as they pass by Tian'an City, causing them to tremble, convulse, and even die. The forces of the three sacred lands are also preparing to set off, and a fierce confrontation is imminent. Over 500 Beast Kings set out. The powerful force they radiated cowed all, so much so that even Sky Profound and Supreme level experts trembled. High above South Heaven City, a divine-looking crane carrying a white-clad woman with a dignified demeanor that seemed to command all under heaven drew the gaze of tens of thousands. Soon after, hundreds of large cranes, as well as several other groups of giant profound beasts such as cranes, rocks, hawks, and eagles swooped past, showcasing the formidable might of the Heaven Punisher Forest. Path-sealing Venerable, an expert above Supreme level, and members of the Supreme Gold City witnessed this shocking spectacle and exclaimed in succession. They realized the number of muscular men riding on the profound beasts was beyond astounding, and they could not help but fear that their own forces might not be enough to fight back. Meanwhile, powers such as the dreamlike Blood Sea and the esoteric Immortal Palace also received news of the terrifying forces unleashed by the Heaven Punisher Forest, and were all shocked beyond measure. Countless powers shuddered in fear, congratulating themselves for not getting involved in the turmoil surrounding snowy Silver City. Supreme Killer Chu Wuhun appeared on the grasslands, feeling the murderous aura left behind by the flying profound beasts, and his eyes flashed with bloodlust. The water shadowless sword was unsheathed by half a foot, its blade flashing with a cold light that induced a bone-chilling sensation. Chu Wuhun made up his mind to head to snowy Silver City and challenge snowy Supreme Han Fengshui. Inside Heavenly Fragrance City, Jun Moxie stood tall in silence, his eyes glinting with a blood-red light. When spring arrives and flowers bloom, he will lead experts such as Ying Bakong and Feng Juyan to besiege Silver City and engage in a decisive battle at the summit of snowy Silver. Blood-clothed General Jun Wuyu has returned and will command this bloody battle. Like a tidal wave, the allied armies of the Beast Kings surge forward, their formidable aura shaking the heavens and earth, causing General Wan to panic. In the sky, cranes danced gracefully, and Master Mei led the Beast King's army, their spirits soaring. As soon as following, the Pengs, Eagles, and Condors groups arrived one after another. Countless profound beasts carrying burly men, demonstrating their AWE-inspiring combat prowess. Venerable Zhu Lu, a master above the Venerable Realm, led the members of the Golden City of the Venerable to the road. But they were shocked when they sensed this terrifying aura. They discovered that the power of the Beast King Forest far exceeded their expectations, even surpassing the combined forces of the three great holy lands. Shocked, Venerable Zhu Lu hurriedly sent someone back to Golden City for reinforcements and ordered to slow down and wait for follow-up support. At the same time, the forces of Dream Blood Sea and Hidden Immortal Palace also made the same decision due to the formidable power of the heavenly punishment. On the other hand, Supreme Killer Chu Chi Hun, after learning that the Silver City of Wind and Snow was about to face the heavenly punishment, headed north, preparing to fulfill his promise to Jun Moxie and fight a decisive battle with the Supreme of Wind and Snow. Han Fengshui, in the fragrant Flower City, Jun Moxie, Ying Bo Kong, Feng Wan Yun, and Jun Wu Yi stood ready. Jun Moxie's eyes flickered with bloodlust, vowing to break the Silver City with a single sword. Jun Wu Yi, with the demeanor of a great general, commanded with certainty, uniting the blood and faith of the crowd present into an unstoppable force, preparing for the decisive battle in the Silver City of Wind and Snow. As the decisive battle against Wind-Snow Silver City approached, the Jun family assembled a vast army, led by Jun Wu Yi. The Dongfang, Guanmu, and Sikong clans dispatched reinforcements to support them. Dongfang Wen Xin also joined the army to avenge his grudge, while Jun Zhantian remained at the rear to guard their base camp. At a critical moment, Mei Shuiyan arrived spectacularly with over 1,000 level 9 Zon beasts. Herons, heralding the true end of the beasts. Penalty from heaven. Her revelation of her identity shocked everyone, especially Dongfang Wenqing and the other Dongfang uncles. Mei Shuiyan gave the order, and the Zon beasts wearing red robes leapt down, forming a crimson sea in the air. Jun Moxie took advantage of this moment to embrace Mei Shuiyan, making her body soft and unable to struggle. This sight stunned the Zon beast giants in the sky, who fell to the ground in disarray, their expressions dumbfounded. The intimate gesture between Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had dealt them a great blow. Within the Jun Manor, the monstrous beasts from the Skyfire Forest were flabbergasted as they witnessed their formidable leader, the Snow Eagle, share an intimate embrace with an ordinary human youth, Jun Moxie, defying their very understanding. The Ran-9 flying beasts were so startled that many fell from the sky in disarray. Unfazed, Jun Moxie held Mei Shuiyan in his arms, generously bestowing upon the beasts a set of brocade robes. Under the stern orders of Shang Kaishan and Hu Lai, the beasts begrudgingly donned the garments, their appearances vastly altered. Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie discussed a battle plan, deciding that Jun Wuyi should hold supreme command over the beasts. However, they also acknowledged the potential threat of an attack on the Jun Manor by the three sacred lands. Addressing Mei Shuiyan's concerns, Jun Moxie calmly analyzed the situation, opining that the sacred lands would refrain from reckless actions, fearing retaliation from his mysterious master. Thus, they resolved to leave the manor under the protection of Elder Jun. The Jun family entourage then boarded the flying beasts, preparing to set off for the Silver City of Ice and Snow. Shang Kaishan and the Eagle King enthusiastically invited Jun Moxie to ride with them. And though initially hesitant, he accepted. With a piercing cry from He Chongshao, the group ascended into the sky, their imposing convoy soaring north. Elder Jun's figure slowly dwindled behind them, his heart heavy with longing and hope for his son and grandson. Praying for vengeance for the innocent and solace for the departed. Word count 265. Before his grandson Jun Moxie's departure, Master Jun instructed him to act assertively to intimidate the three Holy Lands and prevent them from attacking the Jun family while they were vulnerable. The imperial family of the Heavenly Fragrance became terrified after learning about the arrival of profound beasts from the Heavenly Punishment Forest. Realizing the formidable power of Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, tormented by Jun Moxie's humiliation of the imperial family, the emperor was hesitant to act due to the Heavenly Punishment Forest strength. Meanwhile, Li Yoran and three other groups stealthily infiltrated the Heavenly Fragrance City, preparing to confront the formidable Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie and his companions traveled northward to Silver City, making a temporary stop in the grasslands. Sensing Jun Moxie's inner turmoil, Mei Shuiyan encouraged him to ask questions. Jun Moxie inquired about Yingbo Kong and Feng Wanyun, and the group gathered around to delve into the mysteries and complexities surrounding them. Since ancient times, the cultivation of profound qi has been divided into 9 ranks, followed by the silver and gold profound realms. Above the divine profound realm is the supreme realm. However, over time, people gradually discovered that above the divine profound realm, there was an even higher level, the divine profound 12 ranks, where each step leads to the heavens. Above the supreme realm is the venerable realm, which has 4 levels, each with its own heart demon test. The first level is to resist the temptations of the heart, the second is to go through the purgatory of 7 emotions, the third is to cope with a raging fire burning the heart, the fourth is beyond the reach of mortals. The title of Supreme is actually a misnomer and should be called Knowing Venerable, which means just touching the threshold of the venerable realm. Only those that are above the divine profound 5th rank are considered true profounders, and only those at the 12th rank can advance to the venerable realm. Upon hearing Mei Shuiyan's words, Ying Poko and Feng Wanyan were deeply shocked. It turned out that what they thought was the supreme realm was just a drop in the ocean, and the true peak of martial arts was far beyond that. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie wondered if there were even higher levels above the venerable realm. But Mei Shuiyan refused to reveal anything, leaving them with endless reverie. The martial arts system of this world is far more complex and profound than they had imagined. Mei Shuiyan's revelation made them realize that the path to the peak of martial arts is long and arduous, and the supreme realm they seek is just a small stepping stone along the way. During the 7 emotions pass, Mei Shuiyan never experienced true love, and thus could not break through. In her despair, she single-handedly attacked the secluded immortal palace, engaging in an intense battle with the palace lord, Mo Wudao, for an entire day and night. Severely injured, she was then besieged by 10 supremes, and her life hung in the balance. By chance, thanks to Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan healed her injuries, but she still could not break through. Eventually, her constant thoughts of Jun Moxie allowed her to experience the profound longing of love, and she instantly broke through the 7 emotion pass, reaching the 3rd level of the venerable realm. Mei Shuiyan believed that love was an unconditional devotion, A willingness to change and sacrifice for the one she loved. Jun Moxie held her hand and felt her ardent love. His heart warmed. The test to ascend from the third to the fourth venerable pass was connected to the power of the heavens and earth, accompanied by a tribulation of lightning and thunder. Mei Shuiyan mentioned that when the Saint King had broken through, the lightning had lasted for a day, and many saints and venerables had perished trying to protect him. Jun Moxie astutely realized that there was a realm even higher than the Saint realm, and he believed that someone had once reached such heights. He pointed out that even the fastest mythical beast would take 10,000 years to reach that distant shore. But someone had indeed ascended. Mei Shuiyan confirmed Jun Moxie's conjecture. She revealed that the three great holy lands definitely had saints, while the venerables and saints of the heavenly punishment forest were trapped in the Nine Serenities secret realm. Jun Moxie inferred that this higher realm might exist beyond the Xuanxuan Continent or had long since vanished. Mei Shuiyan noted that there were three reasons why the supremes of the mortal world had become the ultimate masters first. The restrictions imposed by the battle for the heavens second. That those stronger than venerables generally avoided society and third. That the three great holy lands had an agreement forbidding those above the venerable realm from participating in worldly conflicts. Such an agreement was intended to prevent the powerful from abusing their authority and causing widespread devastation. In the distant past, the profound continent abided by the Supreme Covenant, which restricted high-ranking cultivators from intervening in mortal affairs, ensuring peace and stability. However, the three major sacred lands now vie for supremacy, neglecting the defense against outsiders and even plotting to eliminate their former ally, the 10,000 Punishment Forest. Meanwhile, a mysterious and powerful forefather had established the 9-grade profound energy test as a method to assess innate talent. He was the progenitor of profound energy in the profound continent, the first young master of the 9 netherworlds. This legendary figure conquered the entire continent single-handedly, abolished all other combat techniques, and made profound energy the only legitimate cultivation method. The first young master of the 9 netherworlds also selected 4 youths with different temperaments as his disciples, 3 of whom became the founders of the 3 sacred lands. His 4th disciple was the progenitor of the Lord of the Ethereal Mirage Mansion. However, during the battle for dominance, the 3 sacred lands broke with the Ethereal Mirage Mansion and nearly exterminated the lineage of the 4th disciple. In a moment of crisis, they accidentally discovered the Ethereal Mirage Mansion, where they gained formidable power. The 9 netherworld secret realm also witnessed the emergence of a man who called himself the second young master of the 9 netherworlds, with arrogant ambitions to conquer the continent. However, due to the formidable strength of the 3 sacred lands and Ethereal Mirage Mansion, as well as the second young master of the 9 netherworld's excessive arrogance, his plans ultimately failed. Now, the battle for dominance is on the verge of breaking out, yet the 3 sacred lands remain absorbed in their petty squabbles. With the sudden appearance of the 9 netherworld secret realm, the profound continent faces an unprecedented crisis. At this juncture, it dawned on people that the existence of the 9 netherworld secret realm had an inextricable connection to the first young master of the 9 netherworlds, with a history and power that remain elusive. In the distant past, every few hundred to 2,000 years, a mysterious 9 nether secret realm would emerge, its occupants aiming to conquer the continent. Led by the ethereal Phantom Mansion, the 3 great hallowed grounds would unite to resist, but were often defeated. With the 9 nether secret realm's strongmen eventually eradicated, over the past 10,000 years, there have been 13 9 nether strongmen, plus the first young master of the 9 nether, making a total of 14, all of them arrogant and ambitious. Among them, the 14th young master of the 9 nether returned to the 9 nether secret realm after being seriously injured. The only survivor of all generations, and the Phantom Mansion sealed the exit to the secret realm. However, Sky Punishment Forest, which served as the guardian force for the seal, was trapped in the Phantom Mansion's mist, and has been declining day by day. In recent years, there has been constant rumbling in the Phantom Mansion's mist, and the 14th young master of the 9 nether may reappear in the world, his formidable strength causing concern. On the other hand, these nether young masters do not harm the innocent, and their battles take place in sparsely populated areas, so there are few legends among the people. Moreover, the young masters of the 9 nether are similar in character to Jun Moxie, who longs for them, but is given a cold splash of water by Mei Shuiyan, who believes that he cannot yet compare with them. After learning about the past of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Yingbo Kong and Feng Wanyan felt a great sense of oppression. But Mei Shuiyan encouraged them not to be discouraged by this and to strive to improve their own strength. She revealed that the three great hallowed grounds may send saint-level masters to deal with Jun Moxie's master. And Jun Moxie also felt the pressure. Because he knew that once a saint appeared, his paper tiger grandfather would be difficult to resist. As the group approached Wind Snow Silver City, a mysterious woman came to visit Mei Shuiyan. And at the same time 6 venerable level masters suddenly appeared. Their imposing aura making Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie feel like they were facing a great enemy. The Tianxiang city royal family faces their greatest crisis yet as the 3 princes witness their father's decline to Jun Moxie's increasing power. In their confusion, the arrival of envoys from the 3 holy lands provides a glimmer of hope. Second Prince Yongdan personally welcomes the delegation from the 3 holy lands, which includes 5 exalted celestials and 3 saints. The 3 elders of exalted celestial golden city, Ma Lao, Lu Lao, and Niu Lao, along with Zhu Lao and Yang Lao, have come to support the second prince's claim to the throne. Yongdan is overjoyed and readily accepts their assistance. Meanwhile, Xi Jinghong, along with 5 exalted celestials and 3 seemingly ordinary individuals, takes up residence in third Prince Yang Jie's manor. Similarly, the secluded immortal palace's forces infiltrate eldest Prince Yang Chu's inner circle. The 3 princes become mere puppets, preparing to strike back against their foe. Elsewhere, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan receive a delegation of 6 exalted celestials, including Zhu Lu exalted celestial Du Zhu, Tianya exalted celestial Xiao Tianya, Saibei exalted celestial Zhen Saibei, Duanzhan exalted celestial Hua Fengwen, Kandao exalted celestial Ku Wuqing, and Liuming exalted celestial Lu Chu. They claim to have come to persuade Mei Shuiyan to withdraw from the conflict between the Jun family and Wind Snow Silver City, as her involvement violates the rule of the 3 saints and 1 demon. Mei Shuiyan responds calmly, demanding that the exalted celestials state their intentions clearly. They respond that if Mei Shuiyan agrees to desist, they will treat the matter as never having occurred. Mei Shuiyan coldly rejects the advice of Broken Sword Venerable Hua Fengqi, accusing the 3 holy lands of attempting to eliminate her and violating their ancestral instructions. Hua Fengqi hypocritically denies this, claiming that his motive is to prevent Mei Shuiyan from making a grave mistake. Unmoved, Mei Shuiyan orders them to leave. Hooligan Venerable Lu Chu makes vulgar advances on Mei Shuiyan, provoking the ire of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie mocks Lu Chu's unappealing appearance, infuriating Lu Chu, who attacks Jun Moxie with killing intent. Mei Shuiyan intervenes in time and engages in combat with Lu Chu in the sky. Enraged, Lu Chu unleashes his full 12-layer profound power. Mei Shuiyan shields Jun Moxie and intercepts Lu Chu's attack, engaging in a fierce battle. Having comprehended the paramita of love, Mei Shuiyan harbors deep feelings for Jun Moxie and vows to protect him at all costs. The 2 venerables clash fiercely amidst a swirling vortex, unable to gain an advantage over each other. 6 venerables are ordered to attack Mei Shuiyan. Lu Chu, one of them, provokes Mei Shuiyan by molesting Jun Moxie. Lu Chu brazenly attacks, and Mei Shuiyan fights back, starting a fierce battle. The other 5 venerables want to intimidate Mei Shuiyan with their numbers, but she has astonishing strength, reaching the 3rd level of Supreme Venerable, far surpassing any of them. She uses her ultimate skill, Heaven and Earth Prison, to instantly control Lu Chu and inflict severe damage on him. Venerable Ku Wuqing of the Broken Blade tries to save Lu Chu but is easily defeated by Mei Shuiyan. She displays her immense power, shocking the other venerables, who realize their scheme has failed miserably. Lu Chu is badly injured but struggles to his feet with murderous intent. Mei Shuiyan is fearless and attacks again, knocking Lu Chu to the ground. The 6 venerables are awestruck by Mei Shuiyan's invincible power. She warns them not to interfere, or she will show no mercy. Mei Shuiyan leaves with Jun Moxie, leaving the 6 venerables in shock and fear. They understand that Mei Shuiyan is no longer the same, and meddling in Jun Moxie's affairs will come at an unbearable price. Lu Chu, close to death after fatal wounds, is brutally injured by Mei Shuiyan's attack to his internal organs. Lu Chu is barely alive, enraging Ku Wuqing and the others, who accuse Mei Shuiyan of heartless murder. Jun Moxie declares that he will personally take revenge. mentioning that Lu Chu lusted after his woman and thus should be executed. Ku Wakqing explains that they have their reasons for protecting Lu Chu. And both parties reach an agreement to put the conflict aside temporarily and settle the score at a later date. Jun Moxie mysteriously vanishes, and Ku Wakqing protects Lu Chu. Jun Moxie tests Ku Wakqing with flying knives, using a diversion with gold dust to distract him. As Ku Wakqing focuses on defending the diversion, Jun Moxie uses yin yang escaping to cloak himself, approaches Lu Chu, and delivers 13 kicks, severely injuring his groin. Lu Chu is gravely injured and, even if he survives, his status as venerable rogue will be revoked. Ku Wakqing is furious, unleashing Storm to attack, but Jun Moxie has already vanished. Lu Chu lies fatally wounded, and his title is likely to be stripped. Jun Moxie sees through Ku Wakqing's coping strategies and successfully ambushes Lu Chu. Ku Wakqing fights back with all his might, yet only cuts through the air. Lu Chu is severely injured and dying, howling in pain. Du Ju and the other venerable ones are shocked and prepare to kill Jun Moxie. But Jun Moxie comes up with a crazy idea, planning to kill all 6 of them in one fell swoop. Mei Shuiyan observes the situation, ready to intervene and help at any moment. Du Ju and the other venerable ones are furious and accuse Jun Moxie of being cruel. Hua Fengwen examines Lu Chu's injuries and finds that Jun Moxie had left some room for him to suffer before dying. The venerable ones are extremely angry, seeing Jun Moxie as despicable and shameless. Jun Moxie argues that he is kind-hearted, giving Lu Chu time to arrange his affairs. Lu Chu begs to die and asks Ku Wakqing to kill him. Ku Wakqing acts, ending Lu Chu's suffering. As Lu Chu dies, he curses Jun Moxie, claiming that he will become a vengeful ghost and seek revenge against him. The cold wind howls, and Lu Chu's resentful gaze and curses fill everyone present with fear. Ku Wakqing warns Jun Moxie that the top of the snowy mountain will be where he pays the price. Jun Moxie was determined to kill the besiegers, and ordered 500 strong men and hundreds of magical beasts to surround them. The magical beast kings skillfully changed formations, separating the 5 venerables and using their sharp offensive advantage to defeat them one by one. Jun Wuyi commanded the magical beasts with battle formations. The Bear King, Tiger King, Lion King, Monkey King, and Crane King led their subordinates to besiege the 5 venerables. The Eagle King and the Vulture King led the flying magical beast to block the sky, while the Snake King Qianshuan led the ground magical beasts to cooperate in the battle. Mei Shuiyan assisted from the side, while Jun Moxie calmly watched the battle, waiting for an opportunity. Their magical beasts attacked in turn, suppressing the 5 venerables with their strong combat power. Zhen Saibei and Du Ju were the first to be at a disadvantage, and were severely injured by the divine weapons in the hands of the Bear King and the Tiger King. Although Hua Fengwen escaped from the lion group, he was attacked by a black eagle, and his situation was precarious. Ku Wakqing and Xiao Tianya were also attacked by the Monkey King and the Crane King. Jun Moxie unceremoniously mocked the venerables for being shameless, and bullying the few with the many. However, the venerables did not dare to go all out, because they were afraid of Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie. Although the magical beasts had the advantage, the 5 venerables were very powerful and were looking for an opportunity to make a change. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were ready to assist at any time to prevent accidents from happening. The battle situation changed rapidly, and the outcome was unpredictable. Faced with the siege of the 5 venerables, Jun Wuyi commanded his mysterious beast team and successfully encircled them. He employed the tactics of successive attacks and interspecies cooperation, maximizing the combat effectiveness of the mysterious beasts and compensating for their weaknesses. Mei Shuiyan was amazed by this, but she also wondered how Shang Kaishan and others were able to complete the encirclement unnoticed. As it turned out, Jun Wuyi cleverly used the curiosity of the Beast Kings and had them disperse to find better observation spots. This inadvertently formed a perfect encirclement, leaving the 5 venerables in a predicament. On the other hand, Jun Moxie, despite not directly participating in the battle, constantly interfered with the venerables with his sharp tongue. His foul language buzzed like flies, causing the venerables to feel irritable and unable to fully focus on the fight. Especially Zhen Saibei, who trembled with anger from Jun Moxie's derision, and his moves became chaotic. As Jun Moxie continued his provocations, the battle grew more intense. Amidst the fury, the mysterious beasts and the venerables engaged in a frenzied fight. and everyone sustained injuries. Jun Moxie even seized the opportunity to direct Hulai Di to specifically target Jun Xie, humiliating him further. The battle reached a stalemate, as the five venerables, despite their formidable strength, found it difficult to break free under the siege of the mysterious beasts and the harassment of Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan realized that Jun Moxie's verbal attacks were not meaningless but rather an effective combat method, capable of affecting even venerable-level masters. Jun Moxie's provocative words enraged Jun Xie, causing him to lose control and become chaotic in his moves. Under Hulai's assault, Jun Xie was severely injured, and the other venerables were also struggling. At this moment, Xiaotianya used the soul-calming divine sound, calming the minds of Jun Xie and the others, rendering Jun Moxie's provocation ineffective. Xiaotianya realized Jun Moxie's malicious intent and determined to break through. With his extraordinary power, he burst through the profound beast's blockade. The other four venerables followed closely, and under Mei Shuiyan's obstruction, Xiaotianya unleashed a life-threatening attack, retaliating against Mei Shuiyan at the expense of his own injuries, and leading the four venerables to escape. Jun Wuyu commanded the profound beast army to desperately resist, but they couldn't stop the venerables' escape. Simultaneously, a large pit hole appeared between Xiaotianya and Ku Wuqing, the cause being unknown. At the fateful moment of their escape, Jun Moxie's earth element created a deadly pitfall, causing Ku Wuqing, Du Zhu, and Jun Xie to fall into it. Xiaotianya rescued Ku Wuqing in time with his girdle, but Du Zhu and Jun Xie faced the threat of death. Du Zhu resolutely offered to sacrifice himself and help Jun Xie escape. Jun Xie selflessly supported him, enabling Du Zhu to flee successfully. Despite Xiaotianya's prompt response, Du Zhu still sustained severe injuries and was dealt another blow by Jun Moxie. Simultaneously, Shang Kai Shan kicked Lu Chu's head open. Ku Wuqing caught Lu Chu's head and fled with Xiaotianya. Jun Wu Yi prevented the eagle flock from pursuing. Avoiding an ambush, the Beast Kings emerged from the pitfall, but venerable Jun Xie self-destructed his profound qi, perishing along with two Beast Kings. The other Beast Kings were also seriously injured, but Mei Shuiyan's elixir could help them recover. Mei Shuiyan mourned the loss of the Beast Kings and worried about the impending battle in Silver City. Jun Moxie, on the other hand, was ruthless, predicting heavy casualties for the three sacred lands. A deadly battle is about to rage. The three great holy lands, disregarding ancestral teachings, dispatch 6 venerable masters to test the Heaven's Punishment Forest and the Jun family. Among them are the legendary Venerable Tranquil, who has supposedly reached the 4th level of Venerable, and Venerable Life and Death, putting the Jun family in the Heaven's Punishment Forest in grave danger. Mei Shuiyan, sovereign of the Heaven's Punishment Forest, is a venerable master of the 3rd level. She points out that if Venerable Tranquil and Venerable Life and Death appear, the Heaven's Punishment Forest side will likely face disaster. The only countermeasure is to use the self-detonation of profound beasts. But it would require at least 4, perhaps even more, to simultaneously self-destruct to harm the enemy. Faced with this predicament, Jun Moxie proposes a risky plan to assist Mei Shuiyan in raising her aura to the 4th level of Venerable, allowing her to confront the powerful opponents. He forcefully kisses Mei Shuiyan, utilizing the power of the Hongjun Tower to directly infuse her with vast amounts of heaven and earth aura. Mei Shuiyan's foundation is strong, enabling her to withstand 60% of the Hongjun Tower's aura output. Jun Moxie exerts all his efforts, hoping to help Mei Shuiyan break through and alter the outcome of the battle within a short time. However, facing the imminent threat of the 3 great holy lands, Jun Moxie feels a sense of crisis. Recognizing his own inadequacy, he resolves to enhance his power by any means necessary. A deadly battle and a daring gamble to alter fate are about to unfold. On the snowy peaks of the extreme north, Jun Moxie exerts all his strength to help Mei Shuiyan break through a bottleneck. The heavens and earth change color. Dark clouds gather, and thunder and lightning crash, heralding the imminent birth of a venerable. This astounding commotion draws the attention of powerful beings like Venerable Xiaoyao and Venerable Life and Death. As the heavens and earth's spiritual energy delirious pours into Mei Shuiyan's body, her meridians expand rapidly, and her yuan force grows. Like a raging river, this insane speed leaves her in disbelief. Simultaneously, 3 teams of horsemen arrive. Sensing the potent upheaval of the heavens and earth, they speculate that a powerful person may be breaking through. Among them, Xiaotianya leads the three great holy lands to support Wind Snow Silver City but encounters Jun Moxie's group and suffers heavy casualties. They are astounded to learn that Jun Moxie's entourage possesses 2009th level peak profound beasts. Meanwhile, the thunder and lightning intensifies in the sky, leading Hua Fengwen, Ku Wuqing, and others to deduce that a top TA expert is breaking through. However, Xiaotianya believes it's impossible to be Mei Shuiyan, as her cultivation is far from the peak. At that moment, Mei Shuiyan's heart races with terror as she realizes she faces the greatest trial of her breakthrough, the wrath of the heavens. With the situation dire, Jun Moxie exerts all his efforts to help Mei Shuiyan resist the lightning, lest she be struck and reduced to ashes. Mei Shuiyan struggled desperately, begging Jun Moxie to leave her, as only if he was safe would she have the courage to face the difficulties. Jun Moxie insisted on controlling her, transferring the real power protection of the fragile joints to the struggling department of Mei Shuiyan. Forced to do so, Mei Shuiyan stopped struggling. The next moment, the spiritual power of heaven and earth poured into her body, and she broke through the barrier of the venerable. However, the power of thunder and lightning that followed made her despair. At this time, the Hongjun Tower above Jun Moxie's head appeared, absorbing all the thunder and lightning. Mei Shuiyan was deeply moved by Jun Moxie's desperate rescue. However, Jun Moxie calmly said that he believed that the Hongjun Tower could withstand the thunder. The thunder and lightning fell one after another, but strangely disappeared above Jun Moxie's head. Mo Xiaoyao and other reinforcements were shocked by the power of such a powerful thunder. After Mei Shuiyan's breakthrough, Jun Moxie held her in the snow. The reinforcements decided to observe the situation first and take action as appropriate. At this time, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and the night sky was clear. Jun Moxie sensed the approach of three powerful auras and, realizing that Mei Shuiyan was at a crucial moment and needed to be undisturbed, he retreated into the ground. Experts Mo Xiaoyao, Lin Zhanan, and Kong Dayan arrived at the canyon but found no trace of the one undergoing the tribulation, leading them to believe that the person had already succeeded and left. Wei Kongchun questioned the low level of damage caused by the lightning. Suspecting that there was more to it, Mo Xiaoyao deduced that the person either possessed great strength or an artifact that could neutralize lightning but showed no signs of injury. The three concluded that the person was formidable but not severely wounded, and decided to abandon their pursuit. Jun Moxie was relieved but lost consciousness under the torment of a powerful backlash. Upon waking, Mei Shuiyan healed Jun Moxie's wounds and expressed concern about his backlash. Jun Moxie voiced his frustrations and pressures, vowing to crush all who oppressed him. He shared that he had been struggling with suppression and suffering, longing to rise above it all. Mei Shuiyan was deeply moved, understanding the vulnerability and rebellion in his heart. With Mei Shuiyan's care, Jun Moxie gradually recovered, and the bond between them grew stronger. Unwilling to yield, Jun Moxie resolves to face the three sacred grounds in the Battle of Silver City despite the imminent risks. Recognizing the need to enhance his power, he implores Mei Shuiyan to attack him with her formidable aura to expedite his cultivation by mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Initially hesitant, Mei Shuiyan comprehends the potential benefits for Jun Moxie. She unleashes her potent energy, evoking the greatest force she possesses. The surrounding elements respond, creating a tempestuous storm that relentlessly batters Jun Moxie. Under this immense pressure, Jun Moxie's inner Hongjun Tower manifests, emitting brilliant hues that absorb Mei Shuiyan's channeled spiritual energy. Simultaneously, extraordinary celestial phenomena unfold outside the tent, causing the sun and moon to lose their brilliance while fierce winds roar. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy forms, infusing Jun Moxie's body. The onlookers are astounded, but Feng Wanyan surmises that Mei Shuiyan's divine powers are being used to heal Jun Moxie. As the influx of spiritual energy continues, Jun Moxie's countenance improves. Mei Shuiyan intensifies her assault, transforming into a serpentine deity that harnesses the elements to generate even more potent energy storms. Relentlessly bombarding Jun Moxie, the spiritual energy of a vast expanse is depleted, forming a colossal vortex that greedily assimilates the energy, replenishing it from all directions. Nurtured by Mei Shuiyan's relentless onslaught and the surrounding spiritual energy, Jun Moxie's strength soars, preparing him for the impending Battle of Silver City. After an intense battle, A surge of spiritual energy condensed into a formidable aura, causing a tremendous stir. The demonic beasts, like Shang Kaishan, sensed this sovereign aura and fled in panic. Mei Shuiyan tried to suppress her aura, but it still sent the demonic beasts into disarray. They were not intimidated by external force but rather by an inborn submission rooted in their bloodline. Shang Kaishan urged the beasts to retreat in an orderly manner to avoid further embarrassment. Meanwhile, inside Jun Moxie's tent, the cosmic spiritual essence rushed in through the gap, causing his spiritual power to surge. The heart demon struck, bombarding him with emotions in an attempt to shake his resolve. However, Jun Moxie held onto a flicker of inner peace. Unyielding to the attack, he endured countless illusions, experiencing what felt like 1,000 lifetimes. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a strange and profound sense of time. Mei Shuiyan explained the post-breakthrough illusions, saying everyone experiences this perception of countless reincarnations. Yet Jun Moxie quickly regained his composure, attributing it to his deep emotions. Mei Shuiyan was astounded by his swift recovery. Jun Moxie asserted that his real-life experiences with emotions allowed him to easily overcome the heart demon and attain a breakthrough. Mei Shuiyan acknowledged her own gains but could not compare herself to the abnormal Jun Moxie. She questioned his unconventional method of using others' aura to assist his breakthrough. Jun Moxie possesses a mysterious and powerful ability to defy regular energy suppressors, but chooses to keep this secret. After a meeting with Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie realizes that she has detected his secret, but she chooses to respect his silence. In return, Jun Moxie decides to conduct a reconnaissance mission to the Silver City of Wind and Snow to learn more about his impending opponents and to try to unravel the deep emotional connection to his third uncle. Jun Wuyu, while worried for Jun Moxie's safety, knows that he is determined, and so he reconfigures defenses to repel a potential surprise attack. When night falls, Jun Moxie flies stealthily at incredible speed towards the Silver City of Wind and Snow, which appears picturesque under the moonlight, decorated with snowflakes against its icy facade. When Jun Moxie arrives at the Castellan's hall in the city, he finds the atmosphere incredibly tense. The Castellan and lady of the city, as well as the elders of the Han family, are all looking serious, with Xiao Xingyun, the grand elder of the Xiao family, being present. Xiao Xingyun's cultivation is at the 4th level of the divine profound realm, indicating that Jun Moxie's maternal grandmother must have acted against him. Inside the hall are also envoys from the 3 Holy Lands. With their imposing presence and sharp gazes, Jun Moxie realizes that he is facing both a daunting military challenge and an emotional test. In the council hall, the Wind and Snow Silver City is torn by heated debates. The city lord of Silver City, Han Zhanmeng, believes they should play a wait-and-see game to avoid tarnishing their reputation. However, the elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Xingyun, insists on avenging their grievances. During this heated argument, Jun Moxie arrives. Xiao Xingyun accuses Han Zhanmeng of being incompetent and cowardly and attempts to abandon the Xiao family, and suggests that the Han family relinquish the position of city lord. Han Zhanmeng, in turn, accuses Xiao Xingyun of having wolfish ambitions and doing anything to seize power. The atmosphere is tense and hostile. Han Zhanmeng's wife, Shui Shuangqing, accuses the Xiao family of betraying their trust and acting unilaterally against the Jun family, and yet demands protection from Silver City. Xiao Xingyun retorts that the Xiao family has served Silver City loyally for centuries, yet has been abandoned, and questions the leadership of the Han family. At this moment, several experts from the 3 sacred lands, including Tianya Venerable, Duanzhan Venerable, and Kandaodao Venerable, are present. Jun Moxie realizes that the Xiao family must have an agreement with the sacred lands. He believes that the Xiao family would not have killed the Xiao family members involved in the incident. Thus, he decides to find them to confront them and expose the hypocrisy of the sacred lands. Jun Moxie infiltrated Wind Snow Silver City to investigate the evidence of the Xiao family's conspiracy against him. He discovered that Xiao Han had been secretly imprisoned after being crippled and subjected him to brutal torture, including administering itching powder and stabbing his fingers and toes repeatedly to cause slow decay. Jun Moxie then located the hiding place of the 8th and 9th elders and found that not only had their legs been restored, but they were living in comfort and enjoying the company of their families. The young master was consumed with jealousy, believing that it was unfair for them to live such carefree lives despite being disabled while he had suffered greatly. As a result, he decided to teach them a lesson. Mo Xiaoyao and Wei Kongchun sensed Jun Moxie's presence but failed to locate him. Jun Moxie searched the entirety of Silver City using his divine web mind and discovered an area protected by a mysterious force. He surmised that this was the Xiao family's secret lair and made a mental note of its location. He then found Xiao Han's secret chamber and inflicted excruciating torture on him, declaring him the unparalleled world's itchiest man. Meanwhile, in the secret chambers of the 8th and 9th elders, they were drinking tea and playing chess, with their families attending to them. Jun Moxie was enraged by their comfortable existence. He believed they had deceived the world by feigning disability and disgracefully betrayed their honor. The young master vowed to severely punish these old men and make them pay for their actions. This marked the commencement of Jun Moxie's revenge plan, targeting Xiao Han, the 8th elder, and the 9th elder. Jun Moxie silently entered the hall and, with just a snap of his fingers, sent the 3 women inside into a slumber. He controlled the 8th and 9th elders using their acupoints, and then used his great soul-capturing technique to completely control their minds. Meanwhile, in the Arjun City Hall, Han Zhantian and Xiao Xingyun were engaged in a heated argument. Han Zhantian accused Xiao Xingyun of harboring wolfish ambitions and, in violation of ancestral teachings, attempting to seize the position of city lord. Xiao Xingyun countered by claiming that Han Yaoyu's conduct was improper, that she had broken off their engagement and found a new love, and that her family favored their daughter while disregarding the Xiao family's dignity. Han Zhantian produced the evidence she had collected, proving that the engagement contract had long since become a dead letter, that Han Yaoyue was free to choose her own husband, and that the Xiao family's attempts to force her into marriage and harm the Jun family were excessive. Xiao Xingyun, however, remained adamant that Han Yaoyue had shamed the Xiao family, and that everything they had done was to uphold the Xiao family name. This debate grew more and more intense, with each side refusing to yield. Jun Moxie, observing everything from the shadows, prepared to seize the right moment to act and turn Silver City upside down once more. The 2 major families, the Han family and the Xiao family, are at odds in Yincheng. The Xiao family accuses Han Yanyao, a woman from the Han family, of colluding with a man while she was still betrothed to a Xiao family member, thus sullying the Xiao family's reputation. Xiao Xingyun, the grand elder of the Xiao family, gives a passionate speech, accusing the Han family of breaking their promise and asking the 3 holy lands to uphold justice. In response to Xiao Xingyan's accusations, Han Zhanmeng, the city lord of the Han family, accuses Xiao Xingyun of slander, denies the existence of a marriage contract, and denounces the Xiao family as shameless. Xiao Xingyun continues to weep and complain, portraying the Xiao family as loyal but oppressed, and swaying the emotions of the audience. At this point, Wei Kongchun, the venerable of Samsara from the Holy Land, intervenes to mediate, stating that the Xiao and Han families are originally one and the same. For the sake of the greater good, he suggests that the Han family compromise and temporarily cede the position of city lord to the Xiao family. Han Zhanmeng strongly objects to this proposal, accusing Wei Kongchun of twisting the truth. Mo Xiaoyao also supports Wei Kongchun's suggestion, arguing that the 2 families have a deep friendship and that the Xiao family should vow never to betray the Han family. Xiao Xingyun makes a public oath to protect the Han family's interests. With this, the matter of changing masters in Yincheng seems to be a foregone conclusion. Inside the city lord's mansion in the snowy city of wind and silver, a heated debate was underway. Venerable Wei Kongchun from the 3 holy lands was attempting to persuade the Han family patriarch, Han Zhanmeng, to transfer the city lord's position to the Xiao family. However, Han Zhanmeng adamantly refused, believing that it violated Silver City's principles of independence and autonomy. At that moment, the 8th and 9th elders of the Xiao family unexpectedly appeared and publicly revealed Xiao family's plot to seize the position of the city lord. The 8th and 9th elders recounted the Xiao family's crimes against the Han family members over the years, including the Western Frontier and Northern Frontier incidents. The Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Xingyun, flew into a rage and denounced their accusations as nonsense. But the 8th and 9th elders remained composed and steadfastly denied being madmen. Everyone present was astounded. They had not expected the 3 holy lands to collude with the Xiao family in an attempt to overthrow the Han family. Wei Kongchun was furious, his murderous aura spilling forth as he interrogated the 8th elder about whether he had insulted him. Xiao Xingyun hurriedly apologized to Wei Kongchun but was unable to stop the 8th and 9th elders from continuing to expose the Xiao family's conspiracy. Xiao Xingyun felt faint and unsteady on his feet. Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, the conflict between Han Zhanmeng and the Three Holy Lands escalated, and a far greater storm was about to engulf Silver City. After the Battle of Tianan, Xiao Xingyun and Han Zhani returned to Yincheng. The 9th elder claims that they went far away with Mu Shitong and Mei Shuiyin. The 2nd and 6th brothers died, and Xiao and Han were fortunately able to return alive after their legs were severed, which does not count as a disability. The 9th elder also reveals that 30 years ago, the eldest brother planted an insider in the 7 swords who killed the 3rd and 5th brothers. Mu Shitong and Mei Shuiyin managed to escape. However, the 8th elder furiously points out that the whereabouts of the 2 women are unknown and insults Xiao Xingyun, accusing him of having improper intentions towards Mei Shuiyin. This triggers Han Zhani's suspicion. Xiao Xingyun is at a loss for words, not knowing how to defend himself. Han Zhani accuses Xiao of plotting and using Yincheng's strongest forces for his own ends over the past 40 years. Xiao Xingyun argues that he has always been righteous and upright, but the 8th and 9th elders produce a blood pact, proving that he had sworn to regain control of Yincheng. Enraged, Xiao Xingyun strikes the 9th elder, killing him, and accidentally kills the 8th elder as well. Xiao Xingyun is distraught, unable to believe that he has murdered 2 of his brothers. Han Zhani accuses him of harming his own family. Mo Xiaoyao and others are shocked, condemning Xiao Xingyun's actions as inhuman. Han Zhani orders that Xiao Xingyun be executed, but Mo Xiaoyao suggests they delay the punishment due to the suspicious circumstances. Sheng Sha Zunj Wei Kongchun threatens to annihilate the remnants of the Xiao family, but Han Zhani proposes ending the war. This is rejected by the 3 great Zunj. At this point, Jun Moxie appears and attacks Wei Kongchun with an unstoppable sword strike. This single strike represents courage, dominance, elegance, and invincibility, shocking everyone present. Jun Moxie aims to not only finish off Wei Kongchun but also avenge the Xiao family and the conspiracies of the 3 Holy Lands. In a fierce predetermined duel, Jun Moxie strikes the first blow, thrusting his penetrate void sword towards the level 4 supreme. Wei Kongchun, faced with this sudden life-threatening attack, Wei Kongchun employs a secret technique to shift his heart, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, a formidable burst of energy is unleashed as the sword pierces Wei Kongchun's torso, severely damaging his internal organs. Wei Kongchun's body erupts in a cascade of cracks, with countless tiny blood vessels severing and staining the surroundings crimson. Despite his grievous injuries, his gaze remains tranquil, akin to a sage who has transcended mortality. Confronting Jun Moxie's true identity, Wei Kongchun acknowledges him as a true king of assassins, surpassing even Chu Qihun in prowess. Jun Moxie accepts Wei Kongchun's accolade, boldly proclaiming himself as the unrivaled sovereign of the assassination world. The bloody strands protruding from Wei Kongchun's body gradually recede, restoring his former appearance, yet a serene and ethereal aura emanates from his eyes, as if he has transcended the constraints of life and death. In his words, Wei Kongchun seems resolute in his conviction that Jun Moxie is none other than Chu Qihun. Jun Moxie is rendered speechless, unable to refute Wei Kongchun's judgment. A fierce battle is about to unfold, with both sides exuding formidable power and chilling determination. Wei Kongchun stands steadfast in the face of adversity, while Jun Moxie exudes cold confidence, setting the stage for an unpredictable and perilous clash. Wei Kongchun admits his belittlement of Jun Moxie due to his astonishing swordsmanship. However, Jun Moxie denies being the supreme killer, causing even deeper confusion among those present. Wei Kongchun launches a desperate counterattack, unleashing extraordinary martial arts, but Jun Moxie skillfully dodges with his superior movement techniques. Mo Xiaoyao joins the battle, teaming up with Wei Kongchun to besiege Jun Moxie. However, Jun Moxie remains composed, never losing the upper hand. Seeing that Wei Kongchun's aura is fading, the other 4 venerables join the fray, seeking to subdue this formidable opponent. But Jun Moxie suddenly soars into the sky. Wei Kongchun attempts to imprison him with his Heaven and Earth Cage ultimate move, only to find that Jun Moxie has already entered the Hongjun Tower space, leaving him dumbfounded. Meanwhile, venerable broken sword Hua Fengwen is fatally stabbed by Jun Moxie, leaving Mo Xiaoyao grief-stricken. Jun Moxie seizes the opportunity to escape from the palace hall, with Wei Kongchun and Mo Xiaoyao in pursuit. However, upon reaching outside the hall, they find another killer emerging from the palace, thrusting a sword into Wei Kongchun's back. This killer claims to be the real Chu Chuan, lambasting everyone for blaming him for deeds he did not commit. He kicks Wei Kongchun towards Mo Xiaoyao and quickly flees, leaving only chaos and shock among the crowd. Chu Feihan, filled with rage, discovered that his identity had been impersonated, with him being blamed for many things. Amidst the chaos, he fatally stabbed the wounded Wei Kongchun with a sword before fleeing. Mo Xiaoyao witnessed all this, his heart filled with grief and new questions who was the impersonator. The dying Wei Kongchun, supported by Mo Xiaoyao, slowly stood up, expressing his regrets for his mistakes and his attachment to the mundane world. Before his death, the hole previously inflicted by Jun Moxie pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse and die. Mo Xiaoyao became lost in thought, reflecting on Wei Kongchun's dying words. Saintly experts like Jia Qingyun and Xiao Tianye gathered, deeply saddened by Wei Kongchun's demise. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie ventured to the snow-clad Jianfeng mountain, seeking information about Han Yanyao. He resolved to eliminate her without hesitation if she betrayed Jun Wuyi. Recalling Chu Feihan's help, Jun Moxie felt a glimmer of warmth and anticipation for his upcoming actions. Dwelling in the eternal ice cave, Han Yanyao was startled to detect Jun Moxie's arrival. Despite his invisibility technique, with her acute perception of the cave's conditions, she noticed his presence. Jun Moxie revealed himself, respectfully bowing to the words Jun Wu Yi and 4 spirit tablets inscribed on the cave wall. Confirming his identity, stunned, Han Yanyao wept profusely. Her voice choked as she inquired about his identity. Jun Moxie explained that he had come on behalf of his third uncle, Jun Wu Yi, to visit her and that he would take her back to reunite with her uncle the next day. These words were like lightning, rendering Han Yanyao incredulous. For a decade, Han Yanyao had been consumed by guilt, longing, and loneliness, not daring to hope for the Jun family's recognition. Now, Jun Moxie's address of third aunt weighed heavily upon her, symbolizing the Jun family's acceptance and acknowledgement. Overwhelmed with emotion, Han Yanyao burst into tears, releasing years of pent-up sorrow and longing. She clung tightly to him, her body trembling, her heart brimming with unspeakable joy and bliss. Han Yanyao encounters Jun Moxie and learns that Jun Wuan is safe and has improved his martial arts. She cries with joy. However, Jun Wuan bears a grudge against her, and may not survive. Jun Moxie points out that Han Yanyao is the source of the grudge, and she should take responsibility since she has been escaping it for a long time. Jun Moxie lists the crimes of the Xiao family. Han Yanyao is furious, but she is more worried about Jun Wuan. Jun Moxie emphasizes that revenge is not the way to resolve the conflict, and only Han Yanyao can unravel the knot in Jun Wuan's heart. Han Yanyao realizes her past avoidance and ominous fate, but Jun Moxie rebukes her for being a coward, and asks who will be responsible for the innocent if she dies. Jun Wuan and the Jun family will also suffer heavy losses. Han Yanyao cries uncontrollably, and finally decides to redeem herself. She will raise the children who were disabled by the Xiao family and lead them to live independently, while also staying by Jun Wuan's side to heal his wounds. Jun Moxie emphasizes that Han Yanyao's avoidance has not only hurt others but also brought pain to Jun Wuan. Han Yanyao realizes her responsibility and agrees to bear her guilt until she dies. As Jun Moxie pressed her relentlessly, Han Yanyao broke down and confessed to her betrayal of Jun Wuyu. Jun Moxie demanded that she not only take responsibility for her actions but also take good care of Jun Wuyu to make up for the damage she had caused him. He pointed out the Han family's role in the Jun family tragedy but also stressed that the Jun family had the power to give the Han family a hard time in return. Han Zhongwang, Han Yanyao's father, was both furious and worried when he learned of the matter. Jun Moxie revealed his identity and sincerity, and in return, requested that the Han family show their sincerity by facilitating a marriage between Jun Wuyu and Han Yanyao. Han Zhongwang acknowledged the Han family's culpability in the Jun family's tragedy, but he also invoked the cruel laws of the pugilistic world. The strong prey on the weak, and survival of the fittest is paramount. He pointed out that once the Jun family rose to prominence, it too could become responsible for misdeeds and inflict suffering on innocents. Jun Moxie did not deny this possibility but emphasized the importance of love and responsibility. He argued that love has the power to heal wounds and resolve enmities. And that only by bringing Jun Wuyu and Han Yanyao together could they find true happiness and tranquility. Han Zhongwang eventually acquiesced to Jun Moxie's request and said that he would show sincerity in facilitating the marriage. However, he also reminded Jun Moxie that the pugilistic world is a cruel and unforgiving place. And the strong must always be mindful of their responsibilities and the potential consequences of their actions. Jun Moxie seeks revenge on the city lord of Han Zhanmeng for the annihilation of the Jun family by the Shao family years ago. Han Zhanmeng admits that Silver City bears an unavoidable responsibility for condoning the Shao family's actions, but claims that the Jun family was too weak at the time and that Silver City's intervention was not an act of justice but rather for the sake of their daughter, Han Yanyao. Jun Moxie insists that the Han family must pay a price. Han Zhanming questions Jun Moxie's desired method of retribution. Jun Moxie demands that City Lord Han determine the price himself, but with two stipulations: that it not harm the relationship between Han Yanyao and Jun Wuyi, and that the price be paid regardless. Han Zhanming counters, demanding that Jun Moxie also meet two conditions: that Han Yanyao be happy and that they are willing to pay the price. Jun Moxie is torn, and ultimately decides to leave it to City Lord Han to find a solution. He sends a challenge to the three Holy Lands, inviting them to a duel at Jianfeng. The victor and the vanquished will be determined in this battle. Han Zhanmeng agrees to pass on the message but insists that Jun Moxie decide on the price. Jun Moxie declines, citing his seniority and the authority of the elder, and demands that City Lord Han determine the price himself. Han Zhanmeng is furious and storms off with Han Yanyao. After Han Zhanmeng and Han Yanyao leave, Jun Moxie looks back at Jianfeng, marveling at its grandeur and mourning its collapse. He then vanishes into the night. After returning to the camp, Jun Moxie discovers that sovereign assassin Chu Qihan is furious. Jun Moxie taunts Chu Qihan for being mistaken as the killer of Wei Kongchun. Realizing the source of his predicament, Chu Qihan laughs through his tears. Jun Moxie recounts the assassination elaborately, embellishing it for comedic effect. The crowd erupts in laughter. Jun Moxie takes advantage of the moment to write a challenge letter, arranging a battle for the next day at the hour of the rabbit, but requesting that the main army gather at the hour of the dragon. Jun Wu signs the letter despite its provocative tone, but decides to honor Jun Moxie's arrangements after learning of the impending collapse of Sword Peak. Mo Xiaoyao and Jia Qingyun mourn Wei Kongchun and other fallen sovereigns at the Silver City Palace, but an ominous feeling lingers in their hearts. Mo Xiaoyao admits their helplessness against the mysterious assassin king. Abruptly, a clear voice demands Mo Xiaoyao to come out and receive the challenge letter. Mo Xiaoyao recognizes it as the Assassin King's voice but refrains from leaving the palace, opting instead to defend with the other three sacred ground masters. The Assassin King tosses the challenge letter into the palace and mocks the three sacred grounds as cowering turtles. The silk letter itself contains further insults and provocations. A fierce showdown is about to erupt beneath Sword Peak. The heavenly punishment and the Jun family have sent out a declaration of war to the profligate of the free and easy, and the scoundrels of the azure clouds, vowing to destroy these three remaining sanctified grounds. The insults and disdain in the declaration of war have enraged venerable profligate Mo Xiaoyao and other experts of the sanctified grounds. Mo Xiaoyao judges that although the combat strength of the three sanctified grounds is inferior to the heavenly punishment and the Jun family, their top experts surpass those of their opponents. Therefore, they have formulated the following strategies. As far as possible, instigate one-on-one duels and use the advantage of their top experts to win. If one-on-one duels cannot be arranged, then launch a melee attack with lightning speed, joining forces to kill Venerable Mei and Chu Wuhun, and then concentrating their forces to deal with the mysterious assassin Monarch. Use a sea of people tactic to hold back the assassin, thus freeing up their hands. Mo Xiaoyao also plans to let the Shao family participate in the showdown, promising that as long as they do their best to participate, the Shao clan will be protected, thus arousing their hatred. At the same time, they send out a surprise force to lie in ambush at the showdown site, to be used as a surprise attack. Faced with the showdown, Mo Xiaoyao's eyes surge with endless murderous intent and passion. Vowing to avenge the spirits of the two heroes Wei Hua, he roars furiously, shaking the heavens and earth, and the mountains tremble. The experts of the three sanctified grounds are also greatly encouraged and shout in unison, "The enmity of life and death will be settled tomorrow." One battle will decide all. Their voices echo through the mountains, both majestic and desolate. At the same time, Jun Moxie is already dozens of feet underground beneath Sword Peak. He slowly condenses the power of the 5 elements earth, and a faint yellow light radiates from his body. He looks like a descended deity, preparing to meet the upcoming showdown. Jun Moxie released his earth elemental energy, which infiltrated the stone layers of the Sword Peak, draining a large amount of power. Realizing it was difficult to shake the Sword Peak in one go, he switched to his water elemental energy, releasing it in a cycle from 4 different parts of the Sword Peak's underground area. Eventually reaching the center, there, he found a large amount of pure heaven and earth energy gathered in the center, forming a multicolored profound ice layer. Suddenly, the Hongjun Tower moved on its own, opening its doors and absorbing a large amount of the 7-colored energy. The absorption continued for half an hour, and the 7-colored energy disappeared, causing the profound ice layer to become transparent. A palm-sized, white, glowing object rose from the profound ice layer and flew into the Hongjun Tower. Jun Moxie regained his mobility and found that the surroundings were dark, indicating that the profound ice layer had been absorbed into dregs. He reached out to explore and confirmed the fragility of the Sword Peak. After a night of underground exploration, the Sword Peak was weakened to such an extent that Jun Moxie suspected he could easily push it over. However, the Hongjun Tower had fallen into silence after absorbing an excessive amount of energy and refused to activate. Jun Moxie speculated that the Hongjun Tower needed time to digest the absorbed energy, like a person needing time to digest after overeating. While the universe furnace is absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, Azure Dragon is left stranded and unable to summon its aid. He becomes increasingly anxious, berating the universe furnace for its ineffectiveness. Meanwhile, the forces of the 3 sanctuaries have gathered at the foot of Sword Peak, intending to ambush Azure Dragon. However, one of their members inadvertently hides between Azure Dragon's legs, causing him great amusement and exasperation. Azure Dragon remains unable to act but leaves with a silent fart before departing, leaving Queen Ningtai reeling from the unpleasant odor. Ku Wakqing reprimands Queen Ningtai, who becomes suspicious and searches the area in vain. From the other side, Mo Xiaoyao leads the sanctuary's experts toward Sword Peak, expecting Azure Dragon's appearance. They find the peak seemingly tilted, but Jia Qingyun dismisses it as an illusion. Suddenly, heavy snowfall begins, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. As the ground shakes beneath their feet, Azure Dragon emerges from Sword Peak using his yin-yang escape. He swiftly exploits the underground forces, shattering the age-old profound ice layer. The 3 sanctuaries members look up in shock, watching Sword Peak tilt further and the snow fall heavily. With a thunderous roar, Sword Peak finally collapses, leaving Mo Xiaoyao and the others filled with dread. Azure Dragon bursts out from the depths, facing the formidable sanctuary forces with the determination to engage in a life-or-death battle. As the earth shook violently, the crowd was horrified. Mo Xiaoyao exclaimed, "The Sword Peak is going to collapse." And everyone fled in panic. A white figure shot out of the Sword Peak, forming a dazzling light in the air, and slammed into the Sword Peak. There was a loud bang, and the Sword Peak collapsed, countless rocks flying in all directions. Jun Moxie appeared. His powerful cultivation at the 2nd level of the Sovereign Profound Realm caused the Sword Peak to instantly collapse. The huge mountain fragments fell like meteors, covering a vast area. Mo Xiaoyao and the others were horrified and desperately fled. At Jia Qingyun's call, some people gathered together, preparing to gather their strength to fight the disaster. However, time was running out, and many people did not react in time or were selfish and still scattered and fled. And as the collapse of the Sword Peak accelerated, the first boulder hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The crowd realized in despair that they could not escape the boulders. An immense downpour of colossal boulders crashed from the heavens, violently shaking the mountain surface, sending it soaring into midair. Mo Xiaoyao led a group of skilled warriors to defend themselves, smashing the boulders with sword energy to carve out a path. They identified the mechanism and came together to unleash their combined force upon the ground, creating a sizable pit. As the mountain began to collapse, they abandoned their beloved weapons and leapt into the pit. The mountain tumbled down with an earth-shattering roar, causing the ground to tremble fiercely. The entire wind snow silver city structure was lifted into the air, triggering avalanches from all 7 mountain peaks, leaving bald mountaintops resembling giant mushrooms. A cataclysmic avalanche ensued, sweeping across countless mountains. Snow waves surged skyward, stretching for thousands of zhang, as if thousands of atomic bombs had detonated simultaneously. The tremors lasted for half an hour before finally subsiding. The snow-covered landscape had been transformed, mountains had shrunk by half, canyons had been filled, and treacherous cliffs were no more. The entire snowy region had been leveled. From his vantage point high above, the only safe place, Jun Zhantian witnessed this inspiring spectacle. Filled with exhilaration, he composed a poem to express his emotions. The three great holy lands had been conquered. Their venerable masters had perished. And an era of desolation had begun. The wheels of history rolled on relentlessly. But he, the carefree and dashing figure, remained haughty and unyielding. During an avalanche attack orchestrated by terrorists, the Shao family, attempting to ambush Jun Moxie's men, were caught in the disaster, suffering severe casualties. The deranged head of the Shao family, Shao Xingyun, maniacally laughed, gloating over the destruction of Wind Snow Silver City. The top-level guardians sent by the three great saints discovered the members of the Shao family in a state of disarray and incapable of fighting. They searched for the venerables, such as Mo Xiaoyao, only to be horrified to find them buried under a colossal mountain that towered hundreds of meters high. Faint tapping sounds emanated from beneath the earth, indicating that the venerables were still alive. 8 experts above the supreme realm began excavating and rescuing them. But as darkness descended, hundreds of 9th-level peak Zon cranes carrying anthropomorphic Zon beast warriors thundered in. Realizing that catastrophe was at hand, the 8 men found themselves facing annihilation in despair. From the east, north, south, and west, vast numbers of nether beasts and elites of the Jun family approached in a multitude, blocking the escape route of Mo Xiaoyao and his companions and completely cutting off their hope of survival. Just when Mo Xiaoyao and the others were in despair, an underground passage suddenly opened up, allowing them to see the light of day once more. However, what awaited them was an even more severe situation. The enemy army was well organized and deployed its most elite troops, while Mo Xiaoyao and his companions were heavily wounded and exhausted. Furthermore, the extended period of confinement in the underground passage had depleted their profound energy, leaving them further weakened. Mei Shuiyan led the punishment squadron to encircle Mo Xiaoyao and the others, while the army of the Jun family surrounded them from the outside. Faced with such a formidable formation, Mo Xiaoyao and the others knew that escape was impossible. Filled with grief and indignation, they could only accept their fate. Mo Xiaoyao accused Mei Shuiyan of treachery, but Mei Shuiyan responded with mockery and sarcasm, revealing the past when the three great holy lands had been relentlessly hunting down the punishment squadron. Mo Xiaoyao realized that the battle for the heavenly mandate had become even more urgent. But he was deeply worried about the weakened state of the three great holy lands. Regretting their previous underestimation of the alien races and their missed opportunity to eradicate this threat, when the army of the Jun family arrived, Mo Xiaoyao and the others submitted without resistance. Jun Moxie monitored from high above, ensuring that no one escaped. The punishment squadron maintained tight security to prevent Mo Xiaoyao and his companions from making a desperate attempt that could result in unnecessary casualties. In the fierce battle against Heaven's punishment forest, the three holy lands suffered a series of defeats and were in imminent danger. Saint Venerable Mo Xiaoyao knew well the dire consequences of this defeat and, for the safety of the profound continent, he made a difficult decision. He would plead for mercy from the enemy leader, Mei Shuiyan, accompanied by fellow venerables Jia Qingyun, Shao Tianya, and Ku Wuqing. Mo Xiaoyao dragged his heavy steps towards Mei Shuiyan. Their faces were filled with shame and humiliation, but their eyes still glimmered with fervor. Jia Qingyun had strongly objected to Mo Xiaoyao's decision, but the former was overwhelmed by the weight of the heaven-seizing war and was willing to sacrifice his reputation for a chance at salvation for the continent. Mei Shuiyan looked on in astonishment as the four venerables prostrated themselves before her. Unable to comprehend why they would humble themselves in this way, Mo Xiaoyao openly admitted their defeat and clearly stated the purpose of their visit to beg Mei Shuiyan to spare their lives. He promised that, once the heaven-seizing war ended, they would commit suicide in Heaven's punishment forest to atone for their sins. Mei Shuiyan was deeply moved by Mo Xiaoyao's plea and his unwavering loyalty to the heaven-seizing war. She realized that Mo Xiaoyao, for the sake of the continent's future, was willing to sacrifice his own honor. However, Lord Jun Mo cruelly opposed Mei Shuiyan's suggestion to let Mo Xiaoyao and his companions go. He believed that the three Holy Lands' crimes against Heaven's Punishment Forest were unforgivable and that Mo Xiaoyao's request for mercy was merely an attempt to evade responsibility. Confronted by Lord Jun Mo's accusations, Mo Xiaoyao was filled with agony. But he still held firm to his decision. He believed that, if it meant contributing to the heaven-seizing war, even sacrificing his own reputation was worthwhile. Mei Shuiyan's heart was filled with turmoil and conflict. She knew the importance of the heaven-seizing war, but she could not bring herself to violate her principles. Ultimately, she decided to let Mo Xiaoyao and his companions leave. But if they ever betrayed her promise, they would surely face the wrath of Heaven's Punishment Forest. Jun Moxie rebukes the three Holy Lands, revealing that they have exploited Mei Shuiyan's kindness to repeatedly plot against the heavenly punishment Venerable Master. Although Mei Shuiyan is dissatisfied with the three Holy Lands, she also believes that they should be spared for the sake of the battle of seizing the heaven. However, Jun Moxie disagrees, arguing that the battle of seizing the heaven cannot be an excuse for their crimes. He points out that since the three Holy Lands have already failed, they must pay the price for their actions, otherwise letting them go would bring greater calamity to the heavenly punishment and the Jun family. Jun Moxie bluntly states that the three Holy Lands can make vows, but he will not believe them. Although they may not personally seek revenge, their subordinates will inevitably act against their orders and retaliate against the heavenly punishment and the Jun family. Mei Shuiyan falls into painful confusion, questioning whether her kindness has become an excuse for others. The three Holy Lands' venerable masters finally realize their mistakes and admit that they have taken advantage of Mei Shuiyan's kindness. Despite Mo Xiaoyao's pleas, Jun Moxie believes that the consequences they have caused cannot be undone and that they must bear responsibility for it. He refuses to spare the three Holy Lands and decides to exterminate them completely to prevent future troubles, releasing the fact that their supposed war for heavens was nothing but a ridiculous excuse. Unable to conceal their past crimes, the four venerates succumbed to realization. Jun Moxie lashed out at their hypocrisy, declaring that pursuing goals at the disregard of others' lives was unforgivable. Despite one venerate's plea of serving the common good, Jun Moxie refused to compromise, stating that he would only consider the interests of others once he was safe. He flatly rejected their pleas for mercy, outlining the extent of their hypocrisy. Driven to shame and regret, Mo Xiaoyao chose to end his life, leaving behind a testament condemning the three Holy Lands for their disregard for life, using the war for heavens as a pretext to cover their own crimes. He stressed the difference between reputation and qualification, warning posterity not to excuse themselves under the guise of nobility. With the venerate Mo Xiaoyao dead, Jia Qingyun was aghast, realizing that they had been backed into a corner. However, Jun Moxie remained unaffected, offering the other venerates from the three Holy Lands the same choice to commit suicide to preserve their bodies. Mei Shuiyan implored Jun Moxie to consider the significance of the war for heavens, only for him to state that he would not risk the safety of his family and friends. He accused the four venerates of being hypocrites, believing that even with their deaths, the war for heavens would not fail, because they were unworthy of presiding over the fate of the world. Faced with the despicable tricks of the three major Holy Lands, Mei Shuiyan implored Jun Moxie to let them go, arguing that the battle for dominion was imminent and they needed to unite all forces. However, Jun Moxie insisted on repaying blood with blood, believing that their past betrayals and treachery were unforgivable, especially since the previous Southern Heaven battle, which was filled with treachery and infighting, had made him wary of the three major Holy Lands. Jun Moxie pointed out that the three major Holy Lands were the root cause of the civil war. That even if the heavenly retribution and the divine devils vanished, they would still battle fiercely for the reputation of being the number one in the world. Thus, he advocated eliminating the three major Holy Lands to nip the problem in the bud. He emphasized that he was not doing it for the sake of the common people, but to protect himself, as well as to prevent hypocrisy and infighting. Upon hearing this, the masters of the three major Holy Lands were filled with grief and indignation. Vowing to fight back to the death, Jun Moxie ordered 509th level peak profound beasts and beast kings to attack with all their might. And a bloody battle ensued. Before his death, Jia Qingyun of the three major Holy Lands revealed that the 9 sages had already gone to Heavenly Fragrance City, intending to assassinate Jun Moxie's grandfather, Jun Zhantian. Jun Moxie was shocked and horrified, questioning Jia Qingyun whether it was true. Jia Qingyun smiled cruelly, confirming the news and vowing that the Jun family would be wiped out. Luring Jun Moxie into a trap. Jun Moxie was filled with rage. And even after Jia Qingyun self-destructed his internal organs, he still held his corpse in his hands, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Jun Moxie leads his profound beasts in a massacre of the surviving members of the 3 sacred grounds, creating a gruesome bloodbath. At this moment, an emissary of the ethereal illusionary palace, the yellow-robed man, arrives to intervene and questions Jun Moxie's motivation for such relentless bloodshed. Jun Moxie refuses, citing hatred and the irrelevance of the battle for heavenly destiny, accusing the yellow-robed man of prioritizing the loss of fighters over the well-being of others. The yellow-robed man argues that he is concerned with the future of the continent and the battle for heavenly destiny, urging Jun Moxie to make peace. However, Jun Moxie adamantly refuses, questioning why the yellow-robed man did not intervene when the city of heavenly fragrance was attacked. The yellow-robed man admits he did not, explaining that the actions of the 3 sacred grounds are insignificant while their loss is of utmost importance. Enraged, Jun Moxie denounces the yellow-robed man as despicable, accusing him of valuing battle strength over the lives of innocents. The yellow-robed man is left embarrassed, acknowledging the suddenness of the attack but emphasizing the need to prioritize the greater good. Jun Moxie declares that his so-called greater good is over, that his priority is the safety of the city of heavenly fragrance, and that if anything happens to it, the 3 sacred grounds and the ethereal illusionary palace will face dire consequences. An emissary from the illusory palace visits, pleading for the various factions to cease their conflicts in preparation for the Battle of Heaven in 2 years. The emissary claims the illusory palace exists to monitor the 3 sacred lands, ensuring their actions align with the greater good of mankind. However, Jun Moxie rejects the emissary's mediation, arguing that the illusory palace's stance is too one-sided to resolve the current crisis. He points out that the Jun clan's misfortune a decade ago, which seeded the current turmoil, was ignored by the illusory palace. Unable to refute Jun Moxie's accusation, the emissary turns to Mei Shuiyan for support. Mei Shuiyan declares her unconditional support for Jun Moxie's decision, leaving the emissary in a difficult position. The emissary asks Jun Moxie to receive all of his cultivation through the baptism technique, to increase his power for the Battle of Heaven. However, Jun Moxie declines, claiming he needs to personally participate in the battle. He emphasizes that the emissary's power would be useless as he is not participating. The emissary understands Jun Moxie's intent, finding himself in an awkward position where he cannot demand Jun Moxie's sacrifice and yet cannot complete his mission for the illusory palace. He eventually leaves. Dejected, Mei Shuiyan is puzzled and dissatisfied with Jun Moxie's actions but still chooses to support him. Jun Moxie takes this opportunity to tease Mei Shuiyan, leaving her embarrassed. The spirit beasts witness this. Pretending not to see, Jun Moxie relishes in his manly aura, resolving to first resolve the current crisis before visiting Tianxiang. In the midst of the Jun Manor encirclement, Jun Moxie found himself looking upon hundreds of captured Shao family members, their faces ashen and their eyes filled with despair. Shocked, Jun Moxie learned that they had refused to divulge the names of those responsible for his father's murder years ago. Recalling the previous use of hypnosis on Xiao Buyu, Jun Moxie deduced several potential suspect names. Unleashing his formidable aura upon the Xiao family, he coerced one Xiao Liang into revealing his identity. Continuing to press the Xiao family, Jun Moxie demanded they identify their fellow conspirators in the murder plot. Under Jun Moxie's almost hypnotic influence, Xiao Zhen shockingly exposed his own involvement and implicated 7 fellow conspirators. Xiao Zhen reveled in his betrayal, spewing insults towards his clan, much to the horror of his fellow captors. With Xiao Zhen's revelations, suspect after suspect was named. 9 in total. Xiao Zhen disclosed that another trio had perished in a landslide, while also naming the mastermind of the assassination plot Xiao Han who, due to his disability, did not take part in the operation. Jun Moxie verified the 9 named by Xiao Zhen, as well as the deceased trio, and set about pursuing the whereabouts of the remaining suspects. During a mission, Jun Moxie uncovers the truth behind his father Jun Wuhao's death years ago. Acting on Xiao Han's orders, a group of the Xiao family members enter the enemy camp disguised as part of the Tianxiang army. using a golden command arrow from the Tianxiang Emperor to gain access. They proceed to Jun Wuhao's tent, where Jun Moxie senses something amiss but chooses not to retaliate in order to preserve the lives of his soldiers. Jun Wu Meng refuses to leave his brother's side and remains in the tent to face the Xiao family. The Xiao family members recognize Jun Wu Meng as one of their own, but Jun Wu Meng does not reveal his identity. Jun Moxie realizes that he cannot escape and sacrifices his own life to protect his soldiers. Jun Wu Meng is overcome with grief and anger but remains silent in order to preserve the army. When Jun Moxie learns the truth, he is overcome with grief and anger, condemning the world's indifference and betrayal. He recalls his father's achievements and fate, questioning whether his sacrifice was worthwhile. Faced with the Xiao family's hesitant response, Jun Moxie cannot suppress his anger and demands details of what happened that day. Faced with Xiao Han's pursuit, white-clad army commander Jun Wu Wei is in a desperate situation. He first drives his brothers out of the tent to ensure their safety. Although his opponent has profound cultivation, he refuses to submit and resolves to fight to the death. Xiao Han threatens Jun Wu Hui's wife and children in an attempt to break his will. However, Jun Wu Wei firmly believes that his third brother, Jun Wu Yi, will never collapse and rebukes Xiao Han's cruelty. Under the siege of a group of experts, Jun Wu Wei chooses to end his life by suicide. His final actions are inspiring. Filled with love and affection for his wife and children, he hammers his left fist against his heart 3 times, representing the wishes for his wife and 3 sons to be safe and worry-free. Then, he pierces his heart with a sword and nails his left fist to his chest, implying the phrase Mo Xie Mo Ya and taking his love for his wife and children with him. Jun Wu Hui's sacrifice enrages everyone present and awakens Jun Wu Yi's guilt. He believes he is the cause of his elder and second brother's deaths, and he is filled with remorse. Han Yanyao and others from the city of Wind and Snow Silver rush over after hearing the news, and the truth of the tragedy is about to be revealed. At a crucial moment in the Jun family's revenge, an unexpected figure, Yunbidi, appears. He had once made an oath to the Dongfang family. The burly man beside Yunbidi is actually the former Tianfa Peng King. Mei Shuiyan, the current Tianfa Beast King, is furious and accuses Peng King of betraying Tianfa and becoming a human's mount. Facing his former companions, Peng King feels immense estrangement and rejection. The Peng group in the profound beast horde is enraged, condemning Peng King's betrayal, believing that he has trampled on the dignity of Tianfa. Mei Shuiyan reiterates that the Tianfa profound beasts pursue equality with humans and absolutely will not tolerate being enslaved. Hanyan Yao arrives with 4 spirit tablets, representing the 4 Dongfang family members who were exterminated by the Xiao family. She is grief-stricken, kneels in front of Dongfang Wenqin, and blames herself. Dongfang Wenqin comforts Hanyan Yao, believing that she is also a victim. Hanyan Yao and Dongfang Wenqin embrace and cry. Jun Wu Yi and Hanyan Yao reunite after 10 years, their gazes filled with sorrow and guilt. With the passage of time, they dare not look each other in the eye, as their hearts are filled with mixed emotions. After Jun Wu Yi and Dongfang Wenqin are rescued, they are heartbroken. Lord Jun San remains indifferent, but his eyes are filled with sorrow. The Jun family faces a temporary predicament in the face of the Tianfa profound beast's anger. At that moment, the profound beast horde erupts with a deafening roar, and the story is far from over. In a desolate snowy field, Jun Wu Yi and Han Yan Yao faced the spirit tablets of Jun Wu Wei and others, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Jun Wu Yi tremblingly accepted the spirit tablet, caressing the name etched on it as if returning to the warmth of brotherly love in their youth. Suddenly, an altar rose from the snow. Jun Moxie ordered, and the Xiao family members were dragged to the altar, forced to kowtow and pay respects. The furious Xiao Xingyun was left for last, to witness his descendants being beheaded one by one. At this moment, the mysterious chief of the 8 great supremes, Yun Bichen, appeared, attempting to halt Jun Moxie's cruel revenge. However, Jun Moxie flatly refused, questioning Yun Bichen's actions when the previous generation of the Jun family failed to avenge themselves. Under Yun Bichen's persuasion, Jun Moxie declared that he would rather be feared by the world than be bullied. The Xiao family members were then beheaded one after another, their blood staining the altar red. The Jun family members knelt before the spirit tablets, performing 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to honor their ancestors. Dongfang Wenxin's heart ached with sorrow as he expressed his regret and longing for his son to Jun Wu Wei. Han Yan Yao also knelt, unsure how to face her widowed sister-in-law and the spirits of 2 generations of the Jun family. Jun Wu Yi was equally lost, unsure of where to turn. Amidst the heavy snowfall, they all knelt before the altar, their grief and confusion lingering in the air. After clearing the Jun family's name, Dongfang Wenxin suggested Jun Wuyi marry Han Yanyao and that their descendants inherit Wind Snow Silver City. To both continue the Wind Snow Silver City bloodline and grant the Jun family justice. Han Fengshui was overjoyed and agreed to Dongfang Wenxin's proposal. After consulting with Jun Wuyi, Dongfang Wenxin also agreed, but proposed that if they had 2 sons, the second son would take the surname Han to show respect to the Han family. Just as Jun Moxie was about to return to Heavenly Fragrance to deal with the crisis, he suddenly felt a dizziness. The Hongjun Pagoda in his sea of consciousness spun rapidly, drawing him closer to Han Fengshui. Jun Moxie sensed the aura of the soul continuance jade on Han Fengshui and approached him. The Hongjun Pagoda grew more excited, conveying a sense of urgent desire. Jun Moxie guessed that besides the soul continuance jade, Han Fengshui had other powerful items that the Hongjun Pagoda craved. After considering, Jun Moxie decided to temporarily postpone his return to Heavenly Fragrance to first explore the secrets hidden within Han Fengshui. Jun Moxie infiltrates the Great Snowy Mountain and discovers the existence of a mysterious object similar to the soul-reviving jade within the City Lord's mansion, which is even more powerful than the one possessed by the Shao family. Through the induction of the Hongjun Tower, Jun Moxie deduces that another entrance to the Great Snowy Mountain formation may be located within the City Lord's mansion. Jun Moxie, with his silver tongue, persuades the old City Lord, Han Fengshui, that the collapse of Silver City is a heavenly punishment for the Shao family's sins. He implies that the Shao family's evil aura has led to Silver City's destruction. Although the old City Lord is displeased, he is compelled to endure it due to the marriage alliance between the Jun and Han families. Jun Moxie's mother-in-law, Shui Shangqing, is highly satisfied with her son-in-law, Jun Wuyi, believing that he is superior to Shao Han in every aspect. Shui Shangqing is also concerned about her younger daughter, Jun Mengzhi, and hopes that Dongfang Wenxin will act as a matchmaker for her. Dongfang Wenxin pretends to be unaware of the situation, stating that she will not interfere as long as Jun Mengzhi is willing. Shui Shangqing is deeply moved and decides to respect her daughter's wishes, allowing them to choose their own happiness. With this, the interests of all parties are temporarily aligned, and the overall situation is settled. Dongfang Wenxin confides her worries to Jun Wuyi, expressing her concern that her son Jun Moxie is too charming and has already taken 3 wives Mei Zunj, Guanqing Han, and Du Jiyu Sha Yao. To resolve the issue of seniority among them, Dongfang Wenxin plans to establish a hierarchical system based on their age, so that all of them are treated equally and to increase the potential pool of future daughters-in-law. Upon hearing this news, Shui Shuangqing is delighted and proposes that her daughter Han Yan Meng marry Jun Moxie. Dongfang Wenxin readily agrees, believing that Han Yan Meng is likely to bear boys. However, Jun Wuyi is devastated by this news because, if Moxie marries Han Yan Meng, he will become Moxie's uncle, while Moxie will become his brother-in-law, resulting in a chaotic family hierarchy. Nevertheless, Dongfang Wenxin is confident that she has everything under control and believes she only needs to convince Guanqing Han and Mei Shui Yan to accept Han Yan Meng. She is confident that her charm and influence can sway them. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Han Fengshui continue to spar verbally, with Jun Moxie attempting to get close but Han Fengshui being uncooperative. After dealing with Peng Wang and Yun Baikan, Mei Shui Yan joins the conversation and forbids Peng Wang from using his royal beastly aura. Mei Shui Yan secretly hopes that Peng Wang will help in the battle of seizing heaven and is willing to let him go if he agrees. Peng Wang and Yun Baikan reluctantly accept her conditions and leave. Mei Shui Yan is about to head back to Tianxiang City, but Jun Moxie insists on staying to learn the secret from Han Fengshui. Filled with guilt over the devastation he witnessed in Silver City, Jun Moxie resolves to lend his aid in the reconstruction effort. Mei Suyan proposes leading the others back to Heavenly Fragrance first, and after some contemplation, Jun Moxie decides to remain behind for the time being. He instructs Mei Suyan that if Heavenly Fragrance comes under attack, They should withdraw to Sky Penalty Forest and dispatch Crane King to notify him. If they remain undisturbed, she should stall for time and inform the 9 great sages that he will challenge them in a month. Mei Suyan receives the order and leads 1,000 profound beasts back to heavenly fragrance. Jun Moxie keeps Eagle King with him so that he can return swiftly if needed. Han Fengshui is furious and demands that Jun Moxie leave immediately. But he suggests they first assess the damage to Silver City. Shui Shuangqing welcomes him warmly, addressing him as auntie, much to his chagrin. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Fragrance City, Li Yuyu conspires with 9 sages from the 3 sacred grounds to test the strength of Jun Moxie's master. Under the guise of visiting Princess Lingmeng, they make a grand procession to the Jun residence. Li Yuyu appears relaxed on the surface, but he is filled with trepidation, as the sage's assessment of Jun Moxie's master has left him deeply unsettled. Accompanied by Han Fengshui, Jun Moxie conducts a night reconnaissance of the ruins of Silver City. They discover that the damage is far more extensive than they had anticipated, and the cost of repairs will be astronomical. Jun Moxie secretly vows to help Silver City overcome this adversity. Despite having 3 sages guarding him, Li Yuran still felt uneasy. When he arrived at the monarch's manor, he noticed that the main gate was wide open and there was a lack of security, which led Li Yuran to speculate that it was a ploy by the monarch's family to make them feel less threatened. However, the monarch's family's actions made him overly suspicious. Monarch War Heaven did not send anyone to greet them, and instead displayed a hostile attitude. At this time, the 3 sages realized that the concentration of the spiritual energy around the monarch's manor was unusually pure. Speculating that an unmatched master was cultivating here with the abundant spiritual energy already forming a maelstrom of chi field. What shocked the sages even more was that even without any fluctuation of cultivation, the spiritual energy was still exceptionally pure and thick, indicating that the master's breathing technique for absorbing spiritual energy far surpassed everyone else present. Realizing that the master's strength may surpass their own, the sages gradually developed a sense of fear. Just as everyone stepped into the monarch's manor, the 3 sages abruptly paused their steps when they heard a sweet voice of a young woman calling to an animal named Little White. As the voice echoed, a pure white and fluffy animal rushed out, followed closely behind by a beautiful and lively girl who was none other than Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi spotted Li Yu ran and mocked him without hesitation, criticizing him for bringing an entourage with ugly appearances who could only be fit for cleaning toilets at the monarch's family. Following this, Dugu Xiaoyi left immediately, leaving the sages astounded by her sharp words. Li Yuran stood awkwardly at the gates of the Jun family home, 3 divine saints looking coldly upon him from behind. Just as he began to worry, one of the divine saints unexpectedly laughed and complimented the little girl Du Jiyu Xiaoyi, who had just offended them, on her charm. However, what truly shocked the 3 divine saints was not Du Jiyu Xiaoyi but the little white tiger cub that was with Li Yuran. The little white tiger cub had reached the peak of the 8th level of the profound beast realm, and it had done so as a result of human intervention that had altered its bloodline and given it immense potential. The 3 divine saints guessed that the person behind this was the ancient fierce beast Ju Yu 14 young masters, as only he had the ability to perform such a miraculous transformation. The appearance of the little white tiger cub made them even more certain that Ju Yu 14 young masters was stirring up trouble in Heaven's Fragrance City, and that even the city's existence was in jeopardy. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the 3 divine saints, despite their heavy hearts, had no choice but to suppress their anger and put on forced smiles. Their fear stemmed from Ju Yu 14 young masters' unpredictable and reckless nature, as well as the powerful forces that backed him. Although the Jun family's chief steward, Elder Pang, treated them with great hospitality, Jun Zhantian himself never appeared. The 3 divine saints tried to inquire about Jun Zhantian, but Elder Pang tactfully reminded them that Jun Zhantian had already resigned from his position as marshal of the military, and that the 3 divine saints were here merely as followers and were not entitled to a seat. At that moment, Elder Pang, dressed in his finest attire, imitated the aristocratic gestures that Jun Moxie had taught him and served tea to the 3 divine saints. Although his movements were precise, the combination of his facial scars and his slicked back hair made the entire scene somewhat comical. Li Yuran arrives at the Jun residence, intending to meet Jun Moxie's grandfather, Jun Zhantian. Despite having stepped down from his position, Jun Zhantian still exudes a formidable presence. Pang, the head of Jun Zhantian's guards, unexpectedly behaves frivolously, surprising Li Yuran. 3 sages notice Jun Moxie communicating with someone using secret voice transmissions. But they are unable to identify the sender. They speculate that the sender's power far exceeds their own. Jun Zhantian stands to greet the guests, appearing composed on the surface but remaining cautiously vigilant within. Li Yuran's subordinates appear ordinary, but Jun Zhantian astutely perceives their true identities as formidable but seemingly inconspicuous superfighters. Employing a cautious approach, Jun Zhantian maintains an outward calm while preparing himself inwardly for any potential crisis. Jun Zhantian warmly received the 3 saints, Kai Tianfeng, Sa Qingliu, and Kui Changhe. The saints revealed their identities and requested to meet the hidden expert of the Jun family. However, Jun Zhantian pretended ignorance, claiming that there was no such expert in the Jun family. The saints refused to give up and tried to sound him out. But Jun Zhantian remained firm in his denial. Kai Tianfeng questioned Jun Zhantian over tea as to whether he was dismissing them. Jun Zhantian dismissed the accusation, stating that the expert had their own arrangements and that the saints were not qualified to know. Kai Tianfeng and the others speculated that the expert might be one of the 14 young masters of the 9 Netherworld. But Jun Zhantian only replied that the expert's appearance was unknown. Kai Tianfeng suppressed his anger and admitted their lack of qualification. However, Li Yuran changed the subject, stating that they had another request. The saints' dismal experience at the Jun family's estate allowed Li Yuran to deduce that they were in a precarious situation. Although he did not know the details, he guessed at the saints' plight. When Li Yuran suggests visiting the wounded Princess Lingming, Jun Zhantian promptly agrees and allows them to do so. However, the 3 great sages are apprehensive, as the air near Princess Lingming's residence is filled with a peculiar warmth and freshness. They realize this is likely the territory of the 9 Nether 14 youngsters, which is fraught with danger. Hesitant but unwilling to lose face, the 3 great sages cautiously enter Jun Moxie's courtyard. The courtyard is a riot of color, with blooming flowers in full bloom, akin to a spring day. Li Yuran marvels at the beauty, while the 3 great sages secretly lament their predicament. At that moment, 2 disabled young attendants emerge with swords, inquiring about their intentions. Despite their ordinary inaptitude, these attendants possess a cold murderous aura and sharp blood-red short swords, indicating they are seasoned assassins. The 3 great sages are astonished by the cultivation and ruthlessness of these young attendants. Realizing the 9 Nether 14 youngsters are nearby and danger is imminent, they regret their rash decision to risk their lives. Amidst hesitation and fear, they eventually decide to press forward. Venturing into the tiger's lair, Li Yuran and others came to Prince Jun's mansion to visit Princess Lingming, but were stopped by 2 disabled children named Tianxiang and DK. They found that these 2 children were not only disabled, but also did not speak with their mouths, but instead used abdominal vibrations to make sounds. More surprisingly, their tongues had been cut out, yet they could still make strange sounds. Tianxiang and DK guarded Princess Lingming vigilantly, preventing Li Yuran from approaching. They ridiculed Li Yuran's image as a hypocrite, believing him to be falsely kind and treacherous. Li Yuran suppressed his anger and tried to get closer, but was threatened by Tianxiang with a sword. The 3 saints discovered that Tianxiang and DK's swordsmanship was superb. With the impressive force of a cold light flashing, Kui Changhe hinted for Li Yuran to leave, and Li Yuran had no choice but to take his leave. Tianxiang and DK mocked Li Yuran for being impolite, even saying that he was mentally disabled and inferior to them. Li Yuran could not bear it anymore and retorted that he was extremely clever. At this time, Du Jiyu Xiaoyi appeared with Xiao Bai Bai, accusing Li Yuran of being a pervert and believing that Li Yuran had evil intentions towards Princess Lingming. Li Yuran was pained and said that he deeply loved Princess Lingming, but was coldly told by Tianxiang that Lingming belonged to their prince. Li Yuran was furious and refuted Du Jiyu Xiaoyi. But Du Jiyu Xiaoyi exposed his hypocritical behavior, causing Li Yuran to become extremely angry. Li Yuran insists that Du Jiyu Xiaoyi is the only woman he desires. However, Du Jiyu Xiaoyi suddenly attacks Li Yuran with her self-created red sleeve blade techniques, using moves like swaying red sleeve and sweet-smelling red sleeve, leaving Li Yuran in a sorry state. just when Du Jiyu Xiaoyi is about to finish Li Yuran off. The three sages, Kai Tianfeng, saw Qingliu and Kui Changhe intervene and subdue her, taking away her red sleeve blade. They praise Du Jiyu Xiaoyi's exquisite blade technique and express their relief for Li Yuran. However, the three sages' faces turn grave as they discover several inexplicable and strange phenomena in the Jun residence. They conclude that there is a hidden, unparalleled expert in the Jun residence, potentially the enigmatic and legendary 14 miners of the 9 netherworlds. The 14 miners of the 9 netherworlds are known for their cruelty and are infamous for having seriously injured two sages. Li Yuran is stricken with shock upon hearing this. Realizing that his and the three sages' positions are extremely dangerous, the three sages decide to gather the other 6 sages to discuss countermeasures and strategies to deal with the impending crisis, preventing Tianxiang City and the surrounding areas from suffering a cataclysm. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie receives news of Han Fengshui's disappearance from Han Zanmeng, and is overwhelmed with worry. He secretly leaves Shui Shuangqing's site to search for Han Fengshui. Jun Moxie uses yin-yang escapism and earth essence to infiltrate the ground below and senses the excitement of the Hongjun Tower. He struggles through the viscous resistance of the underground and gradually approaches the core of the mysterious power. Despite Jun Moxie using all his power, he progresses extremely slowly. The resistance of the earth is powerful, and the rebounding force makes it difficult for him to move forward. He realizes that without the yin-yang escapism and earth essence, an ordinary person would not be able to break through this barrier. 3 days later, Jun Moxie finally breaks through the last layer of obstruction and reaches a strange bubble. He pierces it with his Excalibur, but is violently repelled by a tremendous force. Although Jun Moxie has successfully approached the core of the mysterious power, he still does not know what it is or what he is about to face. However, the urgent reaction of the Hongjun Tower indicates that something extraordinary exists in this place. Jun Moxie was unexpectedly sucked into a gigantic underground palace by a powerful force. The palace was full of treasures, and on one tall stone wall, there were 14 AWE inspiring characters, peerless guest of eternity and infinity. First youth of the 9 netherworlds. Jun Moxie was amazed to discover that these were the words left by the legendary figure from 10,000 years ago. The first youth of the 9 netherworlds. A scroll suddenly appeared on the stone wall, and it read Jun Xie. You have arrived. Jun Moxie was shocked because Jun Xie was his name from his previous life. He was perplexed and wondered how the first youth of the 9 netherworlds knew his name. At the same time, in the second prince's mansion of Tianxiang City, Li Yuran, Kai Tianfeng, and 12 other senior figures were discussing how to respond to the Jun family's situation. Kai Tianfeng recounted what they had witnessed of the miraculous skills displayed by the Jun family and suspected that the person behind it might be the first youth of the 9 netherworlds. The old man in white robes objected, arguing that they could not make a judgment based on limited evidence without ruling out other possibilities. He pointed out that some strange phenomena could be achieved through heavenly treasures or other means. He further analyzed that although the magical skill of enabling a mute to speak with his belly and the cultivation technique of changing bone roots to improve talent were peculiar, it was precisely because of their peculiarity that they indicated that this person was not the first youth of the 9 netherworlds. Although the first youth of the 9 netherworld skills were powerful, he would not waste his cultivation in such an unreasonable way. Within the Jun family fortress, the venerable experts engaged in a heated debate regarding the emergence of the 9 nether lineage. Miao Wuji, a middle-aged man in purple robes, refuted Kai Tianfeng's speculation that the mysterious individual might be one of the 9 nether 14 evils, arguing that their abilities and characteristics did not align. He pointed out that the 9 nether 14 evils were always surrounded by an eerie aura, which was conspicuously absent within the Jun family fortress. Chen Chong, an elderly man in white robes, concurred with Miao Wuji, adding that the 9 nether lineage's cultivation methods were rigid, while phenomena such as a mute speaking and restraints could be fabricated through means. Consequently, they concluded that the expert within the Jun family fortress was not one of the 9 nether 14 evils. However, Kai Tianfeng remained skeptical of this conclusion. He contended that aside from madmen like the 9 nether 14 evils, no one else in the world would act in such a manner. He also emphasized that despite the lack of an eerie aura, they still felt an inexplicable chill, which he surmised might be related to the mysterious individual's presence. Li Yuran, another middle-aged man in purple robes, abruptly opposed Chen Chong's proposal to abduct key figures of the Jun family to lure out the mysterious individual. Deeming it overly perilous, he reasoned that the mysterious individual was formidable, and if angered by the abduction of his loved ones, could retaliate against the three holy lands, thereby squandering the opportunity for cooperation with the mysterious individual. Li Yuan instead suggested a direct confrontation with the mysterious individual, both open and above board and less likely to provoke resentment. He further speculated that the mysterious individual might be drawn to the presence of multiple formidable experts. After weighing the different opinions, the 9 venerable experts ultimately settled on Li Yuan's strategy of direct confrontation. They planned to head to the Jun family fortress individually, staying no longer than 10 breaths, while issuing a battle challenge to provoke the mysterious individual. However, despite the venerable experts taking turns to issue their provocations, the Jun family fortress remained motionless and unresponsive, as if disdainful of their harassment. Jun Moxie is shocked to discover an ancient scroll inscribed with the words, "The youngest one of 9 netherworlds, who is the origin of profound energy on Xuanxuan Continent from 10,000 years ago." The scroll gradually unrolls, revealing unrestrained handwriting as if the youngest one of 9 netherworlds is looking down on Jun Moxie. "This noble young one, the youngest one of 9 netherworlds," proclaims arrogantly, mocking Jun Moxie disdainfully, yet also admitting to being impressed by his courage. Jun Moxie cannot help but curse, which provokes the youngest one of 9 netherworlds to challenge him to battle. The youngest one of 9 netherworlds goes on to explain that he used vulgar language because he was afraid that Jun Moxie would lose interest in flowery words. He also claims to be immortal and delights in his youthful appearance of 17 or 18 years old. Jun Moxie finds the youngest one of 9 netherworlds' erratic thinking and teasing words embarrassing. The youngest one of 9 netherworlds refutes Jun Moxie's speculation, stating that he does not come from where Jun Moxie thinks but from 9 netherworlds, and begins to give a mysterious description of it. Jun Moxie, filled with rage, punches the stone wall engraved with the words "the youngest one of 9 netherworlds," only to find that it is indestructible. The youngest one of 9 netherworlds' voice echoes from the scroll, mocking Jun Moxie's lack of cultivation. Jun Moxie takes a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continues to delve into the scroll. In the dark and bloody 9 netherworld, a legendary figure emerged, the young lord of the 9 netherworld, possessing formidable combat prowess and boundless vitality. He hailed from 10,000 years past, arriving on the profound Xuanxuan Continent. He was captivated by its magnificent landscape and set his sights on conquering it. Finding the inhabitants of the continent too feeble, he grew bored. Thus, he devised a martial art known as the 7-colored exquisite combat formula, which he named Profound Qi, and imparted it upon the world. He then destroyed all other cultivation techniques, brainwashed the strong, and slaughtered the defiant. Centuries later, Profound Qi became the sole martial art on the continent, though it remained crude in its form. Finding himself without purpose, the young lord of the 9 netherworld resolved to leave the continent and explore the universe. He departed for Earth with his 99 wives, only to be captivated by its beauty. He continued his pursuit of wives, much to the disdain of Jun Moxie. One day, the young lord of the 9 netherworld descended into the era of Jun Moxie, delivering a letter that recounted his tale. Jun Moxie was deeply moved, recognizing the legendary figure's solitude and ambition. The letter's contents ended abruptly after the young lord of the 9 netherworld's departure, leaving a single enigmatic sentence: "This continent holds many more secrets worthy of your exploration." Jun Moxie discovers his origins from Earth and learns about the story of the first young master of the 9 netherworlds upon obtaining an ancient scroll. The first young master visited Earth but was hindered by a superior being and forced to leave. He then founded the 9 netherworlds and instilled an insatiable desire for conquest in Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Upon his return to the 9 netherworlds, the first young master gained insight into the concept of heaven and acquired the ability to perceive the past and future. He foresaw the arrival of Jun Moxie in 10,000 years and left behind the ancient scroll. In the scroll, the first young master expressed his admiration for Earth's superior beings, his expectations for Jun Moxie, and warnings for his own disciples in the 3 great sacred lands. He left behind treasures in a spiritual vein, and threatened Jun Moxie not to eradicate the 3 great sacred lands. Jun Moxie recognizes his mission, resolves to enhance his strength, and vows not to fail when the first young master returns. Jun Moxie is determined to follow in the footsteps of the first young master of Nine Netherworld and explore the secret treasure trove he left behind. In the vast underground hall, Jun Moxie discovers a stone wall engraved with 14 arrogant characters. Suddenly, the scroll in the center of the stone hall flies up without wind and transforms into a dazzling ball of fire, condensing into the shape of the earth. This image triggers Jun Moxie's intense longing for his past life. He carefully examines the stone wall, speculating on where the first young master of Nine Netherworld might have sat regularly, and discovers traces of wear and an protruding mechanism on 4 supports. He cautiously steps on the mechanism, and a massive object falls with a Thudan opulent bed carved from a single piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade. The bed possesses miraculous healing and life-prolonging powers. But more importantly, it is made of 10,000-year-old warm jade, making it priceless. Jun Moxie is torn between excitement and frustration, as he cannot bring himself to take such a colossal treasure. However, a button on the side of the bed hints at a hidden mechanism. Jun Moxie presses the button, anticipating the revelation of the earth-shattering secret left behind by the first young master of Nine Netherworld. At this moment, Jun Moxie is filled with anticipation and trepidation. The exploration of the underground hall is just beginning, and it remains to be seen whether the path ahead will fulfill his expectations. As the mechanism creaked open, a colossal stone door gradually emerged, revealing an entrance to a spacious and shadowy passageway before Jun Moxie's eyes. Embedded in the ceiling of the passageway were countless luminous pearls, illuminating the darkness and emitting an intoxicating fragrance. Jun Moxie stepped into the passageway, flanked on both sides by stone doors leading to elaborately furnished chambers. Based on the number of rooms, the first young master of the 9 Serenities had 136 confidants, far exceeding his self-proclaimed 99. As Jun Moxie marveled at the sight, a stone wall flickered with radiance, revealing a projection of a young man with an untamed grin. A voice emerged from the projection, informing Jun Moxie that if he remained in the depths of the passageway for more than an incense stick's time, the other mechanisms would be sealed off permanently. Jun Moxie recognized that his duel with the first young master of the 9 Serenities had commenced. He pressed other buttons, unlocking 7 new passageways. One led to a storeroom, where 9 sets of white warm jade heart silk garments hung. These garments were impervious to blades and fire, offering protection from harm to loved ones. Jun Moxie retrieved them, bolstering his family's safety. Another passageway led to a stone chamber containing 5 pedestals. Each pedestal held an orb that emitted a distinct radiance. Jun Moxie gasped in awe, realizing that these orbs were the 5-element spirit orbs collected by the first young master of the 9 Serenities, possessing immense power to control the elemental forces. Jun Moxie discovers a valuable present from the number 1 young noble of the 9 Nether, the essence of 5 elements. However, these essences are seemingly easily attainable, but contain great danger, which if its balance is broken, can cause a huge explosion, even destroying the entire mountain. In order to attain the essences of 5 elements, Jun Moxie faces a huge challenge. He must operate the power of 5 elements simultaneously, but he has never tried such a feat before. After much pondering, Jun Moxie makes up his mind and embarks on a perilous cultivation journey. He channels his entire body, making his meridians, organs, and even his emotions resonate with the energy of 5 elements, reaching an unprecedentedly balanced state. Subsequently, he activates the power of gold and successively awakens the powers of wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of 5 elements circulates in his body, achieving a perfect cycle. When Jun Moxie is ready, he inhales the essences of 5 elements into his body. Each strand of energy penetrates his meridians and merges with the corresponding element of 5 elements. Jun Moxie is walking a tightrope on a precipice. One false move, and he will be smashed to pieces. As time goes by, sweat covers the body of Jun Moxie, and his mental energy is heavily consumed. But his determination is unwavering, and he maintains the balanced posture all the while. After 2 days and 2 nights of endeavor, 1/3 of the essences of 5 elements are absorbed, and the light becomes much thicker. Jun Moxie's mind is utterly serene. He concentrates on the flow of the essence of 5 elements in his body. With his heart emptied of all thoughts, he firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, he will overcome this great challenge, and integrate the essences of 5 elements into himself, achieving the realm where 5 elements become perfect. After absorbing the quintessence of 5 elements during the test, Jun Moxie successfully assimilated them to an amount equivalent to the external quintessence of 5 elements. After 3 days and nights of laborious cultivation, he finally absorbed all the power of 5 elements, forming a colorful orb within his dantian. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie also discovered a wisp of divine consciousness hidden in the stone chamber, which disappeared automatically after Jun Moxie left the chamber. The youngest of the 9 nethers left this wisp of consciousness to prevent Jun Moxie from encountering any accidents. Entering the 3rd chamber, Jun Moxie found a vast and empty space, filled with mountains of spirit herbs. The quantity and age of the herbs astounded him. These spirit herbs could continue to grow because the chamber was connected to the earth's energy below, which continuously provided spiritual energy to nourish them. Jun Moxie became troubled. Once these precious spirit herbs were taken out, they would turn to dust. However, if he left them in the chamber, he worried that the youngest of the 9 nethers would change his mind. Just when he was hesitant, the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly appeared from Jun Moxie's glabella, landing in the center of the stone chamber. The Hongjun Pagoda appeared after a long absence, meeting a glowing object suspended in the air. After the fusion of the light, the object transformed into a colorful bead, embedded at the top of the Hongjun Pagoda. The aura of the Hongjun Pagoda instantly became powerful and distant. Jun Moxie realized that the bead was part of the Hongjun Pagoda, and also the reason for his transmigration into this world. The fusion of the Hongjun Pagoda and the bead made it truly complete. Jun Moxie then collected all the spirit herbs and layers of soft jade into the Hongjun Pagoda, leaving the stone chamber empty. Finally, he discovered a huge piece of jade for soul restoring and ley lines underground. Excited, Jun Moxie collected the jade for soul restoring and the ley lines into the Hongjun Pagoda. After Jun Moxie left, Han Fengshui, the city lord of Silver City, was alarmed to find that the aura of the ley lines had weakened considerably. At the same time, the Jun family of Tianxiang City faced the provocation of saints. When the saints learned the news that the venerable and masters sent to Silver City were all wiped out, they became suspicious. While they were pondering, numerous Tier 9 peak-flying profound beasts descended on the Jun family with a triumphant gesture. Saint Chen Chong of the hidden immortal palace sensed a powerful aura and squinted his eyes, anticipating the return of Jun Moxie. In the secret chamber of Jun Moxie's residence, Saint Chen Chong leads a group of experts to discuss the whereabouts of Jun Moxie's master. After careful observation, Saint Chen Chong finds anomalies in the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the residence, leading him to speculate that Jun Moxie's master is not in the residence. At the same time, everyone realizes that the recent spectacle displayed by the Jun family is merely a grandstanding ploy, a delaying tactic orchestrated by Jun Zhantian. At this moment, the palace masters of the 3 great holy lands personally beseech Saint Chen Chong to kill Jun Moxie at all costs, since Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan have become mortal threats to the 3 great holy lands. The Saint King also sends a message, requesting Saint Chen Chong to take responsibility for eradicating Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. Saint Chen Chong points out that their current target is not only Jun Moxie's master, but also Jun Moxie himself. After the annihilation of over 600 first-class experts from the 3 great holy lands, the palace masters of the 3 great holy lands have developed a great deal of apprehension of Jun Moxie. Therefore, they request the saint to make a move against him. At this point, Yin-Yang man Zhang Junji from the reclusive immortal palace joins the discussion. Zhang Junji believes that the palace master's request is reasonable, as the 3 great holy lands have lost so many experts and their fear of Jun Moxie is understandable. The crowd falls into silence, realizing that their goal this time involves more than just Jun Moxie's master, but also Jun Moxie himself. Faced with such a weighty task, Saint Chen Chong feels pressured and instructs Zhang Junji to refrain from speaking as much as possible, so as not to disrupt the discussion. However, Zhang Junji continues to speak as he pleases, using an ambiguous and eccentric tone, which draws the ire of the others. An anomaly leads a reclusive immortal sect to subdue a man who breaks through to the saint realm and imprison him. Years later, the man unexpectedly breaks through to the saint realm again, drawing attention from the 3 holy lands to investigate the identity and intentions of Jun Moxie's master. The 3 holy lands send a man disguised as a woman named Zhang Junji, who has the ability to change his appearance and gender. He behaves eccentrically and alluringly, unsettling everyone present. Zhang Junji analyzes that Jun Moxie is a thorn in the eye of the three holy lands. And although his master is powerful, he has never taken action. So he should not be the focus. Instead, Jun Moxie's mother, Dongfang Wenqin, could be Mei Shuiyan's weakness. The three holy lands decide to use Dongfang Wenqin to force Mei Shuiyan into action, seizing the opportunity to kill her. However, the Jun family is prepared for battle and ready to retreat at any time. Mei Shuiyan senses the danger and speculates that Jun Moxie's master may not exist and that the anomalies are originating from Jun Moxie himself. She orders the heavenly retribution beasts to be ready but not to act without her orders, and arranges for Jun Moxie's family to stay together for greater protection. Mei Shuiyan sensed the danger to Jun Moxie and set up defenses, moving Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi to safety. As night falls, Mei Shuiyan senses a formidable presence approaching, including multiple saint-class powers. She takes out the Kingslayer sword, ready to face them. When she learns that the target is Dongfang Wenqin or herself, Mei Shuiyan resolves to take the Saint King pill, willing to sacrifice herself to protect the Jun family. She engraves a note, declaring Jun Moxie's orders as the heavenly punishment's orders. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie feels restless and anxious. He urges the Eagle King to travel at full speed, feeling an inexplicable heartache, as he injects his spiritual energy into the Eagle King's talons. The Eagle King's speed surges. Mei Shuiyan faces the three saints of the dreamy blood sea Miao Wuji, Shen Qingyun, and Wu Qianhan. She pierces Miao Wuji's palm with the Kingslayer sword. Miao Wuji marvels at her swordsmanship. Filled with jealousy, Mei Shuiyan finds the combined attack of the three saints bewildering, questioning their motives. As the battle continues, Mei Shuiyan's demeanor exudes a tragic beauty and determination. She realizes she has no escape but remains resolute in defending the Jun family with her life. In the dark night, Miao Wuji confronted Dongfang Wenqin, revealing their plot to lure Mei Shuiyan to expose her. Realizing their scheme, Mei Shuiyan furiously accused the heaven punishment of being innocent, but was resented because she was a mystical beast, representing the Holy Land. Miao Wuji confessed their reasoning no matter what heaven punishment did. Her mystical beast identity was an original sin. Heartbroken, Mei Shuiyan asked why heaven punishment was a target, but got no clear answer. Mei Shuiyan resolved to fight, but Dongfang Wenqin willingly sacrificed himself to protect his granddaughter. Mei Shuiyan ordered to stop the mystical beasts of heaven punishment from intervening to avoid casualties. The beast kings like He Changshao were reluctant, but Mei Shuiyan threatened suicide, forcing them to retreat. Mei Shuiyan faced the three saints alone. Miao Wuji unleashed the four-seasons sword, but Mei Shuiyan deflected it with mystical swordplay, matching him in strength. Angered, Miao Wuji cast the saint-level space cage, confining Mei Shuiyan's space. In despair, Mei Shuiyan consumed 3 Saint King pills, closed her eyes, and seemed to accept her inevitable fate. The saints saw her sacrifice, with murderous intent on their faces, ready to avenge the deaths of their masters and experts. However, Mei Shuiyan's sacrifice ignited the wrath of the mystical beasts of heaven punishment. He Changshao and others wept, vowing to avenge her death. The beast kings like Shang Kaishan knelt, begging Mei Shuiyan to protect their families. Mei Shuiyan's tragic departure foretold an endless feud between the mystical beasts of heaven punishment and the 3 holy lands. Amidst the fierce battle, Miao Wuji tried to kill Mei Shuiyan with a palm strike, releasing his mountain-splitting palm. However, Mei Shuiyan consumed the Saint King pill, her cultivation soaring to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, easily breaking Miao Wuji's spatial confinement. With her cultivation skyrocketing, Mei Shuiyan's appearance changed dramatically, her long hair standing upright and her hair accessories shattering. Amidst the swirling dust, her sword light flashed across the heavens, targeting the 8 Saint Realm onlookers. Simultaneously, the tribulation clouds in the sky detected the anomaly, lightning and thunder crashing down towards Mei Shuiyan. Miao Wuji seized the opportunity to strike her head with a palm. But Mei Shuiyan stood her ground, a faint smile on her face. She grabbed Miao Wuji's palm and pulled him down forcefully, unleashing thousands of strikes towards his chest. Miao Wuji let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. His bones shattered. Mei Shuiyan, sword in hand, charged into the crowd, killing and slashing with unrestrained ferocity, overpowering the 8 Saint Realm cultivators. At that moment, a lightning pillar descended from the sky, striking Mei Shuiyan. It turned out that the tribulation brought about by Mei Shuiyan's consumption of the Saint King pill had arrived. Utilizing the might of the heavens attracted by her breakthrough, she vowed to perish together with her besiegers. The sky darkened with clouds. Thunder roared deafeningly, and in the distance, a familiar yet unfamiliar brilliant sword light flashed, heralding Mei Shuiyan's desperate final attack. Once devoted to the good of the world, the dark beast Mei Shuiyan has been relentlessly persecuted by humans, driving her to the brink of death. In her anger and despair, Mei Shuiyan resolves to destroy the 3 holy lands, betrayed by former comrades who threaten her loved ones, and besieged by powerful saints. Mei Shuiyan's fury ignites, unleashing a surge in her abilities. Despite the provocations of Wu Qianhun, she without hesitation assassinates him, triggering the descent of heavenly tribulation. The 7 saints, realizing the gravity of the situation, flee. Mei Shuiyan, however, accepts her fate and recklessly increases her power. She sacrifices Shen Qingyun as a buffer, resulting in their mutual annihilation. At the critical moment, Jun Moxie's furious roar jolts Mei Shuiyan back to the will to live. Dodging the fatal blow, Mei Shuiyan's sword qi erupts within her body. Amidst the thunder and lightning, she collapses, grievously wounded, raising her head with difficulty. Her gaze softens as she looks at Moxie. With that, Mei Shuiyan finally reunites with her lover, passing away with both regret and contentment. During a thunderstorm, Jun Moxie finds Mei Shuiyan severely injured under 9 lightning strikes. Jun Moxie rushes to her and mysteriously nullifies the lightning bolts with startling speed. However, Mei Shuiyan's condition is more dire than he thought. Mei Shuiyan previously consumed 3 Saint King pills to enhance her power, resulting in a formidable, violent energy that is consuming her life. Jun Moxie continuously infuses her with celestial energies, but cannot restrain this force. As Mei Shuiyan's meridians shatter, her life slowly ebbs away. Jun Moxie realizes that the only chance lies in waiting for the violent energy to subside. By then, Mei Shuiyan might have already died. On her deathbed, Mei Shuiyan implores Jun Moxie not to seek revenge after her demise. She understands his deep affection and knows the formidable strength of the 3 sacred grounds. She worries that Jun Moxie's vengeance will lead him to his doom. Jun Moxie agrees to her request, but his heart is filled with sorrow and rage. He cannot bear to see Mei Shuiyan fade away in front of him. Helpless, as Mei Shuiyan's life recedes, a melancholy smile crosses her face, pleading with Jun Moxie to forget her. Refusing vehemently, Jun Moxie vows to defy fate and never let Mei Shuiyan leave him. Under the witness of the Eagle King, Jun Moxie solemnly vows to save the gravely injured Mei Shuiyan, even at the cost of his own life. Deeply moved, Mei Shuiyan expresses her love for Jun Moxie and begs him not to let her see him after she transforms into another form. Touched by this scene, the Eagle King wishes to stay and look after Mei Shuiyan, but Jun Moxie politely declines and asks him to inform his brothers that Mei Shuiyan is safe. After the Eagle King leaves, Jun Moxie keeps his promise and embraces the unconscious Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan's body undergoes a drastic change, transforming from a graceful woman into a dying, snow-white small beast. Jun Moxie finally realizes that Mei Shuiyan is the snow god Sable he encountered in the Skyfall Forest. Dark clouds gather in the sky, signaling the approach of a heavy rain. Jun Moxie takes the weakened Mei Shuiyan into the Hongjun Tower, using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reshape her meridians, creating a realm where a divine beast returns to its true self. After 3 days of treatment, Mei Shuiyan's injuries greatly improve, and she embarks on the path of cultivation once more. However, the reborn Mei Shuiyan bears a greater risk of heavenly tribulations than ordinary people. Jun Moxie resolves to use the Hongjun Tower to protect her, guarding their love at all costs. Jun Moxie worked himself to exhaustion and used all his spiritual energy to reconstruct Mei Xian's meridians. After 3 arduous days, he finally created a new life channel inside the Hongjun Tower. Although Mei Suyan was still unconscious, her physical condition began to improve, and her life was no longer in danger. Jun Moxie placed her beside the spiritual veins in the Hongjun Tower. A strange little tree emanated a strong life force that constantly nourished Mei Xian's body. Under the tree were clothes that Jun Moxie had personally gifted her, carrying his body temperature and emotions. In the meantime, the Jun family was consumed by anxiety and grief. Upon hearing of Mei Xian's ordeal, they were all anxious and worried. Jun Zhantian announced that he recognized Mei Suyan as Jun Moxie's legitimate wife and was willing to revise the ancestral rules to protect Mei Xian's half-beast identity. Housekeeper Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi also expressed their respect for Mei Xian's sacrifice and were willing to accept her. Elder Jun sternly warned the clan members to refrain from any criticism of Mei Xian's background, or they would face severe punishment. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Jun Moxie finally emerged from the Hongjun Tower with the news that Mei Xian's meridians had been successfully reconstructed. The entire Jun family was overjoyed. Upon Jun Moxie's return to the Jun family, he was eagerly questioned about Mei Xian's well-being. Jun Moxie informed them that, while Mei Xian's life was still in jeopardy, she had been sent to her master to receive treatment. Although Mei Suyan would not be returning anytime soon, her life was no longer in imminent danger. This news brought both relief and concern to the profound beasts of the celestial punishment forest and the Jun family. Showing their deep care for Mei Suyan, touched by the profound beast's genuine emotions, Jun Moxie resolved to do everything in his power to help Mei Suyan recover. However, Jun Moxie's heart was also weighed down by the realization that Mei Xian's injuries had severely diminished her strength, making her road to recovery long and arduous. He recalled the experiences of the wives of the 9 Nether First Young Master in the Outerworld continent. Suspecting they may hold secrets to extending one's life, Dongfang Wuxin felt a deep sense of guilt over Mei Xian's ordeal. Urging Jun Moxie to never betray Mei Xian's affection for him, Jun Moxie responded with unwavering determination, expressing his resolve to stay by Mei Xian's side, no matter what. In that moment, a new sense of uncertainty and a thirst for exploration crept into Jun Moxie's heart. Was immortality possible? The experiences of the 9 Nether First Young Master had opened a new door of contemplation. After witnessing the severe injury of his sister Shuiyan, Jun Moxie's heart transformed with a determination for vengeance. His family and Dugu Xiaoyi pledged their support and unwavering companionship. Recognizing the formidable power of his adversaries, Jun Moxie opted for patience. He approached the second prince's residence and sought an audience with Li Yuran. Believing he held knowledge of the plot, Li Yuran confessed to his involvement but denied direct participation in Shuiyan's injury. Li Yuran analyzed the risks of Jun Moxie's rapid rise, warning that it would draw the attention and resentment of various factions. However, he admired Jun Moxie's boldness and acknowledged him as a formidable opponent. Undeterred, Jun Moxie vowed to control the situation and create a storm. Li Yuran admitted to selfishness but explained his reasons for sparing Jun Moxie. Li Yuran provided detailed information on the participants in the attack, revealing Yin-Yang Saint Zhang Junji as the strategist. Jun Moxie silently etched the names of his tormentors in his memory, his eyes gleaming with a cold resolve to make Zhang Junji pay dearly. Jun Moxie and Li Yuran talk about how the fantasy Blood Sea Saint fled Tianxiang City after his defeat. Li Yuran reveals that Sanctuary is now targeting Jun Moxie and his master after Venerable Mei's fall. Inspired by this, Jun Moxie plans to create a rumor that he will travel far away to search for his master, distracting Sanctuary. Meanwhile, he asks Li Yuran to help the second Imperial Prince seize power to avenge Tianxiang Imperial clan. Li Yuran, adept at conspiracies, proposes a strategy of divide and conquer. He suggests Jun Moxie cripple the Imperial clan while Sanctuary is distracted, and seek revenge after sufficient preparation. Li Yuran happily accepts Jun Moxie's request and plans to assist the second Imperial Prince in usurping the throne. Finally, Jun Moxie thanks Li Yuran, and alludes to the pleasure Li derives from being a strategist. Li feels this deeply, thinking his life's purpose may be to counsel others. After parting with Li Yuran, Jun Moxie visits the second Imperial Prince, Yang Dan. He reassures the nervous prince, saying he brings good news. Jun Moxie details his plan for vengeance, asking the prince to weaken the Imperial clan, thus creating favorable conditions for his revenge. The prince feels fear, but Jun Moxie's self-assurance and confidence calm him down. Jun Moxie's arrival and plan give the second Imperial Prince a clear path towards fulfilling his thirst for revenge. In a turbulent era, the Tianxiang Imperial family faces both internal and external strife. Second Prince Yang Dan, weak-willed yet harboring imperial ambitions, encounters the enigmatic genius Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie discerns Yang Dan's secret desire and uses bewitching techniques to ignite his greed. Jun Moxie promises to aid Yang Dan in becoming emperor if he eliminates his brothers and father. Yang Huayu, Seduced by Jun Moxie's machinations, Yang Dan's avarice intensifies. Driven by ambition, he plots to seize the throne, sacrificing his familial bonds. Under Jun Moxie's covert guidance, Yang Dan teams up with Jun's advisor, Li Yuran, to devise a plan to assassinate Yang Chu, Yang Jie, and Yang Yu. Fueled by hatred, Yang Dan proclaims his intent to dam it all and establish his dominance. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie returns to the Jun family, making secret arrangements and entrusting his confidant Hai Shenfeng with a message inform Prince Ping and Yang Mo to prepare. Jun Moxie then departs the city, claiming to seek revenge against his master, hinting at an extended absence. Jun Moxie's actions trigger a storm of intrigue. As the Tianxiang imperial family teeters on the brink of chaos, Jun Moxie's every move ensnares the attention of various factions. With his departure, Tianxiang City descends into a tense atmosphere of subterfuge and manipulation, setting the stage for a fierce battle for the throne. Despite Venerable Mei's devastating injuries and the sacrifices made by the saints of the sacred grounds, questions are raised about the possibility of her survival. Some speculate that Jun Moxie fabricated her survival to pacify the hearts of the people. However, Jun Moxie insists that Mei Shuiyan lives on, claiming to have sent her to his master for healing. His actions seem contradictory. As if she were truly alive, he should bring her home. Several saints believe that Mei Shuiyan is deceased. Yet Jun Moxie's unwavering conviction unsettles them. They plan to use this time to recuperate, awaiting Jun Moxie and his master's inevitable arrival, believing they will be coming to their deaths. Jun Moxie's strategy is to expose this conspiracy, focusing all enmity on a single target. He intends to punish Emperor Tianxiang, having him die at the hands of his own son. Meanwhile, within the Hongjun Tower, Mei Shuiyan awakens from her coma, finding her body has been restored to its original form, no longer that of the venerable. She is filled with sorrow but no regrets, only wishing for Jun Moxie's happiness. As she opens her eyes, she finds herself in an extraordinary place brimming with heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. To her astonishment, there are 10,000-year-old spirit medicines everywhere, even a colossal ginseng. Suddenly, she is overjoyed to see Jun Moxie appear before her. Although Mei Shuiyan hesitates to face him in her present state, she feigns unconsciousness, observing Jun Moxie, discovering her shallow breaths and signs of recovery. Jun Moxie's emotions are soothed. He vows to avenge the saints responsible for Mei Shuiyan's harm, specifically the yin-yang saint Zhang Junji. In Jun Moxie's embrace, Mei Shuiyan silently hears his profound concern and reluctance to part with her. Comforted and filled with a sense of sweetness, she resolves to recover swiftly, making up for Jun Moxie's regret. After reverting back to a human form, Mei Shuiyan sensed Jun Moxie's impure intentions and felt regret mingled with shyness. Jun Moxie admitted that he was from a different world and felt lonely in a foreign land. As a mythical beast, Mei Shuiyan also understood the feelings of being different, and they empathized with each other. Jun Moxie offered to reshape Mei Shuiyan's meridians and impart his cultivation techniques to her. Mei Shuiyan practiced according to the techniques and found them far superior to her previous ones, rapidly showing signs of advancement. Under Jun Moxie's protection, Mei Shuiyan successfully established her foundation and became a level 2 mythical beast. She resolved to live up to Jun Moxie's expectations and cultivated diligently. At that moment, Jun Moxie was filled with mixed emotions. He believed Mei Shuiyan was fortunate to have perfect innate meridians from birth. While he had struggled in the past, he lamented his inferiority but was also proud of Mei Shuiyan's progress. In a secluded space, they held each other close. Mei Shuiyan cultivated peacefully under Jun Moxie's protection, while he silently accompanied her, witnessing her growth and transformation. After Mei Shuiyan breaks through her cultivation level, Jun Moxie uses his spiritual energy to wash her body, forming a natural protective layer to help her absorb more spiritual energy. Jun Moxie then uses his fire energy to dry her fur, but Mei Shuiyan gets angry that he touched her without her consent. Jun Moxie tells Mei Shuiyan that her cultivation progress is too slow and encourages her to speed up her progress, while also complimenting himself on his own extremely fast cultivation speed. Mei Shuiyan is inspired and becomes determined to get her cultivation back and reach the saint level. Jun Moxie tells her his plan to get revenge, and Mei Shuiyan worries about his safety, but she has faith in his abilities. Jun Moxie then leaves the Hongjun Tower while Mei Shuiyan starts cultivating. Before he leaves, Jun Moxie sees that Mei Shuiyin is about to become depressed. So he stays to comfort her and encourages her by talking about his own experiences. After an internal struggle in deciding that he needs to overcome his own psychological obstacles in order to be with Mei Shuiyin without it being awkward, Jun Moxie convinces himself to be with her. To appease Mei Shuiyin's embattled heart, Jun Moxie feigns stability and assures her of his sincerity using Mei Shuiyin's emotions. Comprehending Jun Moxie's intentions, Mei Shuiyin resolves to overcome her trauma and return to her prime. Jun Moxie then sets out to seek the whereabouts of the three holy lands. He comes to a familiar mountain, a site of his ambush and confrontation with the Blood Sword Hall. Coincidentally, the saints from the three holy lands are hiding in a secret cave that Jun Moxie had created. In the cave, 6 saints are resting, including Kai Tianfeng from the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land and Zhang Jiji from the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Zhang Jiji's yin-yang body is unpopular, and he often joins external ventures when it's their turn to collect supplies. While the saints are weary of fighting, they fear Jun Moxie's master. Kai Tianfeng suggests that they indulge in a drunken revelry since Jun Moxie's master is unlikely to come in the near future. The group agrees, and Kai Tianfeng departs with Zhang Jiji to make purchases, leaving the other saints relieved. Jun Moxie searches in 3 nearby directions, but to no avail. He senses that the 3 holy lands are to the south. His intuition intensifies as he ventures south. Suddenly, he detects faint divine consciousness ahead. Adopting the yin-yang concealment, Jun Moxie discreetly follows 2 people disguised as ordinary citizens. The duo travels at a high speed, a manifestation of the saints' shrinking of space for hundreds of miles. Jun Moxie realizes that they belong to the 3 holy lands and tracks them cautiously. Saint Zhang Junji and Kai Tianfeng were in a heated argument. Zhang Junji was being extremely rude, demanding Kai Tianfeng leave. This was due to Zhang Junji constantly harassing Kai Tianfeng with her divine sense voice, bringing him close to a mental breakdown. Zhang Junji had a seductive body and a sweet voice, but her face was so large and ugly, it was difficult to bear looking at her. Kai Tianfeng was unable to withstand any more of Zhang Junji's pestering and begged her to leave, even offering to accompany her to a brothel, as long as she stopped following him. However, Zhang Junji acted as if she had been insulted and coyly claimed that she liked men, and that she had taken an interest in Kai Tianfeng. Kai Tianfeng was dizzy from Zhang Junji's madness and took advantage of the situation to escape and hide. Zhang Junji was displeased that Kai Tianfeng had gotten away, so she decided to find other prey. She turned a corner and saw a handsome and elegant young man, and evil thoughts immediately entered her mind. She approached him and tried to strike up a conversation. The young man looked back and was so frightened by Zhang Junji's ugly face that he stumbled backward, stuttering as he asked who she was. Zhang Junji pretended to be innocent and harmless, indicating that she just wanted to help the young man. Just as Zhang Junji was moving to attack the young man, his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. In an instant, the young man drew his long sword and stabbed Zhang Junji in the ribs. The powerful sword energy exploded inside her. Zhang Junji let out a scream. She never expected that this young man, who seemed so harmless, would turn out to be a deadly assassin. The young man was none other than Jun Moxie, who had concealed his cultivation to prepare for his vengeance. Saint Zhang Junji fell victim to an assassination attempt, and despite a fatal strike through his heart, his heritage as a descendant of aliens with 2 souls and 2 sets of meridians allowed him to moment transfer to the body of a woman, escaping death. However, the strike still extinguished the soul of his male body, leaving him unable to complement yin with yang. Shocked by the near-death experience and discovering the escape of his attacker, Zhang Junji's anger boiled over as he pursued with all his might. Despite Jun Moxie revealing the power of a level 2 sovereign, Zhang's saint speed left him nowhere to run. Zhang Junji attacked indiscriminately, leveling trees within a radius of dozens of feet and seriously injuring Jun Moxie, sending him crashing into the trunk of a tree. Zhang Junji sneered, believing Jun Moxie to be gravely wounded, intending to torture him to death. However, Jun Moxie escaped Zhang Junji's killing blow, employing fake escape routes to sow confusion. After breaking free from the forest, he was intercepted once more by Zhang Junji, and an intense battle ensued. Jun Moxie, who had once been deceived by Zhang Junji, encountered him again and disguised himself as seriously wounded, deliberately vomiting blood to confuse Zhang Junji. Despite Jun Zhantian's cultivation being far superior to Jun Moxie's, he fell for Jun Moxie's scheme. Jun Zhantian, certain that Jun Moxie had suffered internal dislocation and was unable to move, approached to capture him alive. However, Jun Moxie suddenly regained mobility, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then used the blood of a grey wolf to simulate internal injuries, deceiving Jun Zhantian. Overjoyed, Jun Zhantian believed that Jun Moxie's powers had been exhausted. He pointed his fingers at Jun Moxie's forehead, attempting to abolish his Xuanli. However, Jun Moxie had anticipated this move, pretending to collapse, lowering Jun Zhantian's guard. As Jun Zhantian reveled in his perceived victory, a familiar sword light emerged from beneath his ribs, piercing his heart with precision. Jun Moxie capitalized on the opportunity, glaring at Jun Zhantian with cold eyes as he sealed his doom. Blood sprayed into the air as Jun Zhantian, unable to believe he had been tricked again, realized his yin-yang saint physique had been abolished, leaving him only half alive and his life force completely extinguished. Outmatched by Jun Moxie's brilliant psychological tactics and lethal strike, Jun Zhantian conceded defeat, acknowledging Jun Moxie's superior intellect. Despite his lower cultivation, Jun Moxie's meticulous planning and deception allowed him to slay the empowered Saint Jun Zhantian. Shocking the world, Jun Moxie's sword strike severed Jun Zhantian's tendons, crippling the saint-level expert. Jun Moxie then proceeded to strip off Jun Zhantian's clothes, humiliating his peculiar physical trait. Amidst Jun Zhantian's curses, Jun Moxie condemned his father for raping his mother, resulting in his birth as a bastard. Jun Zhantian revealed his traumatic childhood, narrating his molestation by wolves, only to be mocked by Jun Moxie, who ridiculed his forefathers for wearing green hats. Ultimately, Jun Moxie dismembered Jun Zhantian and lured wild wolves with a special potion, leaving him to be devoured in a brutal pack rape. Hours later, Jun Moxie returned to the site, finding only Jun Zhantian's skeleton remaining. He crushed the skull and departed, his next target being 5 more saints located southeast. As the sun sets, Kai Tianfeng returns to the small town, laden with the finest food and drink. He gathers with the 5 other saints, preparing for a night of heavy drinking. This is in response to their growing concern over the upcoming battle against Jun Moxie. Their previous encounter with Mei Shuiyan and her phantasmal blood sea left them with 3 fallen saints, a sobering reminder of their vulnerability. As the 6 saints drink, they discuss the looming battle with a heavy heart. The Saint of Cold Eyes openly condemns their decision to wage war, arguing that they should not act out of personal grudges and risk weakening the army's strength against the barbarians. He points out that the heavenly punishment purgatory is not a beast, but rather an ally who has fought alongside the 3 sacred lands, and it is wrong to target them unprovoked. The Saint of Chengchong explains with resignation that heavenly punishment was excluded from the battle of the heavenly mandate due to their savage nature. The Saint of Cold Eyes counters, arguing that heavenly punishment's past war contributions should balance out their shortcomings. The atmosphere grows heavy as the saints realize the gravity of the upcoming battle. They raise their glasses, hoping to drown their worries in alcohol. But their unease lingers. At a secretive gathering of the 3 Holy Lands, Leng Tong accuses the saints of being ungrateful and targeting the Sky Penance, the divine beast who has aided the human race. Leng Tong emphasizes that the Sky Penance has fought tirelessly for the continent's peace, and abandoning them now that they are powerful is immoral. Saint Chen Chong defends their actions, believing humans should not rely on the divine beast's strength, and reveals the 3 Holy Lands' plan to alter history, erasing the Sky Penance's existence. Chen Chong argues that the victors own the right to write history, and by successfully eliminating the Sky Penance, they can conceal this shameful past. Outraged by the saints' shamelessness, Leng Tong condemns their actions as betrayal and questions their conscience, accusing them of discarding those who have sacrificed for the continent. Chen Chong unapologetically reveals their long-standing plan against the Sky Penance, including the plot to turn the Sky Penance forest into a mount training camp. He asserts that survival and victory are all that matter in this world, and everything else can be sacrificed. Leng Tong is disgusted and disillusioned by the 3 Holy Lands' sinister motives. Realizing his belief in humanity was misplaced, Chen Chong cynically mocks the notion of heroes, claiming that any vile person can be transformed into one through propaganda and hype. Leng Tong despairingly recognizes that the seemingly virtuous human world is rife with evil, with even the 3 Holy Lands deeply corrupted. He resolves to discard his ideals, unable to trust anyone in a world consumed by deceit and betrayal. In the depths of the cavern, a heated debate raged. Sage Chen Chong impassionedly declared that their preparations for battle were for the greater good of mankind and they had nothing to be ashamed of. However, this statement shattered Sage Ling Tong, who collapsed in anguish. The words "nothing to be ashamed of" demolished the righteous beliefs that Ling Tong had long held. He realized that so-called justice was merely a pretense for the powerful, and conscience was nothing but a clever argument. He had been deceived and used, dedicating his life to a hollow cause. The other sages were also visibly shaken. They conceded that right and wrong were inconsequential at this point, and calling for reinforcements was an act of cowardice. As superiors, even in failure or death, they could not bow their heads to their equals. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie crouched hidden beneath the cavern, eavesdropping on their conversation. He knew that capturing all the sages would be a daunting task. Hence, he surreptitiously rallied the forces of the 5 elements, preparing to launch a water assault. Jun Moxie's right hand radiated an intense azure glow, drawing the water from miles around, turning the landscape into an arid desert. He planned to initiate with a water attack, followed by successive waves of fire, earth, and other elemental forces, unleashing a barrage upon the sages. Meanwhile, Ling Tong lay in a drunken stupor, while the other sages also sought solace in drink. Jun Moxie's plan was quietly taking shape, determined to subdue the sages and bring true justice to the world. In a remote and desolate mountain range, Chen Chong, Kai Tianfeng, and 2 others from the 4 major holy lands experience an inexplicable sense of unease. They cautiously survey their surroundings but find nothing amiss. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoes from a distance, and an ancient voice declares itself to be the master of Jun Moxie. The voice accuses the holy lands of bullying the weak. Chen Chong calmly inquires about the speaker's identity and purpose. The voice responds with a cold sneer, deeming it unnecessary to reveal its name. Only that the Holy Lands have wronged Jun Moxie's disciple and his wife and must pay the price. Chen Chong counters with a sarcastic remark, believing the reputation of the Holy Lands will deter their adversary. However, the ancient voice scoffs, dismissing the significance of the Holy Land's status as worthless as a prostitute's virtue. Abruptly, a terrifying psychic force overwhelms the quartet, weighing upon them like an oppressive mountain. Chen Chong and his companions are aghast, realizing their opponent possesses a cultivation far surpassing that of a saint king. The voice laughs again, announcing their intent to make the Holy Lands pay. With an ear-splitting roar, the entire mountainside erupts into an inferno, consuming everything in its path. The 4 find themselves in a desperate situation. Recognizing that this enigmatic master wields a horrifying power, they are filled with dread, unsure how to confront the all-devouring flames that engulf them. The countenances of the 4 saints Chen Chong, Kai Tianfeng, Zook, and Tianjia changed drastically, and they broke out into a cold sweat. They found that the entire mountain had become dry and waterless, evidently the work of the mysterious person. He wielded the power of fire, altering the natural order with astonishing force. The raging wildfires across the mountains surged toward them in a torrent of heat, nearly suffocating them. The 4 unleashed their spiritual energy to create an isolating layer, barely holding back the flames. However, the mysterious person remained hidden, forcing the 4 to abandon the area. Just then, a 5th saint, Ling Tong, dashed out of a mountain cave toward the inferno, laughing wildly. Mysterious master, I, Ling Tong, have been waiting here. I shared the responsibility for killing Mei Shuiyan and plotting against you. Come, take my life. Clad in spiritual energy, Ling Tong leapt into the sea of flames, unaffected by the scorching heat. The mysterious person's voice echoed, though they never appeared, allowing Ling Tong to flee. The 4 exchanged glances, deciding not to linger any longer, and charged together through the blaze. However, the wildfires on the ground suddenly materialized into a colossal fire dragon, relentlessly pursuing them. The dragon's incredible speed astounded the 4. Chen Chong confronted the mysterious person, demanding why they were setting the mountain ablaze for a personal grudge, harming the innocent. The mysterious person sneered, "What does the safety of the continent have to do with me? My disciple's life must be repaid. If you have a conscience, come down and sacrifice yourselves." The 4 realized the mysterious person was a menace who disregarded the greater good, so they quickened their escape. However, the The mysterious person's voice lingered overhead. Their exact location impossible to pinpoint. They grew terrified, understanding the enigmatic being's formidable cultivation, wielding the power of fire to wreak havoc upon the world. The three great sanctuaries would surely mobilize the realm to hunt down and eliminate this person. During their escape, 4 sages were hunted down by a mysterious enemy. The enemy manipulated fire, making things difficult for the sages. After fleeing to a mountain peak, they discovered a waterfall ahead and believed they could use water to counter the enemy's fire attacks. However, the enemy was not hindered by the water and instead used water attacks. The water of the heavens and earth obeyed the enemy's commands, causing icebergs to fall and floods to surge. The sages were trapped in a dilemma, caught between fire from above and water from below. In desperation, they realized that the enemy might be hiding in the iceberg. As they jumped towards the iceberg, a cold sword energy attacked them from within the ice. Realizing the lethality of the sword energy, Sage Cheng Chong reversed his spiritual energy and descended rapidly to avoid it. However, the sword energy still pursued them and targeted Kai Tianfeng. The 4 sages realized that the enemy they were facing possessed strength far beyond the sage realm and was unfathomable. They were forced to acknowledge that they were no match for the enemy and found themselves in a desperate situation. On the dead silent lake surface, the 4 saints including Chen Chong and Kai Tianfeng were suddenly attacked in succession from different directions. Chen Chong only glimpsed the tips of a few swords, but the Kai Tianfeng brothers saw millions of long swords stabbing at them. They felt their souls leave their bodies, and fell down one by one, but the mysterious energy caused them to cough up blood. At the same time, a huge iceberg rose from the icy water and crashed down on them. Chen Chong and the others were heavily injured, and were pressed into the bottom of the lake. They had planned to shatter the iceberg and escape, but they were suddenly attacked in the dark, and were injured again, leaving them trapped under the iceberg at the bottom of the lake. Jun Moxie didn't directly pursue them in the air, but waited patiently instead. The 4 saints broke through the ice and tried to use dense water arrows to harass him. But Jun Moxie dodged them easily. However, he was hit in the buttocks by a water arrow, and immediately flew up into the clouds. Chen Chong realized that the mysterious person still hadn't revealed themselves, and decided to force their way out. He pointed in a direction, but the Kai Tianfeng brothers saw that that was where Jun Moxie was hiding, and quickly dodged. However, Chen Chong was chased by sword light, and couldn't shake it off no matter what. Jun Moxie's sword light was like a shadow, vowing to hunt him down. Faced with the mysterious person's pursuit, Chen Chong and the other 3 saints had no choice but to join forces. They found that the mysterious person's sword light seemed powerful, but it would always disappear at critical moments. The 4 guessed that it was a cat and mouse game, so they decided to take refuge in a large mountain with a complex terrain. After finding an easily defended but difficult to attack cave in the mountain, the 4 took turns protecting the law to recover their strength. When Chen Chong was guarding the law, the mysterious person's laughter suddenly came from the air, and the mountain began to shake violently, and the entire mountain collapsed. Chen Chong and the other 4 were buried under the rubble, putting them in a dangerous situation. However, when they struggled to get out, they found that the mysterious person had only used the power of the 5 elements of earth, and had not caused them fatal damage. They realized that they had been fooled, and that the mysterious person's strength was far less than they had imagined. At the same time, the mysterious person Jun Moxie appeared and was unusually excited about the sight of the earth-shattering collapse. He explained that the collapse was only to cause them trouble and pain, not to kill them. Chen Chong and the others were pale and in pain all over their bodies. They were filled with resentment, but were stabbed by Jun Moxie's sword. Chen Chong was furious and fought back with his remaining strength, actually being equally matched with Jun Moxie. At this time, Chen Chong realized that Jun Moxie's real strength was actually not high, and that everything before had been to tease them. In the dead of night, 4 sages are toyed with by a mere venerable rank 23 youth, Jun Moxie, and are pushed to their limits. Only then do they realize that their opponent's true strength is pathetically weak. Rage and unwillingness fill the 4 men, but upon learning the truth, they feel a sense of relief, as their opponent is too weak to be a threat. However, Jun Moxie's formidable power lies not in his strength but in his unpredictable agility and sinister tactics. He humiliates the 4 sages, making them look utterly foolish. After the 4 flee for their lives, they find their surroundings drastically transformed. devoid of water, snow, vegetation, and even mountains. They are once again outsmarted by Jun Moxie, who ambushes them dozens of times, leaving them severely injured. Finally, the four sages are exhausted, gravely wounded, and forced to collapse. Jun Moxie emerges in the morning light, politely greeting them and announcing his intention to give them their final farewell. Faced with Jun Moxie's mockery, Chen Chong is enraged and accuses him of being despicable. However, Jun Moxie retorts, declaring that the three holy lands are the true villains. As the four sages lose hope, Jun Moxie reveals his true face of anger, condemning their cruelty and treachery, vowing to seek justice for the righteous people of the world. In the desolate wasteland, Jun Moxie engages in a life-and-death duel with four sages Chen Chong, Kai Tianfeng, Sa Qingliu, and Zhe Xuancheng. Jun Moxie accuses them of treachery and trying to destroy the Jun family. However, Chen and the others claim their actions are driven by the interests of the war for heavenly domination, not the Jun family. During the argument, Chen's group reveals that they framed Jun Moxie's lover, Shuiyan. Jun Moxie becomes furious, questioning them for disregarding the well-being of all for the benefit of the sacred grounds. The conflict reaches a fever pitch. Seeing his life fading away, Chen decides to sacrifice himself and take Jun Moxie down with him. The explosion rocks the heavens and earth, but Jun Moxie survives unscathed. Defeated, Chen and the three other sages cut their meridians, ending their lives tragically. With Chen's self-destruction, the origin power of creation in Jun Moxie's body surges, signaling the moment of breakthrough. He hastily enters the Hongjun Pagoda, immersing himself in enlightenment. Mei Shuiyan witnesses this, marveling at Jun Moxie's astounding speed and power. Jun Moxie's advancement triggers a violent backlash, inspiring Mei Shuiyan. He leaves the pagoda and returns to the battlefield, predicting the fury of the three sacred grounds and the daunting challenges he will face. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan enter the Hongjun Tower together, with Jun preparing to break through the fifth layer of the Caitian creation formula. However, he remembers that he should be cultivating within the tower and returns to remind Mei. Noticing that the commotion from his breakthrough is too great, Jun retreats back into the tower, leaving Mei to comprehend on her own. Mei senses the intense shaking from the tower and becomes immersed, experiencing the insights from Jun's breakthrough. As Jun breaks through, his body undergoes drastic changes. His meridians expand with spiritual energy, and his muscles bulge, causing him immense pain. He endures the agony, preventing Mei from noticing and affecting her tranquility. This breakthrough is far more painful than the previous four, testing Jun's limits of endurance. His nascent soul twists and crumbles in the torment, but Jun's unwavering will allows him to persevere. As Jun reaches his breaking point, he comprehends that Mei will face similar suffering in the future, and this concern alleviates some of his pain. He also discovers that breaking through the fifth layer of the Hongjun Tower purifies impurities and reshapes the body. Abruptly, Jun's nascent soul explodes within his dantian, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a seven-colored radiance fills the tower, forming steps and a gate that releases an abundance of purple spiritual energy. The purple energy enters Jun's body, replenishing his vitality and replacing his previous spiritual energy. It fills his meridians, marking a complete transformation. Within Jun Moxie's dantian, the purple energy from the Hongjun Tower surged and formed a vortex, emitting a roaring sound. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the purple energy dissipated, and the dantian fell into a dead silence. The original spiritual power had vanished, leaving only a gray mist and a glimmering light in the center. At this moment, the heart technique of the fifth level of the creation Genesis technique emerged in Jun Moxie's mind. He realized that his cultivation had entered a chaotic state, requiring him to create a heaven and earth from nothing. However, his current cultivation had disappeared, leaving only a trace of purple energy that seemed to exist yet not exist. Jun Moxie stepped into the fifth level of the Hongjun Tower, facing two contrasting sensations: narrowness and vastness. He closed his eyes in contemplation, believing that the truth is defined by the heart, and as the master, he is the truth. Crossing an invisible barrier, he entered the fifth level. 2 lines of golden words appeared on a book desk in the void, asking Jun Moxie to choose between benevolence and slaughter. After pondering, Jun Moxie concluded that good and evil were not distinct, and he would create his own Genesis with his own perspective and create the heavens with his own heart. The golden words disappeared, and the book turned into a golden light that entered Jun Moxie's brow. transmitting the array diagram of the chaos array solution. Jun Moxie mastered thousands of arrays, providing a guarantee for defending his country in the future. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyin secluded herself outside the tower and cultivated, breaking through 9 levels in succession and reaching the peak of the 3rd level Profound Beast. After cultivating for several days in the Hongjun Tower, Mei Shuiyin successfully converts the abundant spiritual energy around her into power, reaching the peak of the 3rd grade Profound Beast. This rapid cultivation progress fills her with joy, and she compares the spiritual energy concentration within the tower to the outside world, finding that the difference is more than 100 times. When Mei Shuiyin leaves the seclusion, Jun Moxie has already finished his own cultivation and the two reunite. At this time, the demon eye saint, Ling Tong, appears and confesses that he witnessed Jun Moxie's battle with Kai Tianfeng and the others and saw them die. However, Ling Tong expresses that he will not seek revenge as he realizes that the battle for heaven is more important. Jun Moxie learns that he has been cultivating in the Hongjun Tower for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he has lost his profound energy, it has been replaced by a mysterious force that is more flexible than profound energy. His meridians have also transformed, becoming crystal clear and extremely tough, capable of holding more spiritual energy. That mysterious force, although only a small portion, can exert a force equivalent to the sum of all his previous strength. Jun Moxie realizes that after this incident, his martial arts have entered a new level, and his conflict with the Tianxiang imperial family is also imminent, and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Jun Moxie finds his body accumulating purple energy, feeling unprecedented strength and knowing he must accumulate it over time for a breakthrough. Returning to Heavenly Fragrance City, he finds the capital in turmoil. The second prince's subordinates, under Li Yoren's plan, provoke the first prince's advisors, leading to a conflict where the prince and advisors are killed. The first prince's attempts at revenge fail, and he is killed by the second prince. The emperor, enraged, imprisons the second prince and names the third prince as heir. That night, Li Yoren leads a team to rescue the second prince and unleashes a bloody purge to eliminate the first prince's forces. The Imperial Guard commander disappears, confirming the second prince's plan's success. The emperor, hearing of his son's deaths, grieves and declares that he will lead an army against the second prince. However, several leading families remain neutral, and the Imperial Guard commander's disappearance makes the emperor lead the attack himself. The second prince's strength has reached an unprecedented level, and he faces the Imperial Guard as an equal, even gaining an advantage. The third prince joins the battle and teams up against the second prince, but they fail to break through his defenses. Jun Moxie returns to his mansion, where Jun Zhantian is worried, while Jun Wuyi appears carefree. Jun Moxie denies any involvement, but Jun Zhantian believes he played a role. Jun Moxie believes the second prince and his father disregard everything for power, even killing their siblings. Jun Moxie suspects Jun Wuyi of secretly aiding the second prince and warns him that his cohabitation without marriage is inappropriate and will influence their descendants. Jun Wuyi denies it but feels guilty. As the story unfolds, Heavenly Fragrance City descends into chaos and bloodshed, and Jun Moxie's true intentions gradually emerge. Jun Moxie is relieved to learn that his third aunt has been taking good care of the child abandoned outside. However, he alerts Jun Wuyi that they must immediately relocate from Tianxiang City to the Forest of Heavenly Punishment, because of the deep-seated enmity of the 3 Holy Lands against the Jun family. Jun Wuyi is concerned about the other families, but Jun Moxie explains that they must move the important figures first, and the 3 Holy Lands are less likely to target ordinary people. Jun Wuyi decides to summon the Dongfang, Duanmu and Sikong families to discuss the relocation. However, Dongfang Wenqing resolutely refuses to go to the Forest of Heavenly Punishment, believing that they have nothing to do with the 3 Holy Lands. Sikong Anya and Duanmu Chaofan share the same view. Jun Moxie emphasizes that it is unwise to depend on the 3 Holy Lands to be kind and spare them. He believes that they must take their fate into their own hands and urges the other families to reconsider. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie is inwardly torn. Despite being engaged to Dugu Xiaoyi and having feelings for Guan Qinghan, he realizes that he has fallen deeply in love with the comatose Mei Shuiyin. He is perplexed by his emotions and recognizes for the first time that it is not fulfilling to be a man with divided affections. When he returns to the meeting hall, he finds the other families still deliberating over the evacuation plans. leaving him with an uncertain future. Dongfang Wenqing bluntly refused the proposal to evacuate the heavenly punishment forest, declaring that the Dongfang family would not abandon their ancestral business and reputation, and would rather die than uphold their glory. Jun Zhantian also hit a wall with Dugu Zongheng, who decided to stay and protect the people of Heavenly Fragrance Country. Believing it was the mission and meaning of his Dugu family, the Jun family made hasty preparations to retreat, and although Jun Zhantian was reluctant, he had to leave for the sake of the family's future. Faced with the war, Dugu Zongheng was determined to lead the Dugu family to protect the people of Heavenly Fragrance Country, even if it meant not being recognized by the court. Jun Moxie went alone to the streets of Heavenly Fragrance City, intending to settle the grudge with the second prince. His steps were steady and unusually solemn, for he had to seek justice for his Jun brothers and mother. War broke out in the city, with the second prince Li Yuran commanding the army against the emperor's forces. Li Yuran skillfully resisted the emperor's army's encirclement by changing the formation. Jun Moxie realized that this was Li Yuran's intention, creating a war of attrition that would grind down both sides. Amidst the fierce battle in the capital city, the second prince's forces were struggling. However, the Li expert, Li Yuran, remained absent. Li Yuran planned to cause chaos from within, while Jun Moxie pondered over whether to keep him in their ranks. The emperor's presence inspired his troops. The third prince, Yang Mo, also cheered them on. However, the crown prince, Yang Jie, caused a scene. Influenced by Jun Moxie's soul-devouring technique, he mistakenly shouted, "Your tiny penis is here," instead of victory. This sparked laughter throughout the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, the crown prince charged onto the battlefield and leapt into the second prince's ranks. Amidst the chaos, he cut a path toward the second prince, showcasing his prowess in defeating a general amidst thousands of troops. The flatterers began cheering, "Long live the crown prince!" While the crown prince was valiantly fighting the enemy, a shocking turn of events occurred. The crown prince suddenly became distraught, begging the second prince for mercy and losing control of his bodily functions. The second prince, regaining his senses, was filled with rage. He drew his sword and brutally dismembered the crown prince. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. Emperor Yang Huaiyu was overcome with grief and vomited blood. Fainting, the imperial camp fell into chaos. The second prince seized the opportunity and ordered that anyone who killed the emperor would be rewarded with a dukedom of the first rank, which would be passed down through the generations, and a gold medal of immunity from death to be permanently kept in their home. Inspired by this, many soldiers hesitated, considering treason. At the critical moment, Yang Huaiyu suddenly regained consciousness. His eyes flashing, he shouted at the rebels in a stern voice. Under his authority, the soldiers dared not look him in the eye and retreated one after another. The second prince's face turned pale, and his hands trembled. Yang Huaiyu pressed him step by step, questioning him about the crime of fratricide and condemning him for his immorality. The second prince looked flustered, his lips trembling, not daring to meet his father's gaze. At this moment, Jun Moxie appeared unhurriedly and asked calmly, "Why can't Yang Dan kill you?" Yang Huaiyu was shocked, realizing that a meticulously planned drama was about to unfold. On a blood-soaked battlefield, a teenager clad in blue, Jun Moxie, strolls leisurely as if he were an immortal descending from the heavens. He strides directly to King Yang Huaiyu of the Heavenly Fragrance Kingdom and berates him for brutally killing his own son. An enraged Yang Huaiyu demands to know Jun Moxie's reasons for interfering, to which Jun Moxie coldly exposes the truth of Yang Huai유's past collusion with outsiders to murder the Jun family. He questions Yang Huaiyu about his feelings, witnessing his sons slaughter each other. Yang Huaiyu, filled with hatred, accuses Jun Moxie of orchestrating the entire plot. Jun Moxie retorts and unveils Yang Huai유's thirst for power in his ruthless methods, predicting his ultimate retribution. Terror and anguish overwhelm Yang Huaiyu as he watches his only remaining son, Yang Dan, whom Jun Moxie has incited, raise a sword against his father. Seduced by power, Yang Dan ultimately kills his father with his own hands. Jun Moxie watches with cold indifference, reflecting on the cyclical nature of cause and effect and the inevitability of retribution. He believes that Yang Huai유's fate is insufficient, as he has previously tormented countless loyal subjects. Jun Moxie vows that Yang Huaiyu will personally experience the suffering he has inflicted until the end of his life. Yang Huai유's body was mutilated, and the second prince hacked his father to death in a frenzy, proclaiming himself emperor. However, Jun Moxie fulfilled his promise and put the second prince on the Azure Dragon throne. Just as the second prince was becoming engrossed in the power, the Prince of Equality led an army to quell the rebellion. Reversing the situation instantly, Jun Moxie strangled the second prince, flinging him to the ground. Li Yuan declared the arrest of the second prince, offering amnesty to those who surrendered. The Prince of Equality's son expressed his gratitude for Jun Moxie's aid. Jun Moxie and Li Yuan then mysteriously disappeared. In the aristocratic pavilion, head manager Tang Yuan was astounded to witness Jun Moxie and Li Yuan entering together. Jun Moxie revealed his plan to leave, and Li Yuan analyzed its implications. Li Yuan admitted to having hastened the second prince's rebellion as a gift to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie expressed his apprehension about how to deal with Li Yuan, fearing his interference in Yang Mo's rule. Li Yuan sighed, pointing out that Jun Moxie had no other choice but to go to the Skyfire Forest. He wished to settle his regrets before leaving, and the second prince's rebellion was his contribution. Li Yuan confesses to Jun Moxie that he seeks power, is willing to be controlled by him, and will outwardly submit to Yang Mo and the others to preserve his previous arrangements. Jun Moxie approves this clear understanding. Li Yuan determines that he lacks the demeanor to rule the world and is fit to assist Jun Moxie, taking a position below him but above 10,000 others. He is confident that he can handle the inquiries from the three Holy Lands, truthfully stating that Jun Moxie has retreated to the Chastening Forest, and thus avoid blame. Tang Yuan declines to go into seclusion with Jun Moxie, choosing to stay behind to manage the base. Jun Moxie understands his aspirations, agreeing for Hai Shenfeng and Song Shang to stay and protect him. Li Yuan also promises to treat Tang Yuan fairly. Jun Moxie pledges to explain Li Yuan's situation to Sovereign Equal, ensuring his official career will not be hindered. He also suggests continuing the medicinal herb business in the Chastening Forest, with 9/10 of the profits going to Jun Moxie and 1/10 to Yang Mo. Tang Yuan is overjoyed, and Li Yuan foresees a significant profit for the royal family from this venture. Li Yuan secretly decides to befriend Tang Yuan, while Jun Moxie arranges for people to protect him, also earmarking the medicinal herb business in the Chastening Forest to sustain his livelihood. Jun Moxie bade farewell to Li Yuan, who expressed his gratitude for not being killed and pledged his future services if needed. Upon returning to his residence, Jun Moxie learned of the extermination of the Tianxiang royal family and the imminent enthronement of Prince Yang Weinong. Jun Moxie entrusted him with the well-being of the Dugu clan and the Tang family. Meanwhile, Princess Lingmeng remained unconscious. Jun Moxie resolved to revive her and informed her of the deaths of her parents and Uncle Yi. Princess Lingmeng was devastated by the news and demanded to know the perpetrator. Jun Moxie admitted to orchestrating the massacre in vengeance for his slaughtered family. Initially shocked, Princess Lingmeng gradually regained composure. She inquired about the reasons for Jun Moxie's retaliation, who recounted the tragic demise of her father, Yang Huaiyu, at the hands of her brother, second Prince Yang Dan, and the subsequent murders of her three brothers. Overwhelmed with despair and helplessness, Princess Lingmeng questioned her future. Jun Moxie consoled her, assuring no retribution would befall her. Princess Lingmeng, lost in contemplation, ultimately chose to relinquish her hatred and begin anew. She implored Jun Moxie to accompany her to Tianfa Forest, seeking solace in its secluded embrace. Jun Moxie acquiesced to her request and provided her with the necessary provisions. Thus, the former princess forsook her royal lineage and embarked on an uncharted journey alongside Jun Moxie, seeking a glimmer of hope in the unknown. Beneath the veil of night at the Tomb of Lovers, Princess Lingmeng learns the truth of her lineage. Her mother, Miran Shusho, and uncle, Yi Guhan, were killed by her father, the emperor, who was in turn murdered by Jun Moxie's machinations. Lingmeng is torn, lost in a labyrinth of emotions. Jun Moxie reveals that Miran Shusho and Yi Guhan entrusted him with her care upon their deaths. Lingmeng's heart is a tempestuous sea, torn between resentment towards her father and the undeniable bond of blood. After much deliberation, she resolves to leave the mundane world behind and accompany Jun Moxie to the forest of heavenly punishment. In the depths of night, Lingmeng burns incense for Miran Shusho and Yi Guhan, shedding tears as she bids them farewell. She cries out, "Father, Mother," longing to be their daughter in a future life. At daybreak, The Jun family prepares to depart. Ministers of the Tianxiang kingdom and members of the Dugu clan gather outside to bid them farewell. Princess Lingming follows Jun Moxie through the gates. As Dugu Xiaoyi runs into her grandmother's arms, Li Yuan, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Zhangmeng watch with heavy hearts. The Jun family embarks on a new chapter, heading towards the forest of heavenly punishment. After bidding farewell to relatives and friends with reluctance, the Jun family was forced to retreat to the forest of heavenly punishment. Jun Moxie promised that they would return with renewed vigor and welcomed their friends to come and visit. Upon arriving in the forest of heavenly punishment, Jun Moxie utilized the earth element to craft a magnificent underground palace within a single day, equipped with various furnishings and facilities. However, he faced difficulties in designing the palace's grand entrance. After witnessing the Jun family's new residence, the beast kings of the forest of heavenly punishment, including Shang Kaishan, were envious and requested similar dwellings for themselves. Jun Moxie, left with no choice, continued his work, fulfilling their desires, to accommodate the beast king's housing needs. Jun Moxie declared that only those who had reached the venerable realm could enjoy this treatment. He also cleared vast tracts of land and utilized the water element to dig wells and divert springs, establishing self-sufficient cultivation grounds. Meanwhile, General Wan in Tianan City, commissioned by the new emperor, delivered an abundance of household goods and provisions. Jun Moxie dispatched 9th Order profound beasts to retrieve the supplies. To safeguard the Jun family's new home, Jun Moxie deployed a 5 elements mystical array, shrouding the entire mountain range in a white mist. The many fearsome beasts of the forest of heavenly punishment were astonished, with Shang Kaishan testing the waters and getting blasted by the array's lightning, leaving him in a sorry state. Despite being forced to retreat, the Jun family's prestige in the heavenly fragrance kingdom reached unprecedented heights. The emperor issued an imperial decree, bestowing the Jun family's grand residence with the title of War God Manor, establishing the mausoleum of the soul of heavenly fragrance, and forbidding anyone from vandalizing the tomb of affection. The Jun family's legacy would endure for eternity. Jun Moxie was attacked while setting up the Heaven Punisher formation, but fortunately, he stopped it in time, though the Bear King was heavily injured. After its renovation, the Forest of Heaven's Punishment was refreshed with a clear sky and fortified with the protection of the formation, making it impenetrable. Jun Moxie placed the broken heaven-devouring soul in a proper place and connected the mountain range to the Forest of Heaven's Punishment with the power of wood, forming a secret base. Yingbo Kong and others were appointed as the leaders, responsible for the safety of the forest. After the incident of excretion in the Crane King's palace, Jun Moxie negotiated with the Beast Kings and established thousands of large toilets in the Forest of Heaven's Punishment, and formulated a strict sanitation management system. The Forest of Heaven's Punishment still operated under the law of the jungle, but the battlefields must be cleaned up to maintain environmental sanitation. The beast tribes started a protracted training competition, and the group at the bottom had to clean the toilets of the first place for a year, which promoted the training atmosphere. The Jun family adapted to the new environment, and the old master's cultivation technique was improved, and his cultivation level was rising. Jun Wuyi and Han Yan Yao dedicated themselves to caring for orphan children and showed great care. Jun Sanye's sorrow disappeared, and Han Yan Yao's face was radiant. Dongfang Wen-shin and the other women were addicted to mahjong invented by Jun Moxie in the palace and became loyal mahjong friends. Dugu Xiaoyi's mahjong skills were excellent, and she was honored as the god of cards. Jun Moxie continued to collect medicinal materials, moved the rare ones to the Hongjun Tower, and transplanted the common ones in the medicine garden for his own use. In the Sky Punishment Forest, the Beast King Hu Lai-di personally delivered a tens of thousands of years old giant Radix Asatidus plant as a gift to his brother-in-law Jun Moxie, in order to enhance his strength to fight against the sacred grounds and internal turmoil. Jun Moxie day and night worked to refine several thousand Tengyuan pills, Juyuan pills, and Tianyuan pills. Thanks to the purple spiritual power transformed from his veins, Jun Moxie's pill refining efficiency greatly improved, and the success rate also soared. At the same time, Mei Shuiyin cultivated the heaven-opening creation technique in the Hongjun Pagoda. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, and within a few days, she broke through to the 7th level of the profound beast realm. When Jun Moxie took Mei Shuiyin out of the Hongjun Pagoda, he noticed that her state of mind had undergone a great change. Her heart was now unlocked, and they had a mutual understanding without words. The Beast Kings provided Jun Moxie with endless spiritual herbs, and with the treasures of the youngest of the 9 netherworlds, Jun Moxie possessed an inexhaustible amount of pill refining materials. He continued to refine pills to improve the strength of the profound beasts in the Sky Punishment Forest. And Mei Shuiyan also found happiness in his arms. Her state of mind had also undergone a tremendous transformation. After Mei Shuiyan fell into a coma after being seriously injured, Jun Moxie has been filled with anxiety. During a hug, sensing Mei Shuiyan's steady heartbeat, Jun Moxie felt at ease and made a promise that even after she recovers, he would turn into a little white fox regularly for her to hold. However, just as Jun Moxie was immersed in happiness, Mei Shuiyan suddenly fell into sudden understanding, transformed into a little white fox, and left 3 sentences on the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. First sentence questioning the struggle for power and promising people to restore the universe is a broad strategy. Second sentence indignant with the punishment of the heavens. Making a promise to the earth to wash away the strange atmosphere is a determined strategy. Third sentence full of affection. Promising the heavens to have the love follow the reincarnation from generation to generation. Which is extremely powerful, is Mei Shuiyan's expression of her feelings for Jun Moxie. The 3 peerless techniques created by Mei Shuiyan, 3 questions to the sky, are extremely powerful, making Jun Moxie proud. In order not to disturb Mei Shuiyan from perfecting her techniques, Jun Moxie quietly left. Mei Shuiyan was immersed in contemplation for 3 whole days, creating her own skills and becoming a master comparable to the ancestors of the 3 great holy places. And Jun Moxie, looking at the mighty army of 9th-level profound beasts coming from a distance to collect the medicinal pills, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, realizing that Mei Shuiyan's casual words of 20,000 actually had a deeper meaning. The number of 9th-level profound beasts in the heavenly punishment forest far exceeded 20,000. So it was not impossible for her to exterminate the continent. Jun Moxie finally understood the strength of heavenly punishment and the real reason why the 3 great holy places dared not act rashly. The heaven punishment forest, vast and expansive, is home to millions of level 9 mystic beasts and even higher level beast kings. Despite their immense power, the mystic beasts of the heaven punishment forest have never invaded the continent, leaving the 3 holy lands both fearful and perplexed. Jun Moxie enters the heaven punishment forest, only to realize that his supply of pills is insufficient to distribute to all the level 9 mystic beasts. In a stroke of genius, he uses the opportunity of pill distribution to motivate the mystic beasts to train diligently, reaching level 9 peak to qualify for the pills. Simultaneously, Jun Moxie pledges to construct private residences for all mystic beasts that reach the venerable rank or above. This promise ignites the mystic beasts' fervor, who begin to cultivate with renewed vigor. Among them, Jun Moxie takes a special interest in a female black gold bear named Shang Xiaowu. The bear king Shang Kaishan, observing this, proposes to Shang Xiaowu, seeking her as his mate. Amidst the commotion of the Zhan Shi, Shang Kaishan proposed to Shang Xiaowu, praising her as exquisite and charming and asking her to be my wife and bear my cubs. Though taken aback by the sudden proposal on their first encounter, Shang Xiaowu reluctantly agreed. Shang Kaishan then demanded a dowry from Shang Xiaowu's father, Shang Daba, including pine cone wine and honey cakes. Shang Daba did not hesitate and promised to prepare the dowry. To Jun Moxie's astonishment, Shang Kaishan and Shang Xiaowu's wedding was swiftly arranged. The Zhan Shi congratulated the couple, with Shang Kaishan brimming with pride and Shang Xiaowu blushing with shyness. At that moment, Tiger King Hu Lai approached and lavishly complimented Shang Xiaowu, calling her the first beauty of the divine retribution tribe. With her perfect figure and extraordinary demeanor, Hu Lai openly criticized Jun Moxie's taste in beauty, claiming that his wife, Mei Shuiyan, a beauty in the mold of my elder sister. Jun Moxie was deeply distressed upon realizing that his aesthetic sensibilities were vastly different from those of the Zhan Shi world. With Hu Lai finding Mei Shuiyan's unsurpassed beauty as hideous, Shang Kaishan angrily denounced Hu Lai, accusing him of undermining Mei Shuiyan's marriage. Hu Lai defended himself, stating that he was merely voicing the common opinion of the Zhan Shi world. Jun Moxie remained silent, immersed self-doubt and a whirlpool of cultural conflicts. Shang Kaishan angrily denounced the Tiger King, revealing that Mei Shuiyan had gone unnoticed in Heavenly Punishment Forest. Much to Jun Moxie's surprise, Shang Kaishan quickly remedied the situation, claiming that his wife, Shang Xiaowu, was the true beauty of heavenly punishment. Shang Kaishan shamelessly requested a greeting gift from Jun Moxie, who readily gave 3 pills, arousing the envy of other profound beasts. He Chongshao gravely warned the profound beasts present that the matter of the pills was heavenly punishment forest's highest secret, not to be divulged. Jun Moxie took the opportunity to slip away, discovering Mei Shuiyan practicing martial arts techniques. Jun Moxie reminded Mei Shuiyan that while profound beasts practiced high-level martial arts techniques passed down from their predecessors during their youth, the power of these techniques was greatly reduced when used in human form due to the different body structures of humans and beasts. Mei Shuiyan had a sudden realization. Mei Shuiyan wrote in the sand, reminding Jun Moxie that time flies and beauty fades. She worried that the aging appearances of Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi, and others would contrast with Jun Moxie's prolonged youth, causing harm to both parties. Mei Shuiyan advised Jun Moxie to marry them as soon as possible. But Jun Moxie fell into a moment of contemplation. Having never considered the issue of women's aging, he realized the difficult choice between physical beauty and lifespan for women. Mei Shuiyan's reminder gave him a deeper sense of concern for the future. Time swiftly passes, leaving Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan with their youthful looks intact, contrasting the aging appearance of Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi. This disparity worries Jun Moxie because, given the ancient belief that beauty must not fade, their fading faces might lead to heartbreak. Jun Moxie delves into a solution, stumbling upon the recipe for the Tianxiang Ran Dan within the Danfang of the Hongjun Tower. This elixir bestows eternal youth, revitalizes the meridians, and even grants immortality. Yet its creation requires supreme alchemy skills and rare herbs. When hope dwindles, Mei Shuiyan reveals the existence of 2 locations Piomiao Wanfu and Tianxiang Gung that possess the 7-colored strange tree and 9 segments exquisite lotus. These treasures can preserve a youthful appearance for 5 centuries. However, both places are fraught with danger. Mei Shuiyan urges Jun Moxie not to risk his life, but for his beloved, he is determined to venture forth, vowing to act only when the time is right. Mei Shuiyan also acknowledges Jun Moxie's affections for other maidens. Teasing him playfully, Jun Moxie immerses himself in alchemy once more, discovering 3 new elixirs in the 5th layer of Hongjun Tower: Wuji Dan, Xuanji Dan, and Tianji Dan. Wuji Dan repairs meridians and expands the dantian. Xuanji Dan heals injuries, and Tianji Dan enhances cultivation. Filled with excitement, Jun Moxie resolves to concoct these elixirs, preparing for both his own cultivation and the perils that lie ahead. While in secluded cultivation, Jun Moxie refined a pill with no side effects but limited potency to create an invincible army. 3 days later, he discovered disturbances in the midst of Fantasy Mansion, with the 14 young masters of 9 serenities trying to break the seal. Though apprehensive about the catastrophe caused by the seal being breached, Jun Moxie was interested in the young 9 serenities and decided to meet them. Upon reaching the mist of Fantasy Mansion, they witnessed the earth shaking violently and heard low growls from the mist. Suddenly, a giant 7-color bird flew out of the mist, the Phantom Phoenix, indicating that the seal was about to break, and that Phantom Mansion would send experts to confront the 14 young masters of 9 serenities. The Beast Kings were frightened by the approaching battle, fearing the destruction of the Sky Punishment Forest. Jun Moxie suggested luring the young masters away to avoid tragedy. However, Crane Chongshao pointed out that the young masters were weakest right after breaking the seal, making it the best time to subdue them, as they would regain their strength quickly, posing a threat to the 3 Holy Lands and Phantom Mansion. Realizing that Phantom Mansion had planned to destroy the Sky Punishment Forest when they originally sealed the young masters, everyone was filled with indignation. They faced a difficult decision: either risk destroying the Sky Punishment Forest by luring the young masters away, or survive in the crossfire between Phantom Mansion and the young masters. Jun Moxie scoffed at the threats from the 3 major Holy Lands and the Ethereal Illusion Mansion, deeming them hypocrites using the world's beings as an excuse to protect their ruling status. He refused to indulge them in entering the heaven-punishing forest to confront the young masters of Juyu, reasoning that their targets were confined to the 3 Holy Lands and the Ethereal Illusion Mansion, and had nothing to do with the world's beings. Beast Kings such as He Chongshao realized that Jun Moxie's views could shatter their beliefs of centuries. They prepared to welcome the Saint Emperor into the heaven-punishing forest. whilst Jun Moxie prepared to face them alone. Jun Moxie was determined to be unyielding. To expose the hypocrisy of those hypocrites, he transformed into an apparition and vanished, whilst the devilish energy from within the ground grew stronger, seemingly preparing to enter the world. Meanwhile, the great families of Duanmu and Sikong strangely declined. Their businesses were interrupted, and their members declared their own independence. The shops of Shengbao Hall in various countries were also abolished. In contrast, the Dongfang family returned, but were not suppressed. They took the opportunity of the collapse of the oath that all mystical beasts would leave heaven punishment, and Sword Peak's collapsed snow mountains to declare their return to the ranks of assassin families. Strange events occurred one after another. The continent was facing great changes, and danger lurks everywhere. After the Dongfang family announced their return, numerous assassination contracts with exorbitant bounties poured in like snowflakes, all targeting members of the Dongfang family. Although the bounties for each contract were doubled to 300,000 taels, the targets were all formidable experts, including Heaven Profound, Divine Profound, and even Supreme Profound Masters. Faced with such an overwhelming number of assassination missions, the Dongfang family was caught in a dilemma. Accepting the missions would overwhelm the Dongfang family with tasks, potentially leading to their demise. Yet, declining the missions would make them a laughingstock on the continent, tarnishing the Dongfang family's reputation. To navigate this crisis, the Dongfang elder devised an ingenious plan: refuse new contracts, increase the price of accepted contracts threefold, and stall for time. However, the plan's effectiveness was limited. If the clients who placed the contracts agreed to withdraw them, it would indicate that the efforts of the three sacred lands against Jun Moxie were intensifying, signaling an even more dire situation. The sacred lands could set traps by placing concealed experts near the targets, leading the Dongfang family into a deadly situation. The Dongfang family's concern was that they could not differentiate between targets protected by the sacred lands experts and those who were not. Should they fall into one of these traps, the Dongfang family would face irreversible consequences. To prevent such a scenario, the Dongfang elder strictly forbade anyone from seeking Jun Moxie's assistance, ensuring his safety. As time went on, the Dongfang family's situation became increasingly perilous. They could not afford the hefty compensation for abandoning the missions, nor could they be certain if the contracts were traps. The Dongfang family was facing an unprecedented crisis, with no easy path forward or backward. Behind this crisis, a tense undercurrent flowed between the three sacred lands and Jun Moxie, threatening to erupt at any moment. The three sacred lands were in turmoil over the Mo Xie and Mei Shuiyan incident, and they demanded that the Dongfang family hand over Mo Xie. Although the Dongfang family was outnumbered, they decided to seize the opportunity to fight against the odds and strengthen their clan. However, the 9 saints sent by the sacred lands surrounded Mei Shuiyan and suffered heavy losses, enraging the sect master of the Dream Blood Sea sect. Another 6 saints pursued Mo Xie, but their whereabouts were unknown. Shocking news arrived: all 6 saints had died, and the evil-eyed saint, Leng Tong, had retreated into seclusion in Tianju Mountain. Leng Tong left behind a message, questioning the sacred land's motives for enforcing divine punishment and their indifference to the common people. The leaders of the three sacred lands were anxious. Mo Wudao was eager for revenge and suggested slaughtering forces like Windy Snow Silver City, but his proposal was rejected. They decided to use a more subtle approach, using passive means to pressure each clan to find Mo Xie. Shi Ruoshan had other plans, but due to the unfavorable odds, he agreed to Mo Wudao's proposal. The only comfort they had was that Mei Shuiyan was dead, and while Mo Xi's master could rival multiple saints, it was unlikely they would emerge unscathed. The Sacred Emperor's palace promised that once Mo Xie reappeared, they would allow the sacred lands to dispatch saints or saint kings to kill him. The three sacred lands waited patiently for Mo Xie to show his face, determined to restore their dignity and exact revenge. Following the last incident, Sikong, Duanmu, and Fengshui Yincheng still do not seek help from Jun Moxie, and Dongfang is fighting till death. This unexpected change urges Shengyuan Palace. At the same time, Piomiao Wanfu sends out an urgent summon order, asking Saint King level experts to support Wanfu and stop Juyin Shizi Shao from breaking the seal. 4 Saint Kings and 2 sainted emperors from Shengyuan Palace go by order. Mo Wudao entrusts Zan Qinbei to pass a message to Jun Moxie, informing him of the destruction of Dongfang, Duanmu, Sikong, And Yincheng. Jun Moxie uses Yin Yang Dun to sneak into the underground and finds that the effectiveness of Wanfa's fog has weakened. And he gets rid of the fog restriction. After walking for a few hundred meters, he feels strange fluctuations in the existence of restrictions, and hears an earth-shattering roar. Realizing that Juyin Shizi Xiao is about to break the seal, Jun Moxie's heart is full of hesitation. If such people were released, Tianfa Forest may be in danger. But in the end, he decides to take the risk, considering it necessary to show gratitude. If it works, it would be the best. But if it doesn't, he can still escape with Yin Yang Dun. Jun Moxie speeds up and enters a forbidden passage, where he encounters subarctic environments, as well as Juyin Hangfeng and Juyin Handao. As the wind gets louder, the blades become denser and faster, creating a roar like thunder. Suddenly, a ghostly figure rushes from another direction, facing the blade storm with astonishing speed. Jun Moxie is horrified to find that this person is Juyin Shizi Xiao, whose body is extremely hard. When Juyin Handao stabs him, it is like a weapon striking iron. After Juyin Shizi Xiao disappears, Jun Moxie realizes the value and potential use of Juyin Handao. He is overjoyed and collects them all the way, intending to use the power of gold to further refine them. While training in the Hongjun Tower, Mei Shuiyin suddenly encounters countless narrow blades falling from the void, forming piles as tall as mountains. She recognizes them as the legendary 9 nether cold blades. Concurrently, in the forbidden lands of the Xuanxuan Continent, Jun Moxie also discovers more 9 nether cold blades but finds their material indestructible. Even his Fire Emperor blood can only leave shallow marks. Jun Moxie stumbles upon a peculiar cave with a ceiling radiating an AWE-inspiring, multicolored glow, an array created by the 9 nether first young master. Inside the cave are tens of thousands of 9 nether cold blades. Jun Moxie silently collects half of them. Suddenly, a fierce 9 nether cold wind blows, and a disheveled, ragged figure emerges, introducing himself as the 9 nether 14th young master. Upon noticing the array on the ceiling, he prepares to attack when Jun Moxie's voice echoes in his ear, questioning why he continues to bombard it. The 9 nether 14th young master is shocked as he had never met anyone else in the past 300 years. Using his astonishingly fast body technique, he creates multiple illusions within the cave, cautiously searching for Jun Moxie. However, Jun Moxie's yin-yang escape makes him impossible to locate. The 9 nether 14th young master activates his stillness incantation, solidifying the space but failing to affect Jun Moxie, who remains in his yin-yang escape state. He threatens to shatter the space, but his opponent remains unmoved. The 9 nether 14th young master waits patiently, but the concealed figure still does not reveal itself. In the dimly lit stone chamber, a sinister voice, the voice of the 14th young lord of the netherworld, boomed forth, its source untraceable. The voice, though soft, carried a shock that resonated like a slap to the face, igniting the 14th young lord of the netherworld's fury. Engulfed in rage, the 14th young lord of the netherworld unleashed a torrent of dark energy, his hair standing on end, his eyes deep as a cosmic abyss. As he thrust his arms downward, a violent hurricane billowed forth, the space around him shattering. In an instant, the entire cave morphed into a devouring black hole, sealed off from the world. Amidst it all, Jun Moxie, in a state of yin-yang void, remained unscathed, realizing that his potent energy technique, void shattering, had failed to eliminate Jun Moxie. The 14th young lord of the netherworld was filled with regret. Recognizing his own recklessness, he sighed, feeling his vitality severely depleted, his escape further delayed. Just then, a voice echoed, commending the might of void shattering, sending shivers down the 14th young lord of the netherworld's spine. It dawned on him that Jun Moxie was alive and unharmed. The 14th young lord of the netherworld regained his composure, reasserting control. He suspected Jun Moxie's ulterior motives and demanded an explanation in a heavy tone. Jun Moxie revealed himself as an emissary from the heavenly punishment forest, seeking a negotiation with the 14th young lord of the netherworld. He pointed out that the netherworld passage was on the verge of collapse, and that the 14th young lord of the netherworld would be significantly weakened once the seal was broken. Moreover, formidable masters lay in wait outside, posing a grave threat to him. Jun Moxie emphasized that the moment the 14th young lord of the netherworld broke the seal and emerged would be his most vulnerable, his risk of falling exceedingly high. He proposed an alliance, urging the 14th young lord of the Netherworld to join forces to confront the impending crisis. The 14 young masters of 9 serenities are aware that the seal is about to break, and the many external masters pose a threat to them. Jun Moxie proposes a deal if the 14 young masters promise not to wage war in the Heavenly Punishment Forest after leaving and not attack the Heavenly Punishment Profound Beasts before defeating him. He will help reduce the resistance of the seal by a third. The 14 young masters are furious and have a hard time accepting Jun Moxie's terms. They believe that after being trapped in the 9 Serenities passage for hundreds of years, they should not have to submit to anyone else's conditions. However, they cannot help but acknowledge Jun Moxie's formidable hidden strength and realize that they cannot defeat him in their current state. In the end, the 14 young masters acquiesce to Jun Moxie's conditions and ask for his name. Jun Moxie calls himself the first master of 9 heavens, which displeases the 14 young masters, who take it as a provocation and belittlement. Jun Moxie explains that the sobriquet First Master of 9 Heavens was purposely given to him by the 3 great sacred lands, with the intention of causing conflict when he and the 14 young masters inevitably meet. He also states that he has no intention of becoming enemies with the 14 young masters, but rather seeks to prevent the gains of hypocrites, while emphasizing that his own strength is not inferior to theirs. After weighing the pros and cons, the 14 young masters agree to the terms, hoping that Jun Moxie will keep his promise. Otherwise, conflict between them is inevitable. As for Jun Moxie, he hopes that this transaction will give him an advantage in any future showdown with the 14 young masters. Jun Moxie meets with the 9 youths of the Netherworld in the Seal's prison to discuss a plan to deal with the 3 great sacred grounds in the Phantom Palace. Jun Moxie proposes that the 9 youths be freed from their confinement as a condition to helping Jun Moxie overthrow the 3 powers. The 2 sides reach an agreement, and Jun Moxie uses his special ability to create a tiny hole in the seal, helping the 9 youths to amass their strength. With all their power, the 9 youths break through the seal, and 9 heavenly punishment beast kings fight back desperately. But the 9 youths ultimately break free. The Phantom Palace masters prepare to surround and attack the 9 youths, but the heavenly punishment beast kings strongly object, pointing out that an agreement was made that there would be no fighting in heavenly punishment territory. However, the Phantom Palace masters ignore their promise and set up a magical formation, prepared to join forces with the heavenly punishment beast kings against the 9 youths. As the seal shatters, the 9 youths return to the mortal world, and a thunderous roar announces that a world-shaking battle is about to unfold. A shadowy figure, accompanied by thunderous laughter, soars out of a cavernous abyss, the entrance vanishing into nothingness. On the ground, 11 robed figures act in unison, using cosmic forces to impede the figure's ascent. However, the figure, known as the Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, possesses extraordinary power. With a furious roar, he conjures a swirling black hurricane that shatters the cosmic cage. He retaliates against the 11 masters, gravely wounding 10 of them, just as the Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds prepares to escape. 6 men clad in purple descend from the heavens, their strategy of attrition effectively cutting off all his exits. The Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds creates 6 clones that disperse to attack, forcing the men in purple to retreat. However, a trap has been set in the northeast, and 6 men in white launch an offensive. The Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds is forced to pause and uses immobilization magic to trap the men in white, then unleashes a devastating void-shattering move to eliminate 3 of them. This attack, however, utterly depletes the Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds' remaining strength. He flees swiftly, but 3 celestial sword beams are fired at him, threatening his life. The Young Lord of the 9 Netherworlds finds no escape and faces imminent demise. Amidst a fierce chaos, young Master Juyu 14 single-handedly faced 26 top experts, vowing to uphold his pledge to Jun Moxie. Unleashing a forbidden technique, he forcefully stimulated his potential, enduring 3 fatal injuries in the process. Exhibiting astonishing tenacity, young Master Juyu 14 broke his opponent's 3 treasured swords, killing 6 of them, and eventually managed to escape. Standing mid-air with his wounds, he bore the immense pain, steadfastly adhering to his promise by not landing. Young Master Juyu XIV's legendary feat astounded the onlookers. The 26 experts of the 3 sacred lands' allied forces, including 8 Saint Emperors and 18 Saint Kings, had failed to corner him. His remarkable powers were beyond comprehension. Saint Emperor in white signaled the commencement of a follow-up pursuit plan. However, apprehension lingered among the crowd as they recognized that young Master Juyu 14, despite his injuries, possessed formidable regenerative abilities and untapped strength, affording him the possibility of survival. 9 burly men confronted the Saint Emperor, Mr. Cao, demanding he honor the oath established by the 3 sacred lands, Lone Fiend, and Illusory Mansion to eliminate young Master Juyu 14 together. They realized that if young Master Juyu 14 were to recover his full strength, it would spell disaster for the 3 sacred lands. Although Saint Emperor Cao attempted to appease them, they understood that the siege had not eradicated this threat. Young Master Juyu Xiv's escape destined the future to be marked by turmoil and unrest. Sky Punishment Forest, a sanctuary for spirit beasts, became a battleground for various factions on the continent due to its unique location and abundant spiritual resources. 9 powerful spirit beast kings have guarded Sky Punishment Forest for nearly 400 years, maintaining the array that sealed the 14 junior demon kings. However, as the seal weakened, the 3 human sanctuaries and the illusory Phantom Mansion broke their vows and initiated a war in Sky Punishment Forest. Lu Shenghuang, the leader of the 9 spirit beast kings, was enraged. He confronted the human forces, demanding an explanation for breaking the agreement. However, the human representative, Cao Guofeng, gave evasive answers and requested further clarification. Lu Shenghuang refused, stating that Sky Punishment's dignity was inviolable and demanded a clear response. The human Saint Emperor were torn. They acknowledged Sky Punishment's diminished strength but hesitated to offend the illusory Phantom Mansion. Tacitly accepting their stance, the robed figure from the illusory Phantom Mansion bluntly stated that might made right in the martial world and that loyalty was merely a joke. Lu Shenghuang, filled with grief and indignation, declared that Sky Punishment would sever ties with humanity, cease involvement in continental affairs, and even become adversaries. Thus, the once unbreakable alliance between the 5 major factions of Profound Continent crumbled. Despite their weakened cultivation, the 9 spirit beast kings remained resolute and resentful, having sacrificed centuries to maintain the continent's peace. They were betrayed and deceived by the human forces, sullying the honor of Sky Punishment Forest. In the Heavens Punishment Forest, the 9 great beast kings inwardly complained about Jun Moxie's appearance. But Jun Moxie came forward to protect his family. The Hidden World Immortal Palace's Saint Emperor, Zan Mubai, came to tell Jun Moxie that the 4 families of Dongfang, Duanmu, Sikong, and Fengshui Yin City had been destroyed. Jun Moxie was shocked and furious, asking Zan Mubai what the difference was between people gone and families gone. Zan Mubai belittled Jun Moxie's understanding, saying that Jun Moxie could go out and see for himself. Jun Moxie said that he could relay the message to his master. But Zan Mubai revealed that the person Jun Moxie's master killed was his closed-door disciple. Zan Mubai was sorrow-stricken and determined to confront Jun Moxie's master. Jun Moxie playfully responded, saying he would relay the message. At this moment, Zan Mubai suddenly turned hostile, casting the heaven and earth spirit lock to imprison the unsuspecting Jun Moxie. The 9 great beast kings were furious, but it was too late. Zan Mubai condensed all his energy and struck Jun Moxie with a palm, intent on killing him. In the nick of time, the Snake King Qinshun leapt in front of Jun Moxie to block the fatal blow. Sacrificing herself, Jun Moxie was devastated, filled with anger at Zan Mubai's vile tactics and sorrow for Qinshun's sacrifice. Jun Moxie's heart was torn to pieces by a stabbing pain. His spirit and soul shattered instantly. When he saw the green-clothed Snake King, Qinshun's eyes reassured him, her life force diminishing but remaining peaceful. He realized she had defended him with her own life. Jun Moxie frenziedly transferred his spiritual power to Qinshun. Forgetting his own injuries, he had endured the heavenly Thunder Saint King's heavy blow, while Zan Mubai was also gravely wounded by the combined attacks of the 9 great beast kings. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan noticed the unyielding surge of spiritual power from the Hongjun Pagoda. Recognizing that Jun Moxie was facing an intense battle, she discovered with astonishment that Jun Moxie seemed to always fight beyond his level. Marveling at his extraordinary nature, Jun Moxie spared no effort in saving Qinshun, neglecting himself in the process. He questioned himself repeatedly, wondering why Qinshun had fallen in love with him. He did not know the answer, nor did Mei Shuiyan. Perhaps love had no rationale. like how Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had grown to love each other. And how Qinshun had been uncontrollably moved. She had suppressed her feelings. For Jun Moxie belonged to Mei Shuiyan. Until Jun Moxie faced danger, Qinshun had without hesitation shielded him with her own body. She disregarded her safety, only hoping for his well-being. Jun Moxie realized he owed Qinshun an enormous debt. He came to understand that his actions had brought harm and pain to others. The 9 great beast kings and countless heavenly punishment profound beasts attacked with a frenzy. Zan Mubai and Cao Guofeng led a group of 20 experts in a desperate breakout. Under Jun Moxie's persuasion, the dear Saint King restrained his anger for the moment, allowing them to escape. Chaos erupted in the heavenly punishment forest. But Jun Moxie held Qinshun's body in a profound silence, lost in deep contemplation and sorrow. In the sky penalty forest, a fierce battle breaks out. 20 top experts from 4 different places are engaged in a fierce battle with millions of mysterious beasts. Faced with the powerful beasts, the experts from all 4 sides choose to self-destruct. Eagle King and Crane Rush took the lead and launched a suicide attack with a large number of eagles and cranes, causing great damage. However, the superior number of mysterious beasts was irresistible and the experts gradually fell into trouble. At this moment, Saint Emperor of Deer appeared and ordered the mysterious beasts to make a passage to let the experts from 4 sides go. The Beast Kings wondered why they were not completely eliminated. However, Saint Emperor of Deer explained that Jun Moxie and Snake Queen Xuanxuan are not dead. And it was Jun Moxie's intention to let the experts go. The mysterious beasts were surprised and quickly surrounded Jun Moxie and Xuanxuan. Although Jun Moxie had broken ribs, he was not seriously injured, while Xuanxuan was seriously injured. Saint Emperor of Deer was astonished that Xuanxuan survived the full force of Saint Emperor Zan Mubai's attack. The experts from the 4 sides left, and the mysterious beasts were furious, believing that Saint Emperor of Deer was too weak. Saint Emperor explained that if the mysterious beasts wanted to eliminate the experts from the 4 sides, the price would be too much. And since Jun Moxie was not dead, it was his intention to let the experts from the 4 sides go. Verkai Mountain and others were excited and immediately rushed to visit Jun Moxie after knowing that he was not dead. When the Beast Kings learned that Xuanxuan was also alive, they expressed their surprise and speculated that Zan Mubai might have shown mercy. In the midst of an intense battle, Divine Emperor Lu was astonished to find that Snake King Qinshun was still alive despite sustaining severe injuries. Upon closer examination, he noticed that while Qinshun's internal organs were heavily concussed, they were not fatally damaged. However, the bones in her back were completely shattered. This was puzzling, as it was within Zan Mubai's strength to shatter internal organs. Jun Moxie explained with a wry smile that he had joined forces with Qinshun to withstand Zan Mubai's attack. Jun Moxie channeled his primal chaos violet chi technique into Qinshun's body. But due to her limited resilience, this force clashed with Zan Mubai's attack within her body, causing her backbones to shatter and her internal organs to sustain heavy damage. Even though Jun Moxie had saved Qinshun's life, her injuries were still extremely severe. Moreover, she was unable to return to her original form, indicating that Jun Moxie's primal chaos violet chi had protected her entire being. In a startling event, Jun Moxie made Qinshun vanish with a snap of his fingers. Divine Emperor Lu realized the mystical power within Jun Moxie. He believed that the stronger Jun Moxie became, the more beneficial it would be for the heavenly punishment forest. Therefore, he wouldn't pursue Jun Moxie's actions. Jun Moxie transferred Qinshun to the Hongjun Pagoda to recuperate, as he knew that she had lost her mind and couldn't cooperate with the treatment independently. On the other hand, Jun Moxie's way of treating his own injuries was equally shocking. He expanded his body by inhaling air, causing his broken ribs to reset, and then contracted his body, forcing the broken bones to align. Despite the intense pain, he clenched his teeth and eventually mended his fractured parts. Zan Mubai's sneak attack triggered Jun Moxie's murderous intent, and he realized that Mo Wu Dao hoped he would leave the heavenly punishment forest in order to deal with him. Zan Mubai's willingness to sacrifice his reputation for his own purposes also infuriated Jun Moxie. He resolved to avenge himself on Zan Mubai and settle their bloody debt. After Mei Shuiyan was critically injured, Jun Moxie intended to confront the 3 sacred grounds, but he endured and retreated to protect Mei Shuiyan's last wish. However, Zan Mubai's attack enraged him, making him determined to retaliate. To conceal his revenge plan, he suppressed his hatred, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, the 9 sacred beasts, including the dear sacred emperor, returned to heavenly punishment and were furious upon learning of the betrayal. The dear sacred emperor was enraged when he heard about Mei Shuiyan being forced back into beast form and vowed revenge. Jun Moxie inquired about the sacred beast's plan, and the dear sacred emperor stated that they would serve as guardians, assisting the tribes, but they must be the first to fight in battle. The dear sacred emperor revealed that when the sacred beasts entered the mirage fog 300 years ago, they were unable to pass on secret techniques, resulting in the decline of their descendants' strength. Jun Moxie asked to examine the sacred beast's injuries, and the dear sacred emperor reluctantly informed him that they were severely weakened, with their souls on the verge of collapse, beyond recovery. After checking the 9 beast kings, Jun Moxie discovered that their core pellets were severely damaged, causing their veins to deplete. But after his peculiar energy flowed into their bodies, it started to restore their internal functions, as if dead wood was granted a new life. Jun Moxie said that he would refine pills to help the 9 beast kings recover, not only restoring their health but also enhancing their abilities. This was because their years of arduous cultivation had already expanded their veins, allowing for a massive boost in cultivation speed once their cultivation was restored. To speed up their recovery, Jun Moxie suggested that the 9 beast kings return to their respective tribes to inherit the title of Beast King, strengthening the Sky Punishment Forest. Meanwhile, Deer Chasing Wind, concerned that Jun Moxie might misunderstand Mei Shuiyan's age, explained that when a profound beast transformed, their age was reset. Mei Shuiyan was, in fact, still a young girl. Deer Chasing Wind tentatively asked about Jun Moxie's relationship with Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie solemnly replied that Mei Shuiyan was his wife, and regardless of whether she regained her human form, he would marry her. The 9 beast kings were relieved to hear this, as they all cared deeply for Mei Shuiyan's happiness. Jun Moxie then returned to the edge of the Sky Punishment Forest to inspect the training of the remnant Sky Soul Devouring Legion. Eagle Pounce and Wind Roll Cloud were responsible for the Legion's training, while Bai Li Luo Yun and Cold Arrogance were responsible for developing their assassination skills. Jun Moxie convened a meeting to hear about their training progress. The members of the remnants of the Heavenly Slaughter have made astonishing progress with the pills provided by Jun Moxie in the high-intensity training. All 300 members have reached the Sky Profound Realm, with 5 even reaching the peak of the Sky Profound Realm. This is attributed to the improvements made to their bones and meridians by the Scorching Bone Pills, as well as the training that penetrated deep into their bone marrow. Meanwhile, the assassins selected and trained by Bai Li Loyan and Leng Ao also made significant progress. Out of 1,000 candidates, only 8 were selected after rigorous screening and brutal training. Adding in the Heaven and Earth cripples, a total of 12 individuals show the potential to become assassins. Jun Moxie expressed satisfaction with the results, describing the selection ratio as very high. He pointed out that qualified assassins are rare, and Bai Li Loyan and Leng Ao's discerning eyes in the selection process were highly perceptive. However, Jun Moxie also emphasized that becoming an outstanding assassin is not easy. He explained to Ying Bo Kong, Feng Wan Yun, Bai Li Loyan and Leng Ao that true assassins should not only possess technique, but more importantly, they should have an instinct to always be on the defensive or offensive, and the determination to abandon all fetters. Jun Moxie believed that only 2 top assassins on the entire continent met this standard: Chu Chi-hun and himself. He stressed that assassins are not cold, emotionless machines, but rather elite spies who maintain constant vigilance and alertness, ready to respond to any situation. In the public's eyes, assassins are often portrayed as mysterious and ruthless, and any assassins who deviate from this image are seen as anomalies. However, Jun Moxie believes that true assassins are not like this. A true assassin must complete their target mission under any circumstance, strike with precision, and retreat without being harmed. Their martial skills do not need to be exceptional, but their timing must be impeccable. Jun Moxie points out that an assassin who fails to kill their target and escape cannot be considered a true assassin. Jun Moxie summarizes the training required to cultivate an assassin into 2 steps: honing their skills through combat and bloodshed, to the point of putting themselves on the brink of life and death, consuming elixirs to enhance their strength. After rigorous training and 2 rounds of elixir enhancements, the strength of the remnant Heaven Soul Devourers has increased significantly. making them a formidable force. Jun Moxie dispatches this group to sabotage and disrupt the forces of the Sikong, Guanmu, and Dongfang families, who are all affiliated with the Three Holy Lands. Their objective is to protect themselves, eliminate all secular forces associated with the Three Holy Lands, and avoid revealing their identities or depleting their own strength. Jun Moxie's plan is to create a situation where the Three Holy Lands are left without their top experts and become vulnerable to his bloody revenge. The conflict between Jun Moxie and the Three Holy Lands is escalating, due to the Three Holy Lands' constant agitation of Jun Moxie's allied families. Jun Moxie decides to retaliate against their affiliated families. He aims to infiltrate the Three Holy Land families and eliminate their forces one by one. Leading over 60 members of the Cannibal Corps, Jun Moxie heads to the forest where the Dongfang family is hiding. On their way, they discover 4 experts with strength beyond the sovereign level having a barbecue deep within the forest. Jun Moxie deduces that they are sent by the Three Holy Lands to spy on the Dongfang family and resolves to capture them alive. The Cannibal Corps stealthily approaches the spies. One of the spies dismisses the Dongfang family as a mere mortal family, unworthy of any alarm. However, another points out that matriarch Dongfang's cultivation might not be inferior to theirs or even surpass them. The spies plan to gather information on the Dongfang family members as they leave on assignments and eliminate them one by one. Upon overhearing their conversation, Jun Moxie thinks of the 4 spies as grilled birds he is about to consume and plans to eliminate them methodically. The Cannibal Corps spreads out to surround the spies, and an intense battle is on the horizon. The malicious thousand-soul slaughterer, Wang Weiren, expounds his philosophy of familial extermination through relentless torture and psychological destruction. The victims will utterly collapse and lose the ability to resist. Wang Weiren is appointed the chief enforcer, which he takes as a sign that the Three Holy Lands intend to torment and abuse the target families, rather than executing them mercifully. The sect master's younger brother's tragic death and the sacrifices of other Holy Land experts have aroused the Holy Land's desire for revenge. They wish to vent their rage through torturing the target families. Wang Weiren and his group are chosen for this task because they are proficient in such methods. Wang Weiren notes that their risk of retribution is minimal, as Jun Moxie has been killed and there are no other forces which would oppose the Three Holy Lands for the sake of secular families. At this moment, a young man in white appears, his overwhelming power shocking Wang Weiren and his companions. The youth identifies himself as Jun Moxie, which confuses Wang Weiren, as the Holy Emperor announced he had already killed him. Wang Weiren speculates that Jun Moxie must have faked his death and escaped. Confronted by Jun Moxie's interrogation, Wang Weiren cringes and offers to help. Old Sun doubts Jun Moxie's identity, but Wang Weiren fears that questioning him will invite disaster. Jun Moxie revealed his identity, causing panic among Old Sun and his accomplices. Jun Moxie pretended to procrastinate while secretly deploying Bai Li Loyan and others to encircle the enemy. When the encirclement was complete, Jun Moxie waved his hand, and more than 60 experts at least at the sovereign profound realm level attacked together, trapping the 4 evil sect members. The 4 evil sect members showed despair on their faces, realizing they were completely outmatched. Under Jun Moxie's command, a fierce battle broke out, and the evil sect experts found that their opponents were not only powerful but also coordinated. Wang Weiren took advantage of the chaos to escape, but was caught up by Bai Li Loyan, who was nauseated by Wang Weiren's bad breath. In the end, all 4 evil sect members were captured. Jun Moxie set up a solemn court and ordered his subordinates to carry out the sentence. Jun Moxie extracted crucial intelligence from the 4 assassins through brutal interrogation. Their confessions revealed that Palace Master Mo Wudao of the secluded Immortal Palace commissioned the Dongfang clan to assassinate over 200 targets, 1/3 of whom had protectors from the Three Holy Lands in their proximity. Mo Wudao's motive was to weaken the Dongfang clan while framing the Three Holy Lands for revenge. Upon learning of this conspiracy, Jun Moxie grew concerned that the Dongfang clan might have already taken action, leading to irreversible losses. He immediately resolved to head to the Dongfang clan to protect his loved ones. Upon reaching the Dongfang residence, Jun Moxie found everything seemingly peaceful, but his maternal uncle, Dongfang Wenchen, reprimanded his unexpected appearance. Jun Moxie claimed to have made thorough preparations, and although Dongfang Wenchen remained skeptical, he consented to let him stay for a few days. Soon after, Bai Loyan and others arrived at the Dongfang residence, bringing with them 60 to 70 formidable members of the remnant heaven-devouring corps. Dongfang Wenchen expressed astonishment, finding their cultivation progress within a few months to be unbelievably rapid. However, Jun Moxie deemed their advancement speed to be unsatisfactory, learning that Jun Moxie had also deployed similar forces in 9 different directions. Dongfang Wenchen was utterly speechless, acknowledging Jun Moxie's extraordinary talent that left others in awe. Jun Moxie earnestly emphasized that the Dongfang clan remained in great danger, with the 3 Holy Lands potentially ready to move at any moment. He demanded that the core members of the Dongfang clan be assembled immediately to discuss countermeasures. Jun Moxie returns to the Dongfang family and is immediately cautioned by his third uncle, Dongfang Wenda. As soon as he arrives in the courtyard, he warns Jun to be cautious of his eldest uncle, Dongfang Wenqing. Jun Moxie suddenly recalls his prank, tricking Dongfang Wenqing into standing in various positions every night. Dongfang Wenda is overcome with laughter and cannot contain himself. Dongfang Wenqing emerges before the group with a flushed face and brimming with anger. He strides forward and aims to apprehend Jun Moxie to chastise him. Jun Moxie, startled, flees while crying for help. Dongfang Wenqing relentlessly pursues him, and their chase causes a commotion. Jun Moxie enters the inner court in search of reinforcements and encounters Lady Dongfang, the matriarch. The matriarch chastises Dongfang Wenqing and inquires about the situation. Dongfang Wenqing is enraged but cannot reveal Jun Moxie's prank, leaving him to point at Jun and declare, "You'll pay." Jun Moxie protests, claiming he has been assaulted upon his arrival home and demands Dongfang Wenqing provide an explanation. Dongfang Wenqing is speechless and livid. Dongfang Wenda, the third uncle, is unable to contain his laughter and is taken outside by Dongfang Wenqing for a thrashing. The story continues with this unresolved conflict. Jun Moxie rushed home and learned that the Dongfang family was being threatened by the 3 Holy Lands. The old madam responded calmly and refused to let Jun Moxie intervene. Through probing, Jun Moxie learned about the conspiracy of the 3 Holy Lands against the Dongfang family. Although the old madam declared to the outside world that the Dongfang family was not strong enough, she had actually secretly invited Jun Moxie to bring 70 or more supreme experts. She planned to use the Dongfang family's reputation to attract the attention of the 3 Holy Lands and, at the same time, drain the enemy's strength. Furthermore, the old madam also enacted the 3 Unkillables family rule, which emphasized that civilians, honest officials, and good people could not be assassinated. Jun Moxie insisted on participating in the action, believing that he was the Dongfang family's rightful assassin and could not miss this opportunity. The old madam lamented her other son's slow-wittedness and praised Jun Moxie's intelligence and resourcefulness. Jun Moxie, in turn, offered to refine a rejuvenation pill for the old madam. Finally, Jun Moxie asked about the origin of the 3 Unkillables family rule and praised it as the Dongfang family's adherence to principles. The 2 parties reached a consensus and resolved to spare no effort in meeting the challenge of the 3 Holy Lands. After weighing the pros and cons, the old lady decides to dispatch 3 teams of assassins to execute an assassination mission with a total of 15 targets. The first team will be led by Dongfang Wenjian and Bai Loyan, and the second team by Dongfang Wudao and Leng Ao. Jun Moxie and Dongfang Wenqing are in the third team and are ordered to assassinate the most challenging target, the Chen family, a prominent family from Zhoucheng. However, Jun Moxie's appearance is hilariously tampered with by the old master, leaving him looking hideous. Despite the old master's relentless mockery, Jun Moxie remains unfazed and even doubles down on his disgusting gestures, driving the old master to his limits. On their way to Zhoucheng, Dongfang Wenqing reveals that the Chen family wields formidable power and dominates a vast territory within 1,000 miles, making it well defended and challenging to conquer. Upon hearing the name Zhoucheng, Jun Moxie bursts into laughter, finding a poem praising the Chen family amusing. They are now approaching their third target. Jun Moxie and Dongfang Wenqing conceal themselves, preparing to execute the assassination mission. Confused, Dongfang Wenqing asks Jun Moxie why he's laughing, learning that Jun Moxie finds the head of the Chen family's name, Chrysanthemum Chen, amusing. Dongfang Wenqing then informs Jun Moxie that their goal is to assassinate Chen Jiashan, the head of the Chen family, a mission made difficult by the Chen family's deep background, surpassing even the current Dongfang family. Jun Moxie wonders why the Dongfang family would accept such a dangerous mission. The reason being Jun Moxie himself. The Chen family's ancestor, Chen Kong, was a legendary figure from the ethereal immortal palace, one of the 3 holy lands, but fell at the hands of Jun Moxie's master. Seeking revenge, the Chen family targeted the Dongfang family, and the Zhan family also commissioned the Dongfang family to assassinate Chen Jiashan. Arousing the Dongfang family's suspicions, Jun Moxie realizes that this is a trap, an attempt by the 3 holy lands to use the Chen and Zhan families as cover to attack the Dongfang family. However, Jun Moxie's addition to the Dongfang family has empowered them to overcome their adversaries. It becomes clear to Jun Moxie that elder Madame Dongfang's acceptance of the mission is not only to uphold the Dongfang family's reputation but also to declare her support for him. Touched, Jun Moxie vows to save the Dongfang family from their peril. He realizes that the trap set by the Chen and Zhan families has evolved into a grander conspiracy, with the 3 holy lands seeking to eliminate them all. Yet, instead of being deterred, Jun Moxie becomes determined to turn this trap into his own ambush. Leaving the 3 holy land scheme in ruins, Jun Moxie has infiltrated Chrysanthemum City, intending to seek revenge on the 3 holy lands. Inside the Chen family hall, Patriarch Chen Qingtian and 2 white-robed elders strategize. Oriental Wenchengqing, the head of the Oriental family, leads an attack on Chen Qingtian, including 2 heavenly-level assassins and an unappealing youth. The white-robed elder suggests that the unappealing youth is the key figure. With a hidden identity and exceptional skills, the Oriental family seems to fear the 20 guards who accompany the youth, who are tall and composed, potentially belonging to an unknown force. Chen Qingtian decides to send his most capable man, Chen, to investigate the youth's background to avoid underestimation. The Chen and Zhan families form an alliance, with the Zhan family providing external support in case of an incident. The white-robed elder warns the Chen family not to be complacent, as the Oriental family is skilled in assassination, and Oriental Wenchengqing's abilities have improved. However, the true identity of the unappealing youth and the origin of the 20 guards remain unknown. Casting a shadow of doubt over the Chen family, Jun Moxie infiltrates Chrysanthemum City, determined to collect blood debts on this concealed battlefield set up by the 3 holy lands. Inside the Chen family's hall, the patriarch Chen Qingtian consults with 2 white-robed old men on how to counter the assassination attempt by the Eastern family. Dongfang Wenqing leads a group of men into Chrysanthemum City, including 2 heavenly-level assassins and an ugly young man from the Eastern family. The white-robed old men analyze that the true threat of this mission lies not in Dongfang Wenqing but in the young man. They suspect that he is hiding his true identity and possesses exceptional fighting skills. A scout reports that the Eastern family's heavenly-level assassins show fear and respect towards the 20 guards who, despite their intimidating physique, are not in animal form. The 2 white-robed old men speculate about a connection to divine punishment spirit beasts. But the scout confirms that the guards are not spirit beasts. Their reverence towards the young man and Dongfang Wenqing suggests that they might be the young man's family or servants. Chen Qingtian decides to dispatch his younger brother, Chen, to investigate the young man's background and to collaborate closely with the Zhan family. Ready to take action at a moment's notice, Chen Qishan gathers his family to plot the elimination of the Eastern family. Seeking protection from the master of the immortal palace of seclusion, Chen Qishan assigns his highly regarded eldest son, Chen, and 4 retainers to carry out the mission. Emphasizing its importance, Chen is a prodigious cultivator, second only to his ancestor Chen Chong in the Chen family's history, and is also skilled in music, earning him the title 3 Wonders. Chen's wedding approaches, and he is engaged to Zhan Mingdi, the daughter of the Zhan family, forming an alliance between the 2 families. Dongfang Wenqing and his companions check into the Golden Chrysanthemum Inn. Dongfang Wenqing believes the Chen family is aware of their presence and decides to abandon stealth. Jun Moxie ventures out to investigate while using his abilities to draw the Chen family's attention. Chen hosts a grand musical event, attracting a large crowd. It is both a Chen family celebration and a test for Chen. Jun Moxie is haphazardly directed to his destination by passers-by as he stands before the Tongguan Tower. At the same time, on another side, Zhan Mingdi, also known as the gut-wrenching gentleman, is galloping towards the same place. The Zhan family is colluding with the enigmatic forces of the 3 holy lands and intends to attack the Dongfang clan. As the crowd gathers in front of the Tongguan Tower, Jun Moxie realizes an unusual silence inside, with only the sound of melodious music drifting out. As the music of Close Confidant begins to play, Jun Moxie steps inside. The music abruptly changes as the gut-wrenching gentleman himself appears on the top floor of the tower. Zhan Mengdi also ascends to the top floor and casts a disdainful glance at the gut-wrenching gentleman. Jun Moxie keenly senses a dozen or so powerful divine senses probing him. Among them many experts of the sovereign realm. He discerns that the three holy lands have already locked their sights on him. Although the gut-wrenching gentleman has a refined and elegant appearance, his eyes reflect an air of indifference and melancholy, reminding Jun Moxie of Li Yuran. As Jun Moxie calmly crosses his legs and requests hospitality, the gut-wrenching gentleman softly says, "Esteemed guest has come from afar. Tea is naturally in order." With the command of the gut-wrenching gentleman, a fine tea arrives on the top floor. Jun Moxie recognizes that the decisive battle will unfold in Chrysanthemum City. He decides to exploit the influence of the Zhan and Chen families to tempt even more experts from the Holy Lands into gathering, thereby eliminating them all in one stroke. With the music accompanying them, Jun Moxie and the gut-wrenching gentleman lock gazes, commencing a treacherous game filled with danger. At the picturesque rooftop, a dashing young master, Chen, approached. His broad sleeves almost swept the ground as he brought a fragrant pot of tea to a wandering swordsman named Dongfang Dashu. After pleasantries, Dongfang Dashu realized that Chen was also hiding his true identity. He removed Chen's mask, revealing his weary face. Chen confessed that he had worn the mask for over 2 decades and could not remove it easily, or he would lose everything. Just then, a group of people entered the building, led by a veiled maiden. Upon hearing Chen's melodious zither music, the maiden paused to listen. Chen invited Dongfang Dashu to play as well, and he obliged. Dongfang Dashu's zither music was passionate and stirring, embodying the spirit of a wanderer, its melodies expressing both the thrill and despair of living by the sword. Chen was captivated, his eyes gleaming. As Dongfang Dashu played, he sang Song of the Sea, his voice resonating with an indomitable spirit. As the music ended, a silence fell over the room. Dongfang Dashu confided to Chen that the song, Swordsman of Mount Hua, was his own creation, which he hoped everyone would play, as it brought him a sense of home in this foreign land. The two men continued their heartfelt conversation on the rooftop, their bond strengthened by the music. Chen's uncertainties dissipated as his aspirations rekindled amidst Dongfang Dashu's zither melodies. Amidst the grandeur of the Dangon Tower, a melodious tune known as the Ballad of Laughter in the martial world echoes throughout the hall, stirring the hearts of all who hear it. Gallant heroes shed tears, lost souls find solace, and martial world dreams ignite within the warriors. 2 white-robed elders, deeply immersed in the melody, express their emotions of regret and longing. They lament the ruthlessness of the martial world, the loss of comrades, and the sacrifices they have made in their pursuit. As the veiled maiden Zhan Mengdi listens to the music, the poignant sorrow and indomitable spirit resonate with her. She realizes that the martial world is not just a realm of violence but an intricate tapestry of emotions. Bittersweet and unforgettable, Chen is stirred by the music, reawakening the dormant dream of the martial world within him. He recognizes the futility of his existence as a tool for the aristocratic Chen family. He implores Jun Moxie to leave, hoping that he will truly find freedom in the martial world. However, Jun Moxie smiles calmly, affirming his ambition to rise above it all. At this moment, Zhan Mengdi emerges, while unseen experts draw closer. Chen understands that his mission has failed, but driven by a rare sense of camaraderie, he insists on helping Jun Moxie escape. Upon revealing his identity, Jun Moxie astounds Zhan Mengdi and radiates the unfettered spirit of a martial world hero in both Chen and Zhan Mengdi's eyes. As the melody reaches its crescendo, Jun Moxie takes flight, ending the stirring musical encounter with a resounding laugh that signifies his determination to navigate the martial world in his own way. Atop the Dingguan building, Chen's sudden change of heart caught everyone off guard, disrupting Jun Moxie's plan. But instead of retreating, Jun Moxie decided to escalate the situation. Jun Moxie's mingled feelings for Chen made him reluctant to kill him. So, he granted Chen's wish to play a piece of music, laughing in the Zhonghu, intensifying the crisis and drawing more experts from the 3 holy lands. Facing enemies from all sides, Jun Moxie's incredible strength led him to subdue and even kill over 10 Zon heavenly experts. However, his triumph was halted by the intervention of 2 mysterious old men in white. Suddenly, Jun Moxie hovered in midair. Utilizing his masterful lightness skill, Jun Moxie grabbed one of the old men and struck his shoulder with lightning speed, shattering the bone and sending him plummeting. As he died, the old man revealed his status as a second-level venerable, whose protective profound chi was effortlessly broken by Jun Moxie. His companion was horrified upon hearing this. Jun Moxie's astonishing power and abrupt transformation left the tense situation even more enigmatic. Chrysanthemum City was about to witness a series of fierce battles, and the fate of Jun Moxie became increasingly uncertain. At the Tianxiang Tower, Jun Moxie single-handedly confronts experts from 3 great sanctuaries and the misty illusory manor. Facing multiple supreme and venerable martial artists, he responds with composure, displaying astounding martial arts skills. With lightning speed, Jun Moxie attacks his opponents while simultaneously employing the formidable heaven and earth cage technique. As he nears the move's completion, he learns that his adversaries include a venerated third-level martial artist and realizes the technique's potential recoil, forcing him to withdraw abruptly. The recoil inflicts grievous injuries on Jun Moxie's companions, rendering them unconscious. Hovering in midair, Jun Moxie laughs, declaring his disregard for his opponent's schemes. He proclaims his desire for the Grand Masters of the 3 sanctuaries to confront him, as he seeks a cathartic opportunity for revenge. Jun Moxie then vanishes, leaving behind a tower filled with stunned individuals. They have witnessed his formidable power, a superior martial artist who effortlessly annihilates several opponents and severely wounds 2 venerable masters. Chen Chen of the Chen family and Zan Mengdi of the misty illusory manor are deeply shaken by Jun Moxie's capabilities. Their initial admiration evolves into awe and respect. They realize the imminent danger their families face. Zan Mengdi recognizes Jun Moxie as the target of the collaborative efforts by the Chen and Zan families. Chen Chen resolves to persuade his father to withdraw from the conflict, hoping to avert the potential annihilation of their family. When mourning Chen realizes his fiancée, Butterfly Zan, knows about his love affair with a maidservant, he experiences great heartache. While mourning never-desired marriage with Butterfly, his family pressures him. Unbeknownst to him, Butterfly's heart belongs to 100-Mile Falling Cloud, an unacknowledged illegitimate son. Deeply moved by their shared plight, mourning Chen resolves to retreat from the martial world, freeing himself from his family's expectations. Inspired by mourning's actions, Butterfly persuades him to leave and discreetly reveals 100-Mile Falling Cloud's identity. Intrigued, Mourning searches for him but discovers he has vanished without a trace. That evening, Mourning implores his father to rescind the marriage, but his plea is denied. Mourning is confined to his home as the Chen and Zan families summon aid from the 3 great sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the Eastern family mysteriously vanishes, leaving no clues behind. However, Jun Moxie had already neutralized their surveillance. The Chen family realizes that the Eastern family lurks in the shadows, planning a devastating attack. Mourning's father is terrified by the abilities of the Eastern family's formidable general, Eastern Dashu. Over the next 7 days, Eastern assassins strike with a 100 success rate, even eliminating guards from the 3 great sacred grounds. The martial world echoes with the proclamation when the sun rises in the east. We remain undefeated, demonstrating the Eastern family's overwhelming power. News spreads to Chrysanthemum City, causing panic among the Chen and Zan families. Eastern Wenqing arrives personally, exuding confidence and control over the situation. The plans of both families and the 3 great sacred grounds are shattered as they face an imminent crisis. Amidst the chaos on the continent, the once struggling Sima and Duanmu clans experience a sudden reversal of fortunes. A mysterious force wreaks havoc on the businesses and collaborators of those who plotted against the clans, leaving hundreds dead, including treacherous members of the Sima and Duanmu families. Partners associated with the clans are swiftly eliminated, unleashing a bloody storm across the continent and leaving countless unsolved mysteries. The unknown perpetrator kills without hesitation or explanation, leaving many unanswered questions. Unaware of the machinations behind the scenes, the Sima and Duanmu clans regain their clients and wealth. The ruthless nature of the killer instills fear, leading people to seek their favor. Having endured adversity, the clans emerge stronger and more united, becoming the rising superpowers on the continent. Forces connected to the Jun family are also purged, including the Huang family of Tianxiang who seized Jun family businesses. The Yutang Empire swiftly withdraws its troops to avoid further entanglement. The identity of the killer remains an enigma. Their movements untraceable. Even the three sacred lands are at a loss. At this point, a plea for help from Chrysanthemum City arrives, potentially leading to the unraveling of the mystery. In Chrysanthemum City, a group of mysterious masters with formidable power appears, capable of defeating two Tier 2 venerables and several supreme supremacy masters with a single move. It is speculated that among these individuals is at least one saint. The three Holy Lands attach great importance to this incident, believing it to be revenge from the heavenly punishment forest, and dispatch 30 masters, including 3 saint emperors, 3 saints, and 6 venerables to Chrysanthemum City for a siege. Meanwhile, an enigmatic group is sent from the serene Mirage Mansion. News from the Saint Emperor Palace announces that the battle for the heavens will be held in a year, and all forces are urged to prepare for battle. Therefore, this expedition against Chrysanthemum City is particularly vital, and the elites of the three Holy Lands will give their all to capture the higher echelons of heavenly punishment and the 14 evils of the 9 serenities. Jun Moxie, a thorn in the eye of the three Holy Lands, becomes increasingly paranoid and driven by hatred. He has engineered an ideal situation, hoping to avenge himself against the three Holy Lands in a grand, earth-shattering confrontation. Jun Moxie declares that he harbors no ill will and only desires to live freely. But he will not hesitate to destroy everything if his path is blocked. Compared to the ambitions of the three Holy Lands and the 9 serenities, Jun Moxie seems even more unhinged, driven by a mentality of desperate unconcern for the future. In a secluded place, Jun Moxie leisurely sips tea while an anxious Dongfang Wenqing wears a face full of worry. After learning about Jun Moxie's plan for revenge, Dongfang Wenqing feels it is reckless and believes that with their strength, it will be difficult to succeed. However, Jun Moxie is full of confidence, believing that they have an equal chance and that life and death are destined. Dongfang Wenqing has no choice but to decide to risk her life to accompany him. After Jun Moxie enters the Hongjun Pagoda, he discovers that Mei Shuiyin is undergoing a breakthrough and has already mastered the second level of the heaven and earth creation technique. Upon learning about Mei Shuiyin's rapid progress, Jun Moxie is both surprised and shocked. At the same time, Jun Moxie reflects on his actions while contemplating by the side of the Snake King. He realizes that he lives for the people who love him and to take responsibility. In order to help Mei Shuiyin break through the bottleneck, Jun Moxie provides her with several pills. After consuming the pills, Mei Shuiyin successfully regains her human form and asks Jun Moxie to leave to avoid suspicion. Returning to the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie is captivated by the dense spiritual energy in the radiant Mei Shuiyin in her white robes. Feeling Mei Shuiyin's longing and deep affection, he cannot help but marvel at the joy of reunion after a long absence. Jun Moxie is shocked to find out that Mei Shuiyin has successfully regained her human form. Overwhelming joy floods him, yet is almost unbearable. Mei Shuiyin, tears streaming, rushes into Jun Moxie's arms. They embrace for a long time, feeling each other's presence. Words unnecessary. Mei Shuiyin's beauty has grown since her rebirth, and Jun Moxie cannot help but marvel at it. She is grateful for Jun Moxie's unwavering care during her most difficult time, which has redeemed her heart. Jun Moxie states that their love is built on simplicity, with no need for grand gestures. A sentiment Mei Shuiyin agrees with. Mei Shuiyin has now reached the intermediate level of the Venerable Realm, though she has not yet recovered her peak strength and can only protect herself. However, she still feels incapable of facing the masters from the 3 sacred grounds. Jun Moxie is surprised that Mei Shuiyin's progress has been much faster than his own, which she explains is due to her taking many pills after breaking through the creation technique, as well as her solid foundation. The difference in their strength disappoints Jun Moxie, but Mei Shuiyin reassures him that he possesses his own extraordinary abilities. The Hongjun Pagoda glows brightly, witnessing the affection between the reunited lovers. Jun Moxie proposes consummation, but Mei Shuiyin is shy and somewhat upset. Eventually flying away, Jun Moxie watches her go, relieved that she has returned. They both believe that despite the Snake King's severe injuries and the grim situation, everything will improve, and Xinxun will eventually awaken. Mei Shuiyin cultivated quickly under the guidance of the pioneer Jun Moxie in the advantage of the profound beast body. However, she lacked the special benefits that Jun Moxie obtained in the Hongjun Tower. such as the magical skills of yin and yang evasion. In order to protect Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie imparted the formulas of yin and yang evasion to her. It was an invincible magical skill that could make her invisible anytime and anywhere. It could help Mei Shuiyan save her life when encountering strong enemies. Mei Shuiyan was so moved by Jun Moxie's trust that she gladly accepted this secret method. In the meantime, the three Holy Lands arranged a strict surveillance network in Chrysanthemum City in order to protect Chen Qingtian. Divine senses were everywhere, covering the entire city. Jun Moxie performed yin and yang evasion to sneak into Chrysanthemum City for reconnaissance. And he discovered that the protection of the three Holy Lands for the Chen family was very strict. Jun Moxie didn't intend to assassinate Chen Qingtian, but he had another plan. He felt a chilly aura coming from a distance, and he realized that there might be hidden changes nearby. He decided to continue investigating and find out the unusual situation in this city. In a bustling street, Jun Moxie's keen divine sense detected a group of suspicious people. After careful screening, he locked onto 7 of them and singled out a black-clothed youth with an inexplicably sinister aura. The black-clothed youth appeared to walk with an unsteady gait, but his steps contained profound principles, which allowed him to remain unscathed under the combined divine sense probes of 3 Grandmaster experts from the 3 sacred lands. Jun Moxie noticed this person's abnormality and cautiously followed him. The black-clothed youth sensed Jun Moxie's pursuit and turned to face him, revealing an elusive smile. During their conversation, Jun Moxie tentatively invited the black-clothed youth to drink, which the youth accepted. On their way to the tavern, the two engaged in seemingly casual conversation. But in reality, they were engaged in a subtle exchange. Their every move was a display of an uncanny give and take. If Jun Moxie took a step forward, the black-clothed youth would retreat half a step, and vice versa. They maintained their bizarre postures, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, indicating the immense mental energy consumed by this intangible confrontation. Despite the black-clothed youth's serious injuries, his movements were swift, and his reactions were quick, matching Jun Moxie's every move. Jun Moxie realized he had gained a great advantage, for even in this state, the black-clothed youth was able to contend with him on equal terms, which was a testament to his formidable strength. Eventually, the two entered the tavern, and their silent confrontation came to an end. Jun Moxie realized that the black-clothed youth was not a simple character. He might very well be the person he had been searching hard for. Juyu Henhai Dan Wito. At the Tengen Tower, handsome young master Jun Moxie ignored the price of the food and generously invited a man in black to have a drink with him. The man in black, expressionless, coldly demanded that Jun Moxie state his purpose. Jun Moxie, with his smooth talk, claimed to be the man in black's former wife and expressed his desire to marry him with nauseating words. The man in black, instantly enraged, almost collapsed. Jun Moxie, indifferent, continued to prattle on incessantly, unable to bear it any longer. The man in black slammed the table and shouted, demanding the waiter to bring the food. Jun Moxie, seeing the man in black's anger, remained unperturbed and asked his name with a playful smile. The man in black, furious to the extreme, breathed out a cold gust of air for 5 minutes before calming down. Jun Moxie seized the opportunity to ask more questions, but the man in black, unable to endure his chatter, verbally abused him. Jun Moxie, not caring, continued to tease the man in black with various titles. The man in black groaned in agony, begging Jun Moxie to shut up, but Jun Moxie continued to talk. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the man in black shook Jun Moxie vigorously by the arms, pleading with him to stop talking. Jun Moxie, seeing this, patted his chest and reassured the man in black, explaining that his anger was due to epilepsy. The diners on the first floor looked on, and Jun Moxie apologetically explained that the man in black was his brother who had epilepsy. The man in black was instantly furious and exclaimed that Jun Moxie's entire family had epilepsy. The story ended abruptly with the man in black's violent reaction. The legendary 9 Nether 14, a fearsome figure known to every Holy Land, is now seriously injured and alone in Chrysanthemum City. However, he encounters the entanglement of a young boy named Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie possesses extraordinary abilities and accompanies 9 Nether 14 on his journey. As their paths intertwine, 9 Nether 14 gradually discovers Jun Moxie's astonishing qualities. The boy's eloquent speech and shameless words cause constant headaches for the injured 9-14, who is unable to use his true energy to shake off Jun Moxie. Once the world's most formidable madman, 9-14 now finds himself tormented. He is surprised to find that he cannot control this young man and becomes increasingly frustrated. He suspects that Jun Moxie may have recognized his true identity but remains unaware of the boy's real purpose. Through keen observation and careful analysis of 9-14's words and actions, Jun Moxie gains insights into the realm of true self. He realizes that a true warrior possesses not only exceptional martial arts but also the ability to live authentically in a state of simplicity and introspection. Although 9-14's injuries linger, his emotions are gradually stirred by Jun Moxie's provocations. Jun Moxie uses 9-14's reactions to deepen his understanding of the true self-realm. Approaching a breakthrough, as 9-14's inner turmoil intensifies, Jun Moxie's comprehension of the origin of true self becomes increasingly clear. He recognizes that embracing the path of true self is essential for further advancement and higher realms in cultivation. During his confrontation with the 14 Lords of 9 Serenities, Jun Moxie has a sudden enlightenment regarding the true essence of the self. He realizes that power, spirit, and the physical body are all indispensable, and that most people neglect the importance of their physical body, leading to a distorted understanding of their being. The 14 Lords of 9 Serenities, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, have had their sense of self amplified to the point of overconfidence. Jun Moxie, while confident in his abilities, understands the importance of knowing his limits and avoiding the pitfalls of excessive self-assurance. Through deep contemplation, Jun Moxie discovers a path of balance, a way to allow his self to flourish without becoming unbridled, and to develop his power alongside his self-awareness. Witnessing Jun Moxie's enlightenment, the 14 Lords of 9 Serenities are astonished. They sense a familiar fluctuation in his soul, leading them to suspect that he may be a member of their clan. To verify their suspicions, the 14 Lords use a unique 9 Serenities ability. But Jun Moxie feigns ignorance, leaving them perplexed and uncertain of his true nature. In a lively restaurant, the Plum Crown Tower, in the thriving city of Chrysanthemum, an unexpected encounter unfolds. Jun Moxie and the 14s of the 9 Netherworlds, two individuals shrouded in mystery, cross paths. The 14s mistakenly believe Jun Moxie to be from their clan until they discover his profound energy differs from theirs. Both parties notice the presence of familiar faces: Zhan Mubai of the secluded Immortal Palace and Cao Guofeng of the fleeting Mirage Mansion. Exhibition Mubai invites Cao Guofeng to a private conversation upstairs, but he politely declines and opts to remain drinking in the main hall. By chance, their table is adjacent to that of Jun Moxie and the 14s. Jun Moxie and the 14s engage in a discussion about suspicion, which piques Cao Guofeng's interest. Cao Guofeng stares intently at Jun Moxie, his expression turning into one of shock. He rubs his eyes in disbelief, his gaze lingering on Jun Moxie with growing ecstasy. Other Saint Emperor masters notice Cao Guofeng's odd demeanor and direct their divine thoughts toward Jun Moxie and the 14s for further scrutiny. Jun Moxie astutely senses Cao Guofeng's unusual behavior and speculates that he may have discovered something. Both individuals remain composed under the scrutiny of the masters while finishing their drinks. At this juncture, Exhibition Mubai reveals his intentions and requests Cao Guofeng to take his descendant as a disciple. But Cao Guofeng tactfully refuses. He explains that while their Mirage Mansion can recruit individuals from any location, they refrain from taking resources from the 3 Holy Lands. And Exhibition Mubai's descendant is affiliated with the secluded Immortal Palace. Exhibition Mubai reluctantly discloses that his descendant suffers from the profound yin death meridian and only Cao Guofeng's warming yang profound energy can cure it. If Cao Guofeng remains indifferent, Exhibition Mubai's lineage will end. Cao Guofeng contemplates in silence before inquiring as to why Exhibition Mubai values this descendant so dearly. Exhibition Mubai responds with a bitter smile, explaining that he is from a collateral branch of the Exhibition family, and the current direct bloodline has dwindled to this sole heir. Should this descendant perish, Exhibition Mubai's branch will vanish without a trace. Cao Guofeng, the ancestor of Mirage Mansion, learned of the critical situation facing Emperor Zhan Mubai and fell into a dilemma. He initially considered violating his ancestral precepts to provide assistance but unexpectedly discovered Jun Moxie, who possessed the legendary ethereal spirit constitution. Those with an ethereal spirit constitution are cultivating geniuses with boundless potential. Recognizing the preciousness of the ethereal spirit constitution, Cao Guofeng desired to take Jun Moxie on as a disciple. However, he was aware that this would antagonize Zan Mubai and other saint emperors, who also coveted the gifted youth. Under pressure from Zan Mubai and others, Cao Guofeng reluctantly revealed Jun Moxie's secret ethereal spirit constitution. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, with the present saint emperors displaying astonishment and avarice, vying to seize Jun Moxie for themselves. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie found himself in a precarious position. Under the scrutiny and examination of multiple saint emperors, his true identity was at risk of being exposed at any moment. Despite his excitement, Cao Guofeng began scheming to spirit Jun Moxie away unnoticed. However, a careless slip of the tongue betrayed his secret, stirring envy and jealousy among the other saint emperors. Feeling remorse, Cao Guofeng realized his recklessness could bring disaster upon himself or even plunge the entire Mirage Mansion into crisis. When Cao Guofeng learned that Zan Mubai's descendant possessed the legendary ethereal constitution, he regretted having promised to accept the descendant of an unknown generation as his disciple. He secretly hoped that Zan Mubai's descendant would die prematurely, claiming that even the strongest ethereal constitution was inferior to his own. At this time, Jun Moxie was surrounded by 8 holy emperors during his meal. They were shocked by Jun Moxie's ethereal constitution, which, although not innate, was far superior to the legendary one. Jun Moxie's extraordinary constitution was a result of the nourishment he had received from the Hongjun Pagoda and the Hongming purple qi, making it more precious than the legendary flesh of Tang Sanzang. As the holy emperor of the misty illusory palace, Cao Guofeng was single-mindedly seeking an extraordinarily gifted protégé. He believed that Jun Moxie was the person he had been searching for and was willing to turn against his old friend to take him as his disciple. However, due to his earlier promise to Zan Mubai to accept his descendant as a disciple, Zan Mubai was unable to compete with the misty illusory palace. Jun Moxie knew that the misty illusory palace possessed the 7-colored strange fruit in the 9-jointed Linglong lotus, which could enhance his pure mysterious power and preserve his youthful appearance. For the sake of his mother and friends, he used a white lie to answer the questions of the holy emperors. Jun Moxie lied that he had drunk the spirit stone immortal milk to explain his extraordinary constitution. The 8 holy emperors were enlightened, believing that Jun Moxie's constitution was due to the nourishment he had received from the spirit stone immortal milk. They all admired Jun Moxie's aptitude and their eyes glistened with greed. Within the Chrysanthemum City, 8 holy emperors originally watched Jun Moxie with covetous eyes, intending to make him their disciple. However, the identity of Jun Moxie's master has turned into a deadly feud with the holy emperors. Jun Moxie's master was once killed, and now, Jun Moxie's appearance has once again stirred the holy emperor's killing intent. Under such circumstances, the 9 youths of the netherworld that Jun Moxie had originally favored suddenly disappeared, causing Jun Moxie's plans to fall apart. Left without any other options, Jun Moxie can only face the 8 holy emperors. Among them, the Bicer-named holy emperor of the illusory mansion spoke first, attempting to lure Jun Moxie with wealth and riches. However, his words are quickly interrupted by Zan Mubai. Zan Mubai claims to be a holy emperor expert, and expresses that he will wholeheartedly cultivate Jun Moxie. However, his words are also rebuffed by the other holy emperors. They point out that Jun Moxie possesses the legendary emptiness spirit constitution. With unparalleled aptitude, they are all reluctant to give up such a genius. Unable to reach a consensus, the holy emperors start to act shamelessly, even slandering each other. Cao Guofeng even doubts whether Jun Moxie actually possesses the emptiness spirit constitution, while Zan Mubai proclaims that Jun Moxie is his disciple. In the end, Cao Guofeng and Zan Mubai reach a stalemate, neither willing to give up on Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, standing to the side, is filled with trepidation. Faced with the avaricious gazes of the 8 holy emperors, he feels an unprecedented fear. Jun Moxie, a young man of unparalleled talent, had passed away, leaving behind a legacy unmatched. Upon hearing of this, Cao Guofeng of the misty illusionary palace resolved to take him as his disciple, while Zan Mubai of the secluded immortal palace also cast eager glances upon him. Faced with the competition, Jun Moxie cunningly suggested a duel between Cao Guofeng and Zan Mubai to decide the victor and his mentor. Cao Guofeng accepted confidently. But Zhan Mubai harbored concerns and hesitated to engage in open conflict. Eventually, Zhan Mubai proposed postponing the decision and jointly assessing Jun Moxie's abilities. In a bid to seize the initiative, Cao Guofeng suggested that 7 saint emperors collectively accept Jun Moxie as a disciple. However, Jun Moxie had his own cunning plan, intending to feign death and escape. That night, as the 7 saint emperors conversed in secret, they sensed Zhan Mubai's arrival, brewing a hidden crisis. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Moxie created the illusion of being assassinated in the darkness before dawn, leaving clues that pointed to Zhan Mubai. The saint emperors were shocked and enraged, and Zhan Mubai's protests fell on deaf ears. The 7 saint emperors joined forces, vowing to track down the culprit and avenge Jun Moxie. Thus, a conflict was set in motion, while Jun Moxie vanished, having successfully evaded the impending storm. After witnessing Zhan Mubai's vicious act, the angry 7 sacred emperors pursued him. Zhan Mubai seized Jun Moxie and ruthlessly killed him during the escape, provoking the immeasurable wrath of the sacred emperors. Cao Guofeng was overwhelmed by grief and swore to be at odds with Zhan Mubai. Realizing Zhan Mubai's dishonest tactics, everyone decided that he was the chief culprit in eliminating the geniuses. Zhan Mubai reached an agreement with the 3 sacred lands and aimed to seize Jun Moxie with all his might. However, the ethereal heavenly palace would never give up easily, and Zhan Mubai knew that the subsequent planning was of paramount importance. Just as Zhan Mubai was contemplating, Cao Guofeng's thunderous roar shook Juha City. This condemnation unveiled Zhan Mubai's despicable conduct and marked the beginning of their endless feud. In the dead of night, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of Juha City. Zhan Mubai, a divine emperor expert, was consumed by extreme fury, yet could not discern the origin of the insult. Before he could investigate, a black object hurtled through the air. It was a blood-stained and slimy black robe. Zhan Mubai realized someone was attempting to frame him and couldn't help but scoff. Just as Zhan Mubai dismissed his opponent, a suppressed, sinister voice echoed through the air. It belonged to Cao Guofeng of the Misty Illusion sect. Cao Guofeng's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in rage, as he accused Zhan Mubai of murdering his disciple and tossed the robe at him. Perceiving Cao Guofeng's unusual outburst, Zhan Mubai sensed trouble but remained unfazed. However, Cao Guofeng and his 6 accompanying divine emperor experts glared at the robe, their fury soaring. Zhan Mubai cast aside the robe, trying to defuse the situation, but was interrupted by a barrage of expletives from Cao Guofeng. Enraged, Cao Guofeng exposed Zhan Mubai's crimes of robbing his disciples and severing their legacy. Zhan Mubai was incensed, denouncing Cao Guofeng as shameless and declaring an unyielding animosity. At that moment, experts from the 3 major holy lands arrived. Witnessing the confrontation between Zhan Mubai, Cao Guofeng, and the 8 divine emperors, the atmosphere grew heavy. A great battle imminent. Cao Guofeng launched the first attack, and Zhan Mubai retaliated, engaging in a thunderous divine emperor battle that ravaged the surrounding environment. The others could only look on in awe, marveling at the spectacle. In the vast expanse of the sky, a deafening crash erupted, and 2 figures interlaced and tore at one another midair. The forms of Zhan Mubai and Cao Guofeng multiplied into countless illusions, each phantom appearing solid amidst the rapid-fire melee and dazzling the onlookers. As the intense duel continued, the combatants' speed skyrocketed to its peak. Their merciless and savage attacks aimed directly at each other's vitals. The spectators' spines tingled as they realized the extreme peril of this life-or-death struggle. Once allied comrades of the Saint Kings, the duo had turned against each other, causing Jun Moxie to delight secretly. He had cunningly ignited the conflict and felt no guilt whatsoever. He believed himself incompatible with the old men and unworthy of being their successor. To exacerbate the tension, Jun Moxie deliberately impersonated Zhan Mubai's signature technique, framing him in a false accusation and setting the 3 sacred lands against the fleeting mirage manner. However, Cao Guofeng's reaction surprised him. Tormented by the loss of his cherished disciple, Cao Guofeng fell into a state of frenzy and madness. High in the sky, the pair had drawn their weapons, and the battle became even more ferocious. Sword beams surged like dragons, piercing through the clouds and unleashing world-ending energy. The Saint King experts on the ground gasped in awe. marveling at the Saint King's might while also being relieved that they were intentionally containing the energy's outward force to prevent the destruction of the manor. Hai Wuxia, representing the dreamy blood sea, inquired about the conflict's cause. But Bai Qifeng's expression was grim as he denounced Zan Mubai's dishonorable tactics. Having lost 1/7 of his disciples, he was consumed by rage and launched into a torrent of mockery toward the three sacred lands. The Saint King battle, instigated by Jun Moxie, spiraled into a bloody melee that grew in intensity. In his mind, he plotted to further escalate the chaos to achieve his cunning plan of killing two birds with one stone. At the city wall of Jizun Jincheng, the Saint King expert Bai Qifeng from the Misty Phantom Mansion angrily charged Hai Wuya and He Zhiju, accusing Zan Mubai of despicable and shameless behavior. Bai Qifeng said that the seven of them discovered a young man with the ethereal physique and planned to accept him as a disciple together. However, half an hour ago, Zan Mubai, dressed in black clothes, infiltrated and tried to kidnap the young man. When he was discovered and couldn't escape, Zan Mubai was so cruel that he killed the young man with a palm strike. Bai Qifeng and others were heartbroken and felt that Zan Mubai's behavior was completely shameless. They must not let him go. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju were shocked. They understood that Cao Guofeng attached great importance to his disciples. Zan Mubai's behavior was like an irreconcilable feud. In an instant, the way the two looked at Zan Mubai changed. They believed that he was even crazier than the young 14 masters of Juyu. Bai Qifeng exposed Zan Mubai's whereabouts and showed the black clothes he had taken off as proof. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju believed Bai Qifeng's words because Cao Guofeng had always been prudent and would not create conflict for no reason. At this time, Zan Mubai roared and came through the wall, fighting with Cao Guofeng again. Zan Mubai was at a disadvantage, and Bai Qifeng took this opportunity to violently beat him. Cao Guofeng was extremely angry, claiming that he would go to the secluded immortal palace to seek justice. Zan Mubai was also very sad and angry, stating that he acted openly and honorably. Zan Mubai accused Cao Guofeng of insulting and attacking him for no reason. Cao Guofeng retorted that Zan Mubai had ambushed juniors, was narrow-minded and envied the talented. Moreover, he killed his disciple in front of everyone. He would never forgive him. In order to eliminate hidden dangers in the three holy lands, Zan Mubai from the three holy lands ambushed and murdered a genius disciple from the illusory mansion who possessed a unique spiritual body. Upon learning of this, the seven great holy emperors were enraged. They accused Zan Mubai of being despicable and shameless, and demanded revenge for their disciple. Zan Mubai denied the accusations, insisting that he had never killed a disciple with a unique spiritual body. He presented testimony from Hai Wuya, He Zhiju, and others, proving that he was discussing matters with them at the time and could not have committed the murder. However, the seven great holy emperors produced a black garment, accusing Zan Mubai of using it as a disguise to infiltrate the illusory mansion and commit the murder. They also summoned the head of the Chen family, who identified the victim as a Chen family member named Chen Yang, with a similar appearance and age to the illusory mansion disciple. Recognizing his son as the victim, Chen Qingtian was devastated. The people present were shocked. Zan Mubai was unable to defend himself, and the seven great holy emperors were on the verge of taking his life. At that moment, Jun Moxie intervened and prevented the holy emperors. The truth of the incident gradually came to light. The previous night, Jun Moxie unwittingly rescued a maid who had been abused by the second master of the Chen family and accidentally killed her in the ensuing chaos. As the body was revealed, people found the second master of the Chen family dead, while the genius with the void spirit physique was missing. Meanwhile, Zan Mubai cleared his own suspicion and accused Cao Guofeng of plotting against him and framing him for murder. Zan Mubai speculated that to monopolize the genius with the void spirit physique, Cao Guofeng took the initiative to replace the maid with the genius and hide the true genius, thus shifting the blame to him. Zan Mubai pointed out that the corpse of the second master of the Chen family was apparently a fake, and there was no way that Cao Guofeng and his accomplices could have completed the substitution in such a short time. He questioned Cao Guofeng's motive. Experts from the three sacred grounds also had doubts about this, believing that it would be impossible for anyone to abduct the genius under the strict protection of the seven great saint emperors without leaving a trace. Cao Guofeng strongly denied Zan Mubai's accusation, but his explanation seemed feeble. Filled with anger, Zan Mubai demanded that Cao Guofeng hand over the genius. or they would be sworn enemies. Experts from the three sacred grounds also tried to persuade them, but their words hinted at their suspicion of Cao Guofeng. The situation took a sharp turn and everyone was searching for the genius with the void spirit physique. Cao Guofeng was in a dilemma, facing both Zhan Mubai's accusation and the responsibility of losing the genius. Zhan Mubai, though acquitted, harbored deep hatred for Cao Guofeng's conspiracy. A seemingly simple misunderstanding exposed the complex human nature and political struggle behind it. The ethereal power coveted by the Mirage Palace was a young man of genius talent. They abducted him in secret, intending to keep him all for themselves. When Zhan Mubai learned of this, he went to the Mirage Palace to demand an explanation, but was slandered and rebuffed by them. A conflict broke out between the two factions, leaving Zhan Mubai severely injured. The Mirage Palace's supreme sovereign, Bai Qifeng, stepped forward and mocked Zhan Mubai mercilessly, declaring that he was not worthy of their attention. Zhan Mubai, filled with rage, begged Chen Qingtian to uphold justice for him, invoking the memory of his father's sacrifice. However, his pleas were dismissed and he was physically repelled. The Mirage Palace then relocated from the Chen residence under the watchful eyes of the three legendary sanctuaries. The dreamlike Blood Sea and the Supreme Golden City, deeply offended by Bai Qifeng's insults toward Zhan Mubai, vowed to locate the young genius and seek retribution against the Mirage Palace. Late one night, a black-clad figure calling himself the 9th 14th young master barged into Zhan Mubai's room. Zhan Mubai recognized him instantly as the disguised madman Jun Muyong, a realization that sent chills down his spine. Jun Muyong had assumed the identity of the 9th 14th young master to provoke an all-out war with the three legendary sanctuaries. As a key figure in this conflict, he would exert a significant influence on its outcome. Upon learning of his previous injury, Zhan Mubai panicked at the sight of the reappearance of his former formidable enemy, Juyu Shizi Sha. However, the contempt in Juyu Shizi Sha's words calmed Zhan Mubai, leading him to deduce that he was not there to take his life. Zhan Mubai lowered his guard and engaged in conversation with Juyu Shizi Sha. Juyu Shizi Sha acknowledged that he had been severely injured by Zhan Mubai in the Tianfa forest but did not resent him. Instead, he commended Zhan Mubai's demeanor. Unexpectedly, Juyu Shizi Sha suddenly attacked, stabbing Zhan Mubai, demonstrating his ability to kill him. Afterward, he vanished, leaving behind a cryptic message. If I truly intended to kill you, your days would be numbered. Zhan Mubai broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had narrowly escaped. Contemplating why Juyu Shizi Sha had spared him, he came to the conclusion that he had been deceived by an impostor. Meanwhile, the real Juyu Shizi Sha, Jun Moxie, had already fled Zhan Mubai's residence. He confessed that he was not the genuine Juyu Shizi Sha and was incapable of killing Zhan Mubai. His plan to impersonate Juyu Shizi Sha had been successful in making Zhan Mubai believe he was the real one. Jun Moxie infiltrates Chrysanthemum City to spread false rumors about the 14 young masters of the Netherworld appearing. But his assassination attempt on Zhan Mubai fails. He discovers that Zhan Mubai's saintly powers far exceed his imagination, realizing the gap between him and the top powerhouses. Meanwhile, Cao Guofeng and the others become suspicious about the kidnappers' identities after the Chen family recognizes the bodies. Bai Qifeng suspects that Hai Wuye and He Zhiju have ulterior motives. As the ethereal physique is incredibly valuable, and gaining possession of it will give any party a significant advantage, they will not give up this opportunity easily. Hai Wuye and He Zhiju, in the next room, are outraged when they overhear Bai Qifeng's provocation. Hai Wuye advises He Zhiju to be patient and prioritize the bigger picture. But He Zhiju is filled with anger. Bai Qifeng continues his analysis, suggesting that Hai Wuye and He Zhiju's previous promise to help Zhan Mubai may have been a ploy to reap the benefits themselves. They speculate that the kidnappers the previous night were likely level 3 or 4 saints from the 3 great holy lands. They believe these holy lands have been withholding their top-tier saints and might be planning to exploit the situation to weaken both the Phantom Mansion and the 14 young masters of the Netherworld and benefit themselves. Hai Wuye and He Zhiju agree with Bai Qifeng's analysis, concluding that the 3 great holy lands are determined to obtain the ethereal physique but might ultimately gift it to Tianxiang Palace due to concerns about maintaining balance, making it a shared guardian of the 3 holy lands. In a room at an inn, the 7 sacred emperors of Phantom Manor are secretly meeting. while Hai Wuyan and He Zhiju eavesdrop from the neighboring room. After analysis, they infer that the experts of the Sacred Heaven Palace have taken action and kidnapped Zhan Mubai, a young man with an empty spirit body. Bai Qifeng, the Sacred Emperor of Phantom Manor, proposes that they report to the palace master and request to retrieve Zhan Mubai and take him as a disciple. While the people of Phantom Manor are planning to take back Zhan Mubai, Jun Moxie stealthily infiltrates the inn. He uses his divine sense to probe the room's layout, discovers that both Phantom Manor and the sacred grounds are holding meetings, and stealthily enters He Zhiju's room. Jun Moxie unexpectedly discovers that He Zhiju is an eccentric, and his room is filled with an air of desolation. He casually scans He Zhiju's belongings into the Hongjun Pagoda, figuring that even if there are no treasures inside, at least it belongs to a sacred emperor. Coincidentally, Bai Qifeng slips out of the meeting room to look for He Zhiju's luggage, as he wants to teach a lesson to Hai Wuyan and He Zhiju, who eavesdropped on them. Bai Qifeng searches He Zhiju's room to no avail, and in his rage, dumps a bowl of leftover food on He Zhiju's bed. Jun Moxie secretly witnesses Bai Qifeng's actions and is surprised by his vengeful nature. As Bai Qifeng smugly leaves, Jun Moxie sighs in relief and prepares to leave the room. In the assembly of the three sacred lands, Bai Qifeng from the Phantom Mansion, dissatisfied with Hai Wuya and He Zhiju's surveillance, took the opportunity to pour a pot of leftover dishes on their bed and took He Zhiju's luggage. After the incident, Bai Qifeng denied stealing and accused He Zhiju of framing him. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju were furious and demanded Bai Qifeng return their weapons, but Bai Qifeng flatly denied. Cao Guofeng intervened to mediate, but Hai Wuya discovered that his luggage was also stolen, implying that the Phantom Mansion was despicable. Cao Guofeng checked and found that the luggage of the Phantom Mansion members were intact. Realizing that Bai Qifeng might have actually taken others' belongings, Hai Wuya and He Zhiju were enraged, believing that the Phantom Mansion was going too far, and thus decided to confront them. Bai Qifeng, feeling humiliated by the accusation, also impulsively joined the fight. Cao Guofeng, helpless, led the Phantom Mansion members to confront them. At this moment, Jun Moxie, hiding in the dark, was delighted. He was the mastermind behind this farce, using Bai Qifeng's temper in the inner conflicts within the Phantom Mansion, cleverly passing the blame to Bai Qifeng and provoking a battle between the three sacred lands and the Phantom Mansion. Amidst the desolate wilderness swarming with supreme experts, a fierce confrontation is imminent. The unresolved misunderstandings between the Chen family and outsiders have now escalated to an unyielding conflict between the three sacred grounds and the elusive Phantom Mansion. The mastermind behind this chaos is none other than Jun Moxie, who has meticulously orchestrated this feud to disrupt the balance of the Quadruple Alliance. Presently, the four Supreme Saints are engaged in duels, their battle raging with unparalleled intensity. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju, unarmed and defenseless, face imminent danger as they are besieged by Cao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng. The observers from the Phantom Mansion watch eagerly, while Jun Moxie remains on the sidelines, relishing the chaos. As the battle intensifies, the Supreme Saints become increasingly bloodthirsty, vowing to fight to the death. Jun Moxie's heart leaps with delight, anticipating the moment when their exhaustion will provide him with an opportunity to strike. However, as He Zhiju unleashes his ultimate technique, Autumn's grief for thousands of miles, the heavens and earth seem to change hue, as an oppressive aura of desolation permeates the air. Amidst a panorama of haunting beauty and poignant tragedy, the slaughter between the Supreme Saints continues unabated, with the threat of imminent crisis hanging in the balance. As the surroundings turn bleak, He Zhiju's body inflated, his black hair dancing wildly, his face radiating murderous intent. He activated his special ability, Autumn Sorrows over thousands of miles, absorbing the vitality of the green plants. Bai Qifeng countered with his Qifeng abruptly rises and myriad ravines craggy. But he was at a disadvantage. Forced into desperation, Cao Guofeng unleashed his full strength to support Bai Qifeng, engaging in a fierce battle with Hai Wuya. However, Hai Wuya and He Zhiju suddenly joined forces and attacked Cao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng. They detonated the sludge in the abandoned lotus pond, obscuring everyone's vision. In the sludge rain, Jun Moxie could only allow the sludge to cover his entire body to avoid detection. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju took advantage of the opportunity to escape, leaving the four major forces in a stalemate. Jun Moxie washed away the sludge, only to realize that the plan had failed, causing him great dejection. As he prepared to leave, a woman's voice asked him if he was Jun Moxie. Looking up, he saw a woman standing lightly on a tree branch, her origins unknown. Under the silent night sky, a woman stares at the sky, talking to herself in praise of Jun Moxie's extraordinary talent. Jun Moxie steps forward, questioning her identity. The woman introduces herself as the clairvoyant Rakshasa who was involved in the battle for heavens 800 years ago, and exposes Jun Moxie's manipulation in provoking conflicts among the sacred emperor experts. Jun Moxie denies it, claiming that he was only taking a bath. The woman mocks Jun Moxie's audacity, but he uses his eloquence to justify himself, even teasing that he was naked, which naturally angers the woman. The woman demonstrates her extraordinary skills, hovering in the air for a long time, making Jun Moxie believe her to some extent. The woman lands on the ground, her face beautiful, but Jun Moxie doubts her claim of being a 1,000-year-old demon. The woman expresses her wish to leave Jun Moxie unharmed, only hoping that he can clarify the misunderstanding between the Phantom Mansion and the Holy Land, and then lets him go. Jun Moxie vehemently denies the woman's accusations, accusing her instead of engineering strife among the sacred emperors. The woman argues her justification but fails to prevent Jun Moxie's machinations in the nick of time. Jun Moxie questions why she did not apprehend him immediately, instead of surfacing only afterward. The woman, Chao Ying, explains that while she possesses the eye of insight capable of seeing through the face concealment technique, its use depletes her profound energy greatly. Having been severely injured in the Battle of Cage Heaven, she was unable to act promptly. Moreover, the 9 nether 14 young masters kept a watchful eye on her, rendering her unable to expose Jun Moxie's plot. Chao Ying's background is heart-wrenching. Born with the eye of insight, she became a guardian, but the eye confines her to an eternally pure yin constitution, denying her the joys of womanhood. She has sacrificed greatly for the profound Sky Continent and its people. Yet loneliness torments her. Jun Moxie's eloquence portrays Chao Ying as a schemer seeking to frame the sacred emperors. Chao Ying, filled with righteous indignation, cannot prove Jun Moxie's machinations on the spot. The rift between them widens, fueling their deepening misunderstanding. For centuries, the breathtakingly beautiful Chao Ying has stood guard over the vast expanse of heaven and earth, witnessing the cycle of life, death, and reproduction among mortals. The heavenly war has bestowed a weighty responsibility upon her, but it has also consigned her to an endless solitude. During one such mission, Chao Ying is dispatched to patrol Chrysanthemum City. She observes Jun Moxie's machinations against Bai Chi Peak and Hai Wuya. Utilizing her penetrating gaze, she discerns his cunning plan and attempts to expose it. However, she is unexpectedly ambushed by the 14 young masters of 9 serenities. The 14 young masters place their 9 serenities cold blades against Chao Ying's neck, warning her not to utter a sound. Her inexperience in the ways of the martial world leaves her incapacitated. The 14 young masters express admiration for Jun Moxie's cunning and deviousness, declaring their amusement at the unfolding drama. Chao Ying desperately tries to rectify the situation, but the 14 young masters release her in the nick of time. Afterward, she searches frantically, only to discover that the battle between the 9 great divine emperors has concluded. While trailing Jun Moxie, she inadvertently witnesses him leaping into the water stark naked, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Convinced that Jun Moxie could not have orchestrated such a sinister scheme on his own, Chao Ying resolves to continue her investigation for the true mastermind. Nonetheless, his licentious behavior fills her with both anger and shame, causing her great anguish. In the wild, Chao Ying accidentally witnessed Jun Moxie bathing, which made her furious. However, Jun Moxie was eloquent, pretending to be unaware, and instead accused Chao Ying of spying on his privacy. Chao Ying was furious and accused Jun Moxie of being shameless, but he put on a pitiful look, claiming that he was married and could not accept her love. Chao Ying was furious and chased after Jun Moxie. Although Chao Ying possessed amazing profound energy, her attacks had extremely poor accuracy. Jun Moxie dodged easily, and was secretly surprised. At this time, Chao Ying smugly revealed that she had mastered the celestial net palm technique, and that she only needed to restrain Jun Moxie for a moment to capture him. Chao Ying unleashes the heavenly canopy palm technique, creating an airtight energy cage that traps Jun Moxie. Despite his agility, Jun Moxie's mobility gradually diminishes under Chao Ying's superior skills. Chao Ying urges Jun Moxie to yield, but his deep-rooted hatred for the three holy grounds leads him to refuse. Chao Ying is forced to act but hesitates upon drawing near Jun Moxie. She offers him safety should he submit. Touched by Chao Ying's sincerity, Jun Moxie still declines her request. Chao Ying's subsequent strike fails, and Jun Moxie mysteriously vanishes within the cage. Chao Ying is taken aback, searching with her clairvoyance but to no avail. Just then, Chao Ying notices a mist in the air, and the ghosts have disappeared without a trace. A sense of unease settles upon her, and she hastily retreats from the scene. Upon learning of the confrontation between Pyomiao Illusionary Mansion and Jun Moxie, the three holy grounds are enraged and mobilize their forces, declaring themselves enemies of Pyomiao Illusionary Mansion. Amidst the growing tensions, a great battle seems inevitable. The conflict between the Holy Land and the Illusory Palace intensifies, originating from news regarding the 9 Nether 14 Devils but expanding into a larger altercation. Faced with provocation from the Illusory Palace, the three Grand Saints Hai Wuya, He Zhiju, and Zan Mubai prepare to retaliate. However, two enigmatic individuals abruptly appear, deterring their actions. Meanwhile, Cao Guofeng and others from the Illusory Palace have covertly withdrawn from Chrysanthemum City. Misunderstandings between the Holy Land and the Illusory Palace deepen, with the Chen family distancing themselves from the Holy Land and adopting a cold stance. Chen Qingtian, the Chen family patriarch, becomes disillusioned by the Holy Land's indifference and decides to let his eldest son, Chen Chen, leave. Chen Chen elopes with the ancestral tablets, arousing the Holy Land's suspicion. Zan Mubai executes Chen Qingtian for treason and annihilates the entire Chen family. Upon hearing this, the guardian, Chao Ying, furiously confronts Zan Mubai. Zan Mubai justifies his actions by alleging the Chen family's collusion with the 9 Nether 14 Devils and their intent to poison the Holy Land community. Chao Ying reluctantly accepts this explanation but remains troubled by the deaths of innocent individuals. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie, after his encounter with Chao Ying, meets Mei Shuiyan inside the Hongjun Tower. His careless words provoke Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie hastily explains himself, complimenting Mei Shuiyan's youthful beauty. Barely appeasing her anger, Chao Ying, a 1,000-year-old demon, suddenly appeared and put Jun Moxie in a predicament. Chao Ying possesses formidable mysterious powers. Her heavenly net and earth net palm technique and her wisdom eye divine technique may restrain Jun Moxie's ingenious escape methods. Informed of Chao Ying's appearance, Mei Shuiyan was deeply concerned. She believed that Chao Ying would not kill Jun Moxie, but the expert protecting Chao Ying was an existence far beyond the sacred emperor. She decided to fight alongside Jun Moxie and protect him. Mei Shuiyan revealed that she had long mastered the secret techniques of the Phantom Sable clan, including the Heaven and Earth Cage, which could unleash 3 times her strength. Jun Moxie mocked her for being a burden, but was subdued by her Heaven and Earth Cage and taught a harsh lesson. Reminded of Serpent King Qinsan's serious injuries, Jun Moxie asked Mei Shuiyan if the divine objects, the 7-colored holy fruit and the exquisite jade lotus, would be effective for Qinshun. Mei Shuiyan thought they might be somewhat effective, but she was concerned that Qinshun maintaining her human form for an extended period could affect her recovery, as certain injuries of the profound beasts might become less severe after they returned to their original form. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were worried about Qinsan's injury. Jun Moxie believed that her divine soul had become scattered, and if she were to resume her original form, it would further consume her life force. Only the primordial purple qi could save her life and they had to wait for the right opportunity. Mei Shuiyan was concerned about Jun Moxie's situation when facing the experts from the Holy Lands. Jun Moxie said that he would use assassination methods, and believed that even if he could not assassinate the sacred emperor, there were other forces that could counterbalance them. However, Mei Shuiyan pointed out that the 3 Holy Lands had eliminated all their opponents and had no rivals. Jun Moxie believed that the 9 Nether 14 youngsters could contain them. Mei Shuiyan emphasized that the 9 Nether 14 youngsters acted on their own accord, and the Forest of Heavenly Punishment was the last target of the 3 Holy Lands. Jun Moxie said that he could not just sit back and watch, but he was clearly no match for the sacred emperor in a direct confrontation. Mei Shuiyan suggested rallying the forces of Heavenly Punishment to fight back, but she believed that their strength was not enough to shake the Holy Lands. Jun Moxie proposed a bold plan to use the golden jade liquid in the earthly vein to significantly boost their strength. He explained that the earthly vein contained a magical spiritual liquid that could cleanse the marrow and enhance cultivation. Mei Shuiyan was shocked to realize that the earthly vein they had been lying on held such incredible value. Mei Shuiyan could not withstand the shock of this great surprise and fainted on the spot. Jun Moxie sighed at Mei Shuiyan's psychological resilience. But in fact, anyone would have been shocked to the point of fainting when faced with such a rare treasure. Before the celestial spiritual vein, Mei Shuiyan was thrilled, carefully caressing the giant stone, learning that it had been there for 5 to 6 million years. She was awestruck. Jun Moxie explained that even a scraped powder from the spiritual vein was a miracle cure. Overjoyed, Mei Shuiyan cheered and suddenly grabbed Jun Moxie's collar, battering him in a display of excitement. Jun Moxie could only let her vent. Once calm, Mei Shuiyan asked how they would utilize the vein. Jun Moxie was hesitant, worried their cultivations were too weak to handle the Jinkun Yuli medicine's power. And they could be reduced to ashes if they couldn't withstand it. However, Jinkun Yuli's effects were astonishing, potentially elevating them to even the Saint Emperor level. Mei Shuiyan also yearned for strength. But considering the vast amount of Jinkun Yuli within the vein, she suggested they leave it untouched until they found a proper preservation method. Jun Moxie agreed, but proposed a method using the primal fire to seal Jinkun Yuli. Though its success was uncertain, urgency driving them, Jun Moxie decided to attempt it. Drawing his divine sword, Yanwang Blood, he prepared to cut into the vein and seal it with primal fire. However, Yanwang Blood's potency made him apprehensive about damaging the Jinkun Yuli. Ultimately, Jun Moxie resolved that the situation left them no choice but to try. Jun Moxie, disregarding the risk of squandering resources, used the blood of Yanwang to sever a section of the heaven and earth spiritual vein and employed the water energy of the 5 elements power to fill it. He then melted the cross-section of the spiritual vein with the chaotic fire. After this experiment, the golden jade liquid could be extracted from the spiritual vein at any time. And Jun Moxie only needed to insert a needle to obtain it. Mei Shuiyan questioned the feasibility of this method, believing that Jun Moxie was not the only one who could master this technique. Jun Moxie realized that he might not be able to stay forever but would endeavor to remain until he had to leave. He gave Mei Shuiyan a small piece of the spiritual vein core to use in case of injury. Jun Moxie lamented the injustice of human society, where the strong had privileges while the weak abided by the law. He believed that this was merely another manifestation of the survival of the fittest, and that human society still essentially followed the law of the jungle. Mei Shuiyan also expressed her agreement, revealing the similarities between humans and demonic beasts, pointing out that the privilege of demonic beast kings was acknowledged, while the privileged class in human society disguised themselves as law-abiding citizens but were, in fact, hypocritical and shameless. Within the space of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan faced the challenge of the Great Three Sanctuaries. Facing enormous pressure, Jun Moxie is ambitious, aspiring to set new rules and contribute to the battle of seizing heaven. He plans to enhance the strength of the heavenly punishment forest beast king through obtaining the golden jade liquid of the heaven and earth spirit veins. To fight against the invasion of aliens. In order to obtain the golden jade liquid, Jun Moxie brandishes the blood of Yan and Huang to split apart the spirit veins, while Mei Shuiyan uses pure spiritual energy to condense a jade bottle to hold the spiritual liquid. With Jun Moxie's cooperation, they successfully obtain the golden jade liquid. To quickly bring the spiritual liquid into effect, Jun Moxie suggests that he and Mei Shuiyan put their 4 palms together and circulate profound strength. Enormous spiritual energy instantly erupts, pushing their bodies to their limits. They fall into a coma, but the spiritual energy within their bodies continues to circulate, transmitting to each other, constantly growing stronger. As time goes on, the skin and meridians of the two suffer great impact, developing cracks and blood streaks, but they still unconsciously drive their spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy storm to become increasingly fierce. At this moment, they have lost their consciousness, but instinctively prepare for the upcoming decisive battle. After consuming the gold spirit jade nectar, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan face an unprecedented crisis as their spiritual power surges uncontrollably, exceeding their limits. In a critical moment, the Hongjun Pagoda activates its self-protective mechanism and shields Jun Moxie. leading him to realize that he must consume the nectar with Mei Xuanian to save both their lives. Meanwhile, Juhua City appears peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents flow beneath. Chao Ying possesses the ability to see the future and witnesses the brutal annihilation of the Chen family, sparking outrage over Zhan Mubai and his followers' reckless slaughter. She repeatedly advocates for Zhan Mubai's punishment but is overruled by other guardians. In anger, Chao Ying leaves the Chen mansion. The representatives of the three Holy Lands grow restless as the assassins and enigmatic masters sent by the Eastern family vanish, and Jun Moxie's whereabouts remain unknown. The 14 young masters of the 9 Netherworld become impatient, waiting for the opportune moment that never arrives. At that moment, a piercing scream rends the night from the dreamy blood sea, announcing the demise of Sage Sha Dongjing. Zhan Mubai and other holy emperors, overcome with rage, rush to the scene of the scream, triggering a bloody massacre. Now, both the three Holy Lands and Jun Moxie's faction have secretly infiltrated Juhua City, and a major conflict seems imminent. While the city's facade remains calm, danger lurks beneath the surface, portending a battle that could determine its fate following Sha Dongting's tragic end. On a chilling night, 3 masters rushed to the crime scene. The strongest from the 3 Holy Lands gathered, each overwhelmed with sorrow. After learning of Sha Dongting's murder, Hai Wuya burst into the room but was petrified upon seeing the scene. Sha Dongjing lay on the floor, his expression contorted, his pupils dilated, with the only wound being a tiny red mark on his chest. His sword was still sheathed, indicating he never had the chance to draw it for defense. A man in purple robes arrived shortly after, describing the events of the assassination. He had been staying next door to Sha Dongjing but was unaware of the killing until it was too late. When he arrived, Sha Dongjing had already succumbed to his mortal wound. The man was shocked to find that the assassin's speed was so great that even Sha Dongjing, who was on high alert, could not react. Zhan Mubai carefully examined Sha Dongting's body and discovered the true cause of his death, the tiny red mark on his chest. He pointed out that if the assassin had simply stabbed his heart, Sha Dongjing would not have had the chance to scream. The mark was caused by the assassin swiftly piercing his chest and withdrawing the sword instantly, giving Sha Dongjing no time to react or defend himself. Hai Wuya and Zhan Mubai were impressed by the assassin's swordsmanship and realized that the killer was among them, hiding formidable strength. They understood that to prevent further casualties among the sages, they had to tighten their vigilance and remain constantly alert. Zhan Mubai analyzed that the assassin's clean and decisive wound not only demonstrated their skill but was also an affront to the Holy Lands. It made them realize that the enemy was challenging the Holy Lands, flaunting their power and contempt towards the sacred grounds. Sha Dongting's corpse was cut open, revealing a wound in his displaced heart. The sword wound indicated that the assassin had intentionally made Sha Dongjing cry out in pain as a warning and provocation. Hai Wuya was furious and believed the killer's methods were heinous. He Jiju speculated that the assassin could be Jun Moxie's master, seeking revenge against Zhan Mubai for his disciple. Hai Wuya and Zhan Mubai both agreed with this theory. However, Zhan Mubai denied rumors of Jun Moxie still being alive, believing that Chao Ying's description of him was false. They decided to strengthen their defenses in preparation for a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Mei Xuanian were also plotting their revenge. Jun Moxie had Sha Dongjing cry out in pain intentionally to signal his arrival and revenge plan to the people of the 3 Holy Lands. He also sent a distress signal to another ally, Juyu Shizi Shao. Jun Moxie believed that there was no right or wrong in this battle, only survival. They must kill and decide without hesitation to survive at all costs. Mei Xuanian was initially skeptical about Jun Moxie's brutal methods, but later understood their necessity. As Jun Moxie rested on Mei Xuanian's thigh, he inwardly praised its smoothness. But Mei Xuanian was outraged by his shameless comment. As the night faded, an unprecedented storm descended at the break of dawn. Under the shelter of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie and Mei Xuanian successfully advanced their cultivation. However, they were surprised to find that the heavenly tribulation was delayed. Perplexed and unwilling to settle for that, they decided to venture outside the city to undergo the tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation descended abruptly without warning, and its magnitude and scale were unprecedented. Gigantic dark clouds gathered, forming 99 colossal one-eyed creatures. The blackness was suffocating. The pressure of heaven and earth weighed down causing even the strongest cultivators to tremble and refrain from taking any rash actions. Lightning flashed, but it remained suspended, gathering its strength. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan stood on a treetop, astonished to find that the scale of the heavenly tribulation far exceeded their expectations. The number of lightning bolts was far more than the number of advancements they had made. It was an undeniable act of injustice. However, just then, everything went quiet. Suddenly, an extraordinarily powerful purple orb formed. In the next moment, a thick bolt of lightning the size of a water tank crashed down, aiming directly at Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan on the treetop. Using the yin-yang evasion, they transformed into nothingness and avoided the lightning bolt. However, Hai Wuyan and his companions were close by. They felt the earth shake, and despair enveloped them. They realized that this horrifying heavenly tribulation was not selective but had encompassed an area of several hundred yards, leaving them with no chance of escape. As thunder roared and lightning bolts danced, the heavens seemed to tremble. Yet, the fearsome tribulation seemed eerily silent, leaving many in disbelief. Amidst the storm, a figure emerged from the heart of the tribulation, calmly facing the lightning and absorbing the divine power. The formidable 9 Nether 14 young masters found themselves inferior to this individual. Chao Ying and Tianxiang Dao, who witnessed this spectacle from afar, were awestruck, marveling at the person's unparalleled power. The others pondered, speculating on the identity of the one undergoing the tribulation. As the trial continued from dawn till dusk, the relentless lightning failed to harm a nearby tree, as if it were the true target. Finally, as the thunder ceased and the lightning dissipated, the sky cleared. A host of experts rushed towards the tribulation site, only to find it empty, save for the imposing tree. The 9 Nether 14 young masters touched its bark, their hearts filled with wonder. Confusion reigned as they wondered if the tree itself had undergone the tribulation. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie, with Mei Shuiyan in tow, had retreated into the Hongjun Pagoda, hoping to avoid entanglement and await the outcome of the battles between the 9 Nether 14 young masters and the other masters. In a chilling atmosphere, the top experts of the 3 holy lands surround the 9 Underworld 14 young masters. Yet, the 14 young masters remain unmoved, gazing at the sky, lost in contemplation. Confusion clouds his eyes, as if the unfolding chaos has disoriented him. Cheng Yinshao, the most formidable master of the Holy Lands, steps forward to acknowledge their intent to duel with the 14 young masters. However, the 14 young masters exude indifference, treating the others as if they are invisible. His presence prompts Chao Ying to attempt to gaze into his essence, but her divine insight fails to penetrate his mystique. The confrontation persists, with Ku Wei and Cheng Yinshao questioning the 14 young masters' motivation for seeking vengeance against the Holy Emperor who had ambushed him years ago. The 14 young masters respond with cold contempt, stating his disdain for underhanded attacks. He declares that if the Holy Emperors had faced him openly, he would have effortlessly triumphed. Cheng Yinshao counters with reason, explaining that the Holy Emperor's ambush was a desperate act of self-preservation due to their inferior strength. He concedes that the Holy Emperors would undoubtedly perish if they were to confront the 14 young masters directly. Touched by this argument, the 14 young masters resolve to refrain from engaging in combat for now, instead choosing to prepare himself for the inevitable bloodshed. Before departing, the 14 young masters pose a grave question: who initiated the lightning tribulation? As the crowd grapples with this revelation, he reveals a mix of reverence and apprehension. He confesses to witnessing the spectacle from afar, but only saw lightning striking a towering tree, not any individuals. He strikes the tree and shatters it, demonstrating the unimaginable power of the lightning tribulation. Finally, the 14 young masters raise a final question: who bestowed the title of 9 Heaven's First Lord upon him? A sinister glint flickers in his eyes, revealing the sensitivity of this topic. Ku Wei senses the weight of this revelation, his heart heavy. As the 14 young masters leave, the crowd ponder the identity of the enigmatic figure who provoked the lightning tribulation and the reason behind the 9 Underworld 14 young masters' preoccupation with the title 9 Heaven's First Lord. Amidst an eerie darkness, the 9 Nether 14 youths abruptly uttered a peculiar name: Lord 9 Skies. This title sent shockwaves through the 3 guardians of 3 holy lands: Cheng Yinshao, Ku Wuhu, and Zan Mubai. They realized that Lord 9 Sky's existence could potentially create an opposing force against the 9 Nether 14 youths. The 9 Nether 14 youths interrogated Jun Moxie for information about Lord Nine Skies. But he refused to disclose anything. The 9 Nether 14 youths swiftly attacked, demonstrating their formidable power. With a single slap, they knocked Jun Moxie unconscious and then sealed his meridians with overwhelming force, rendering him immobile. Despite the obstruction of the 3 guardians, the 9 Nether 14 youths cast a spell. With a flick of their fingers, the void shattered, and they instantly transported themselves and Jun Moxie to another dimension. Faced with the threat, Cheng Yinxiao and Ku Wuhu were forced to cease their interference. The 9 Nether 14 youths interrogated Jun Moxie once again, but he remained tight-lipped. Frustrated, they resorted to a cruel torture, the ice and fire wheel, causing Jun Moxie immense pain. As he lay dying, he revealed that Lord Nine Skies' existence was an antithesis to the 9 Nether 14 youths, a naturally opposing entity. Upon hearing this, the 9 Nether 14 youths were enraged. After subduing the 3 guardians, they vowed to return and kill Jun Moxie. They challenged Cheng Yinxiao, Ku Wuhu, and Chao Ying, and the 4 vanished into the night, leaving behind only a trail of gleaming light. Simultaneously, an enigmatic wall of earth rose from the ground, emblazoned with 4 brazen characters: Monarch of Evil, sending a wave of awe through the onlookers. Amidst the dark of night, a mysterious earthen wall erupts from the ground, adorned with the gleaming golden characters: Sovereign of Evil. The elite masters of the 3 great sanctuaries are astounded. These characters herald the emergence of an enigmatic figure who calls himself Sovereign of Evil. As the characters transform, a haughty declaration follows all evils in the mortal realm. I am their sovereign. I will sweep through the world and dominate the pugilistic world. He proclaims his intention to attack the sanctuaries, denouncing their wicked and villainous conduct. The Sovereign of Evil sets a time for battle the following morning, issuing a challenge to settle their conflict once and for all. The masters of the 3 sanctuaries are filled with indignation, but reason tells them that the utter insolence of their adversary must be backed by something substantial. The timing is unfortunate, catching the 3 sanctuaries at their weakest, further threatened by the 14 Netherworld youths and Jun Moxie's severe injuries. The prospects for this decisive battle are dire. Nevertheless, they cannot retreat for the sake of the sanctuary's prestige and honor. They must engage. Jun Moxie, gravely injured and on the brink of death, insists on attending the battle, beseeching Hai Wuya and He Zhiju to aid him in performing blood-rending body-splitting technique. Even if he is unable to achieve victory, he resolves to die a glorious death, upholding the dignity of the Jun family. As dawn approaches, the masters of the 3 sanctuaries, heavy-hearted, march out of the southern gate of Juha City, escorting Jun Moxie to the battlegrounds. Jun Moxie is impeccably groomed and dressed, his gaze radiating indomitable murderous intent, prepared for a deadly showdown. After the departure of the 3 sacred lands and 9 ghostly young masters, Jun Moxie left behind a letter announcing his resolve to defend the honor of the sacred lands with his life. He closed his eyes, recollecting his life's journey from a collateral descendant of the Jun family to the divine profound 3rd grade. From avenging his family to becoming the head of the Jun family. Under the protection of the immortal palace of seclusion, the Jun family had grown steadily stronger, and Jun Moxie had also risen to become a member of the Celestial Saint Palace. However, Jun Moxie's success came at a great cost. He had become arrogant and believed in the law of the jungle. He murdered the Chen family without remorse, justifying it as their own fault. In the meantime, a stone tablet was erected on a hill south of the city, labeled as burial ground of 35 experts from the 3 sacred lands. He Zhiju carved on the back of the stone tablet the words burial place of the evil monarch, foreshadowing an impending showdown. At daybreak, 2 teams of experts emerged from the left and right flanks, totaling 72 men, the weakest of whom was a 3rd-level venerable. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju were shocked, realizing that their opponent was not a single individual but a formidable and unknown force. Following that, 8 more teams appeared, totaling 308 men, all of whom were venerable level experts or higher. There were 2 4th-level saints, 6 3rd-level saints, 92nd-level saints, and 171st-level saints. This unprecedented force could potentially conquer the profound continent. Finally, a man and a woman in white emerged from a bamboo grove. Jun Moxie and his female companion. The 300 or so experts on both sides treated them with reverence, as if they were divine beings. At this moment, Jun Moxie exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Jun Moxie as the archenemy he had been searching for. And so, the story unfolds, and the decisive battle is about to begin. The powerhouses of the three Holy Lands were stunned when they saw Jun Moxie and the young woman walking out of the bamboo forest. They were completely shocked. These two were Jun Moxie and Qianxuan, who the three Holy Lands once considered as thorns in their flesh and eyes. Originally, the three Holy Lands thought that these two were already dead, but they were now standing in front of them safe and sound. And their cultivation had increased. Jun Moxie in particular had achieved the Saint Emperor realm at a young age. Despite his appearance, Zhan Mubai was horrified. He remembered the scene where Jun Moxie had died together with three saints. He could hardly believe that the person in front of him was the same enemy. His feigned composure crumbled instantly, and his face turned red and white. Jun Moxie sarcastically mocked Zhan Mubai, pointing out the blunders of the three Holy Lands. Hai Wuya came forward to mediate, asking Jun Moxie if he was willing to reach an understanding with the Holy Lands. But Jun Moxie flatly refused. Hai Wuya explained that the three Holy Lands were willing to apologize to Jun Moxie and pay a price to turn their swords into plowshares. But Jun Moxie said that things had come to this point and there was no room for turning back. He was determined to take revenge on the three Holy Lands. Zhan Mubai and He Zhiju thought that Jun Moxie was too arrogant and conceited, while Hai Wuya had a lot of feelings. In the end, Hai Wuya asserted that the three Holy Lands would face the disaster of annihilation if they did not get rid of Jun Moxie as soon as possible. Upon learning of Jun Moxie's formidable strength, Hai Wuya is filled with a sense of helplessness. Realizing he and Jun Moxie are now on par, he believes that such a prodigious talent should be eliminated sooner rather than later, lest he become an even greater threat. However, Hai Wuya also confesses that it saddens him to have to destroy a genius. Jun Moxie expresses his gratification at Hai Wuya's honesty, declaring that he will go all out, using whatever means necessary to achieve victory. However, he also expresses his admiration for many of the great talents within the sacred grounds, noting that despite their opposing Li Chang's, he still respects their integrity. Jun Moxie's words cause Hai Wuya to fall deep into contemplation. He comes to realize that the sacred grounds method of recruiting talents has been to use various means to crush their self-confidence and pride, thereby fully integrating them into the sacred grounds system. This process, which is euphemistically called nirvana rebirth, is in fact a destruction and manipulation of one's humanity. Hai Wuya begins to doubt the true purpose of the sacred grounds, questioning whether it is nothing more than an organization that tramples on humanity for its own selfish gains. He falls into a state of deep confusion and fear. He Zhiju reminds Hai Wuya that the decisive battle is imminent, and Hai Wuya snaps out of his reverie, preparing to give it his all. Jun Moxie proposes a chaotic melee format for the decisive battle, but he worries that residual sky-devouring soul and others lack combat experience and may suffer casualties if they fight one-on-one. Jun Moxie confidently states that he has a way to resolve this problem, and he makes a concrete proposal for the decisive battle, but it has yet to be revealed. Jun Moxie proposes a plan for a fair duel where the sacred ground and his own team send out high-level masters of different levels to fight until one side is completely wiped out. He Zhiju realizes that this is a way of fighting that is advantageous to the sacred ground, so he agrees to Jun Moxie's suggestion. After both sides calculate their respective strengths, they decide to have a 6-stage duel, with the sacred emperor level fight between He Zhiju himself and Jun Moxie. However, Jun Moxie puts forward 3 conditions for victory: the sacred ground withdraws from the conflict with secular forces, does not attack Jun Moxie's side before the battle for the heavens, and obtains the exquisite lotus of the heavenly saint palace. He Zhiju hesitates over the 3rd condition, but he eventually realizes that Jun Moxie's real goal is the exquisite lotus, and Jun Moxie makes it clear that if he cannot get the exquisite lotus, he will launch a melee and slaughter everyone in the sacred ground. After considering the need to preserve his strength, He Zhiju agrees to Jun Moxie's terms after consulting with Hai Wuya. A duel of paramount importance for both sides thus begins. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the field: the 3 guardians of the Heaven Saint Palace, Chao Ying, Cheng Yinshao, and Ku Wuwei. Their clothes were disheveled, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. They were evidently badly injured. Jun Moxie looked grim. He realized the situation was unfavorable to his side. He asked the 3 guardians if they wanted to join the decisive battle. Just then, the voice of Juyu Shizi Shao was heard. He announced that he and the 3 guardians were just witnesses. He mocked Jun Moxie, saying that if he had not shown up, Jun Moxie's 300 or so men would have been easily annihilated by the guardians. Jun Moxie promised to give Juyu Shizishao the full version of the popular song Laughing in Zhonghu if he helped him. Juyu Shizishao was overjoyed. Cheng Yinshao put forward a condition on behalf of the 3 Holy Lands if they won. Jun Moxie and his men must join the Heaven Saint Palace. Jun Moxie agreed without hesitation. The first battle was between the 3 level 9 venerables from the 3 Holy Lands and the 3 level 9 venerables from Jun Moxie's side. Yingbo Kong ordered his men not to lose or they would commit suicide to apologize for their failure. The remaining people, Chao Ying and Cheng Yinshao, were shocked by the way the members of Kan Tianxi Han had improved. They felt that they might have great potential. The 3 venerables from the 3 sacred lands, dressed in flowing white robes and with relaxed expressions, stood in stark contrast to the 3 in pitch black, who exuded an air of hostility. Despite the enemy's menacing aura, the venerables from the sacred lands remained unfazed. Chao Ying was concerned about the outcome of this life-or-death battle. But Ku Woi was confident, claiming that victory was assured. Cheng Yinshao explained that while the enemy's momentum was formidable, it exposed their weakness, while their side remained calm and composed, ensuring their triumph. The 3 duels commenced. The members of the Devouring Heaven and Soul team changed formation, creating an enigmatic triangular battle array. The venerables from the sacred lands launched a fierce attack, but the black-clad figures nimbly evaded their moves and countered with a combined force of 3. As time passed, the sacred land venerables' advantage gradually faded, as they were pushed into a disadvantageous position by the black-clad figures. Cheng Yinshao was astonished by this turn of events. While the 14 youths of the Netherworld ridiculed the guardians of the sacred lands for their short-sightedness, pointing out the intricacies of the black-clad figures' triangular formation, the Netherworld explained that while the black-clad figures' formation seemed unpredictable, the position from which they attacked remained constant. They perfectly combined and evenly distributed their powers, resulting in their strength being augmented tremendously, equivalent to 9 times their combined force. The sacred land venerables were far superior to their opponents in terms of strength. But faced with such a profound formation, their defeat was inevitable. The intense battle between the 3 sages of Sanctuary and the trio of Infernal Heaven Piercer and Soul Devourer reached a stalemate. The 14th young master of 9 Netherworld analyzed that the enemy's formation was brilliant, allowing for one to withstand the onslaught and take turns recovering while another attacked, leaving one idle, thus creating an advantage. The Sanctuary side's attrition continued to increase, gradually showing signs of defeat. Moreover, the 14th young master pointed out that Sanctuary's failure to use weapons was a strategic error. Suddenly, Infernal Heaven Piercer and Soul Devourer unsheathed their swords and launched the ultimate move of sword fusion. This desperate momentum instantly shattered Sanctuary's defenses. Sanctuary was enraged, accusing them of despicableness. However, the 14th young master mocked Sanctuary for their adherence to propriety, while Infernal Heaven Piercer was employing the most effective tactics. Jun Moxie also ridiculed Sanctuary for their excessive conservatism, failing to understand the importance of strategy in a life-or-death battle. The 3 sages of Sanctuary drew their swords, slightly alleviating the situation. However, Infernal Heaven Piercer and Soul Devourer attacked again, sealing off their escape routes. Sanctuary realized that the enemy's weapons were divine artifacts and fell into despair. They had originally thought that if they could withstand this attack, they could turn defeat into victory. But now their morale was crushed, and their fate was sealed. The 14th young master of 9 Netherworld wondered why Infernal Heaven Piercer would allow Sanctuary to draw their swords. While Mei Shuiyan showed a hint of pity, Jun Moxie gleefully exclaimed that the show was about to begin, and the black-clothed Mont's eyes filled with anticipation. A deadly gamble unfolds with life or death stakes. 3 revered elders of the Holy Land draw their swords in hope of a counterattack, but are shocked when their weapons are effortlessly shattered by the opposing long knives, which swiftly dismember the trio. The crowd from the Holy Land is stunned as their seemingly victorious position is suddenly reversed. 3 menacing figures clad in black from the remnant Sky Soul Eater faction stand tall with their blades, while the bodies of the Holy Land lie in ruins. The remnant Sky Soul Eater emerges triumphant, marking the end of the first battle. 5 white-clad saints from the Holy Land take to the stage, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Jun Moxie dispatches the final 5 warriors from the Shadowman's remnant Sky 9 squad to confront them. The atmosphere crackles with tension and the threat of death. Cheng Yinshao analyzes that while the remnant Sky Soul Eater holds the advantage in strength, the Holy Land has learned from their previous defeat and will not underestimate their opponents. He approaches the battle with caution. However, Ku Wawai expresses certainty in the Holy Land's victory, arguing that it is impossible for every member of the remnant Sky Soul Eater to possess a sharp blade. Juyu Shizishao challenges him to a wager, vowing that if the Black faction triumphs, Ku Wawai must manually extract 1,000 earthworms with his bare hands. The second round of the battle officially commences, promising a fierce and deadly confrontation. In a dispute between Ku Wu Wei and the 14 young masters of 9 Nether, they made a bet to dig earthworms. A duel ensued, with 5 venerables of the Holy Land facing off against the 5 men in black. The men in black used a 5 elements formation, and with their clever footwork and coordination, they gradually gained the upper hand. Although the venerables of the Holy Land possessed formidable combat power, they found themselves trapped and unable to fully unleash their abilities. As the battle reached a stalemate, the venerables leapt into the air, only to find that the men in black also took flight, easily controlling the situation. The 5 elements formation displayed its full power as the 5 men, representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, split into clones and concentrated their attacks. Blades of light slashed through the sky, and the white-robed venerables were slain one by one, their remains falling from the heavens. Ultimately, under the combined attack of the 5 elements, 4 venerables met their demise. Ku Wu Wei was filled with remorse as he faced the prospect of fulfilling his bet to dig earthworms. The 14 young masters of 9 Nether seemed thoughtful, having discovered a flaw in the Holy Land strategy, but they were not yet fully aware of it. As all 5 venerables of the Holy Land were defeated, the 3 great Holy Lands suffered a severe blow, and the entire arena fell silent. The fall of the venerables, who had cultivated for over 500 years, left all present filled with sorrow. Jun Moxie's 5 men in black report their achievements to him. Jun Moxie orders them to return to the formation to gain insights from their experiences. Hai Wuya announces that the third group of fighters will be 7 rank 2 saints, who are revealed to be 7 brothers who have formed the powerful 7 Fiend formation. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan analyze the enemy's formation, realizing that the 7 Fiend brothers have deep emotions and are in sync. But they are also heavily dependent on each other, meaning that if one is injured, all 7 will be affected. Jun Moxie decides to send out the 7 stars of the North formation. The 7 Fiend formation brothers show disdain for Jun Moxie's 7 rank 2 saints, believing they are no match for them. The 9 Nether 14 young lords and Ku Wu Wei engage in another bet, with the stakes being eating a live earthworm. Ku Wu Wei intentionally feigns weakness, leading the 9 Nether 14 young lords to underestimate Jun Moxie's chances of winning and place their bet on the sacred grounds. The 9 Nether 14 young lords invite Jun Moxie for a discussion, and Cheng Yinshao tests his courage by threatening that the 9 Nether 14 young lords will have difficulty rescuing him if he acts impulsively. Jun Moxie remains calm and collected, indicating he is not afraid. Jun Moxie communicates with the 3 Heavenly Saint Palace Guardians and expresses his trust for them. Despite being enemies, the 14 young masters of the 9 Serenities inquire about Jun Moxie's chances of winning, to which he responds that victory or defeat is uncertain and questions whether those from the 3 sacred lands will keep their word. On the battlefield, the 7 Evils battle formation gains the upper hand, overpowering the 7 men in black. However, the 14 young masters of the 9 Serenities pinpoint 3 suspicious points. 1. Despite the intense battle, no one has suffered injuries. 2. Weapons are being swung, yet there is no sound of clashing. 3. The formation appears disorganized but defends securely. The 14 young masters suggest that once the sound of weapons clashing is heard, a bloodbath will ensue. He points out that the men in black, despite appearing passive, are actually being proactive, while the Sacred Lands forces, despite appearing proactive, are actually being passive. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain, with many variables at play. The expressions of the 3 guardians change drastically, realizing that the situation could spiral out of control and a storm is imminent. In the fierce battle, the 7 Killers battle formation charged like a tide, but the strange 7 stars of the Northern Dipper formation remained unyielding. always taking the initiative. Although the seven killers' battle formation had great momentum, their attacks were repeatedly and cleverly neutralized by the seven stars of the Northern Dipper formation, which could not retaliate. The two sides fought fiercely, and the seven long swords and seven broadswords never crossed. As time went on, the offensive of the seven stars of the Northern Dipper formation gradually became more intense, gaining the upper hand, while the seven killers' battle formation retreated steadily. The 14th young master of the 9 netherworlds sneered, saying that Jun Moxie's master must be a character who defied the heavens otherwise. His amazing talents and mysterious formations could not be explained. Ku Woi pursued the question, speculating whether Jun Moxie's master's strength could rival that of the 14th young master of the 9 netherworlds, who said it was hard to judge but also that he was not confident of defeating his opponent. Realizing that the situation was unfavorable, the three guardians of the Holy Land changed their expressions drastically. Jun Moxie also felt a hint of worry. The operation of the seven stars of the Northern Dipper formation became increasingly proficient, with faint starlight flickering, seeming to herald the arrival of the decisive battle. Despite the advantage offered by their seven stars Beidou formation, the seven stars corpse-eating division was unable to satisfy Jun Moxie with a miserable victory. He aimed for their complete annihilation. To that end, he devised a detailed plan. They would defend and counterattack, accumulate an advantage, and then find an opportunity to strike suddenly and concentrate their forces to kill one of the enemy. Under attack from the seven stars corpse-eating division, Jun Moxie's side maintained a tight defense throughout. After a stalemate, Jun Moxie seized the opportunity, and his seven subordinates attacked simultaneously, launching a fierce assault on the core of the enemy's seven fiends battle formation. The enemy made three fatal mistakes. They underestimated the knife technique of their opponents, overlooked the lethal secret move of the knife within a knife, and neglected to protect the core position of their formation. Jun Moxie's saber was unstoppable as it split open the long sword of the leader of the seven fiends, cutting off his shoulders and cleaving his body in two. Although the leader of the seven fiends fought back with all his might and kicked away the man in black, subsequent saber blows struck him one after another, killing him outright. The other 6 members of the Seven Stars corpse-eating division were shocked and angry, but the combat power they unleashed in that instant was still not to be underestimated. However, Jun Moxie's side pursued their victory, using dazzling swordplay and the power of their divine weapons to break the seven fiends battle formation apart one by one. The key to victory in this battle lay in the divine weapons that Jun Moxie's side had unsheathed, the knife within a knife. 7 sharp blades shot out in unison, slashing and hacking at the leader of the seven fiends, reducing his internal organs to mincemeat and killing him on the spot. In the end, the Seven Stars corpse-eating division was completely annihilated, while Jun Moxie's side suffered no casualties, perfectly embodying the strategic concept of rather than injuring 10 of their fingers, it is better to cut off one. In the fierce battle, the eldest of the seven fiends from the seven-star Beidou formation took the initiative to attack, but encountered a lightning-fast counterattack from the enemy. His body was brutally dismembered, leaving only his head spinning in the air. The eldest's eyes expressed despair and concern for his brothers, urging them not to grieve too much. But his words went unnoticed. The 6 brothers were immersed in immense sorrow, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The Sacred Land faction fell into a state of stupor. Hai Wuyan, one of the 3 sacred emperors, could not bear to see the 6 brothers die in vain. He channeled his energy, giving a loud warning, and rushed forward to try to stop the enemy. Mei Shuiyan intercepted him from the opposing side, and the two engaged in a heated battle in the air. Ku Wu Wei angrily roared, accusing Hai Wuyan of breaking his promise to intervene and escalating the matter to a dispute over the reputation of the Sacred Land. Out of desperation, Hai Wuyan had no choice but to give up. Finally, the 6 level 2 sacred beings were mercilessly slaughtered, their faces forever etched with expressions of grief. Jun Moxie felt regret, for although the bond of brotherhood was admirable, it could also become a liability when it became too deep. Ku Wu Wei was filled with sadness and anger, accusing Hai Wuyan's actions of tarnishing the face of the 3 great sacred lands. The 9 nether 14 young masters stood by and watched coldly, pointing out that the 3 great sacred lands had become increasingly corrupt after thousands of years of self-righteousness and no longer valued justice or the rules of the world. The words of the 9 nether 14 young masters made Ku Wu Wei and the other two suddenly realize the crisis of internal corruption and degeneration that had taken hold within the 3 great sacred lands after they had dominated the world. They felt fear and concern, realizing that the 3 great sacred lands needed an enemy. Otherwise they would destroy themselves. After the shocking words of Juyan Shizi Shao, Ku Wei and the others realized the impending crisis of the sacred grounds. However, they were helpless and in desperation. Ku Wei decided to fulfill his wager and consume 1,000 earthworms. Juyan Shizi Shao taunted him for disgracing the 3 sacred grounds. Zhao Ying calmly analyzed the situation and proposed ending the battle, with the 3 sacred grounds conceding defeat. She believed that the mysterious formation possessed by Jun Moxie was too powerful and continuing the fight would only lead to more casualties. He Zhiju firmly objected, arguing that the sacred grounds could not admit defeat or they would lose all face and the exquisite lotus was indispensable. Ku Wei rebuked He Zhiju, chastising him for being short-sighted and ordering him to obey the command. As various opinions clashed, Jun Moxie was lost in contemplation. Recalling the martial artist enforcers mentioned by Juyan Shizi Shao, he conceived the idea of formulating rules. Suddenly, Zhao Ying announced the termination of the battle. But Jun Moxie, distracted, did not express his opinion. Juyan Shizi Shao vehemently opposed, and He Zhiju remained adamant in his refusal to concede defeat. However, Zhao Ying sternly reprimanded He Zhiju, accusing him of stubbornness that could cost the sacred grounds its entire fighting force. Ku Wei also supported Zhao Ying's decision, stating that Tianxiang Palace was not under He Zhiju's authority. Jun Moxie finally regained his senses but was surprised to find that he had not opposed the cessation of the battle. He was slightly depressed, as it would affect his training plans. In the decisive battle between sacred grounds and Asura realm, Jun Moxie consents to a temporary truce. But the 3 guardians of sacred grounds insist on continuing the exchange. Jun Moxie reluctantly agrees to a life-or-death exchange with Saint King Zan Mubai. Zan Mubai employs a secret technique to temporarily boost his cultivation, but also burns his life force in the process. Consumed by hatred for Snake King Qinshun, Jun Moxie resolves to personally kill Zan Mubai. As the battle commences, Zan Mubai activates his domain, enhancing his power. But Jun Moxie brandishes the Yanwang Blood Divine Sword, releasing a formidable killing intent. Zan Mubai's domain is instantly suppressed, leaving him at the mercy of the Divine Sword. After enduring countless hardships, Jun Moxie has finally mastered the Yanwang Blood's unique sword technique, the Sovereign Sword. This sword move is unstoppable and overwhelms everyone present, including Zhu Yu's 14 young masters and the 3 guardians. Jun Moxie uses the Sovereign Sword to overwhelm Zan Mubai, determined to avenge Snake King Qinshun. Knowing his time is short, Zan Mubai resolves to perish alongside Jun Moxie. A deadly duel is about to unfold. On the chaotic battlefield, Zan Mubai felt utterly insignificant, realizing that he was facing an existence above him, holding power over his life and soul. The rage that had fueled him dissipated into a chilling horror. He found his spiritual energy uncontrollable, the long sword in his hand heavy and unyielding. Then, Jun Moxie's sword flashed, cleaving towards him. At the brink of death, Zan Mubai bit his tongue and sprayed blood. Briefly clearing his mind, he swung his sword, meeting Jun Moxie's attack. Their swords clashed, causing the ground to tremble and mountains to shake. Zan Mubai's domain was utterly destroyed. The surrounding experts were astounded, recognizing the terrifying power of Jun Moxie. The demon monarch, Zan Mubai fought relentlessly, but was outmatched. Jun Moxie shattered his prized sword. Zan Mubai fought against the odds, yet was unable to hold back Jun Moxie's onslaught. Jun Moxie's sword pierced Zan Mubai's chest, crushing his Saint Emperor's dignity. Zan Mubai's anger and unwillingness were futile. Jun Moxie struck Zan Mubai with his palm, shattering his bones and suspending him in the air. Jun Moxie publicly severed Zan Mubai's head, ending his existence. The members of the 3 divine lands brooded, but were powerless. However, a wisp of Zan Mubai's soul escaped, which Jun Moxie extinguished with an enigmatic black flame, obliterating his last hope. Furious, the experts from the 3 divine lands charged at Jun Moxie, who trapped them with a pitfall. Jun Moxie unleashed the black flame, incinerating the trapped experts. Saint Emperor level experts who escaped dug a tunnel, but were met with Jun Moxie's black flames, perishing horribly. The 9 nether 14 youngsters were shocked by Jun Moxie's flames. Acknowledging him as a worthy adversary, Jun Moxie cautioned the 3 divine lands against further provocation, threatening dire consequences. He lamented that while he had no desire to kill, he had to demonstrate his power and ruthlessness to avoid future troubles. From that day forward, Jun Moxie's reputation as the demon monarch spread, his immense power sending shivers down the spines of many. The 9 Yin 14 demons shocked everyone by thrusting the chaos fire into the ground, igniting everything. Jun Moxie modestly claimed it was a minor technique. The 4 arbiters questioned Jun Moxie about the massacre of the sacred ground people and demanded an explanation. Jun Moxie retorted by asking why the arbitration was ineffective and why the sacred ground people continued to besiege him after the arbiters had announced the verdict. Cheng Yinshao and the other 2 said nothing. The 9 Yin 14 demons mocked the trio's commands as being ineffective. Jun Moxie stated that the sacred ground couldn't afford to lose, and despite being ambushed and besieged, they still demanded an explanation from him. The victim. The 3 guardians were at a loss, unable to refute Jun Moxie's accusations. Cheng Yinshao reluctantly apologized and took the blame on himself. The 9 Yin 14 demons magnanimously allowed the sacred ground people to leave. Hai Wuya and He Zhiju left angrily, while Chao Ying witnessed the death of 30 sacred ground masters. Ku Wawai offered to hand over the exquisite lotus and let Jun Moxie decide whether to accompany them to retrieve it or have it sent to the Heaven's Punishment Forest. Jun Moxie was torn between the 2 options. After emerging victorious from the battle, Jun Moxie hesitates to go directly to the Heavenly Saint Palace to claim the promised prize of Linglong Lian. Fearing resistance or betrayal from the palace, the 9 youths of the Netherworld, a rival of the Heavenly Saint Palace, offer to accompany him. But Jun Moxie politely declines. Jun Moxie decides to venture alone but devises an elaborate strategy to ensure his safety. He instructs Mei Shuiyan to return to Heaven's Punishment and strengthen the family's abilities, providing her with cultivation advice. Additionally, he grants Bai Li Loyan a leave of absence to resolve emotional entanglements with the Zhan family. Offering his support. With matters settled, Jun Moxie bids farewell to everyone. The 9 youths of the Netherworld, Chao Ying, Cheng Yinshao, and others watch, while Ku Wu Wei of the Heavenly Saint Palace sullenly digs at the ground, seemingly searching for something. Jun Moxie inquires with surprise, but Ku Wu Wei remains silent, his face etched with bitterness and humiliation. During an intense battle formation, Juyu Shizi Shao and Ku Wu Wei placed a bet where the loser would have to dig out 1,000 black earthworms without using their spiritual energy and eat them raw. Ku Wu Wei unfortunately lost. But as a guardian of the sacred land, he was unwilling to eat the earthworms. Resorting to trickery, Ku Wu Wei began crying and begging Juyu Shizi Shao to spare him. Despite Ku Wu Hui's pitiful display, Juyu Shizi Shao remained unmoved, even mocking him for his shamelessness. Eventually, Ku Wu Hui's desperation led him to shed tears and sacrifice his dignity to avoid eating the earthworms. Under the threat of Juyu Shizi Shao, the 3 guardians of the sacred land did not dare to confront Jun Moxie. Before leaving, Juyu Shizi Shao promised that if anything happened to Jun Moxie, he would hold them responsible, providing Jun Moxie with a powerful safeguard. After Juyu Shizi Shao's departure, Ku Wu Wei threatened Jun Moxie not to reveal his crying episode. Jun Moxie, seemingly simple-minded, subtly implied that Ku Wu Wei was being deceitful, leaving Ku Wu Wei embarrassed but unable to retaliate. Ku Wu Wei destroyed the stone stele created by Jun Moxie, stating that he wanted to let the fallen soldiers rest in peace. The group then set off and headed towards their destination where the exquisite lotus was located. After several days of a frantic 1,000-mile race, Cheng Yinshao, Ku Wei, Chao Ying, and Jun Moxie ascended the Mortal Mountain. Chao Ying explained the key aspects of the Seizing the Heaven War to Jun Moxie, explaining that Mount Tianju stood in the distance, deciding the fate of the continent. Chao Ying angrily denounced Jun Moxie for murdering a pivotal figure in the Seizing the Heaven War, leading to the current crisis of alien invasion faced by humanity. Jun Moxie retorted coldly, claiming his actions were for self-preservation and had no bearing on the lives of the world. He denounced the 3 holy lands as selfish and hypocritical, unworthy of being called saviors. After a heated debate, the 3 changed their attitudes. Ku Wei sighed and said there were still 3 days left in their journey, making Jun Moxie question how they could see Mount Tianju from thousands of miles away. As they reached Mount Tianxiang, the location of the Heavenly Saint Palace, Jun Moxie was taken aback. The legendary Holy Land was merely a worn-down, rustic cottage, far from the opulent splendor he had envisioned. Chao Ying explained the Heavenly Saint Palace's history of frugality. While Mount Tianju, south of Tianxiang Mountain, would be the battlefield for the Seizing the Heaven War, Jun Moxie mocked the three Holy Lands, sarcastically remarking on the hypocrisy of keeping their ancestors in such humble surroundings while enjoying the benefits of profound energy. As they continued, Jun Moxie discovered the Heavenly Saint Palace's homes were constructed from living profound spirit wood, providing an excellent environment for cultivating spiritual energy. He realized the apparent frugality of the three Holy Lands masked vast wealth and resources. Nestled within the scenic depths of a verdant forest stood tranquil huts encircled by rare medicinal herbs. Their walls were formed of dense purifying bamboo, renowned for its insect-repelling and temperature-regulating properties. The roofs were adorned with vines of precious herbs, including phoenixtail vines, pilgrim vines, and wisteria. Upon his arrival, Jun Moxie was awestruck by the lavishness of the Heavenly Saint Palace, which extended even to their humble abodes. Ku Wu Wei, Chao Ying, and Cheng Yin Shao led Jun Moxie into the largest hut, where 10 chairs were arranged symmetrically. Inside sat 11 individuals, their expressions composed. Their gazes swept over Jun Moxie, scrutinizing his every move. This child's talent is exceptional. Truly a rarity, one remarked. If left unchecked, his future achievements may rival that of the Nine Nether's first young master. Sighed another. Jun Moxie's heart skipped a beat, realizing the piercing gazes of these old monsters from whom nothing could escape. Abruptly, the middle-aged man seated at the head spoke. Tell us, who are you truly? Jun Moxie responded with a faint smile. I am Jun Moxie and no other. However, a flicker of alarm crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, a clear indication of his disbelief. Shock rippled through the assembly as Jun Moxie dared to confront the Heavenly Saint Palace Master with such audacity. Within a mysterious thatched hut, the elders of the sacred grounds have convened with the young and formidable Jun Moxie. Initially harboring suspicions about Jun Moxie being the reincarnation of an ancient spirit, the young man denies the notion and asserts that his prowess is not derived from past lives. Elder Wushan Yunji Han brings to light Jun Moxie's motive to question reincarnation. But the youth deftly redirects the inquiry to the cultivator's extended lifespans and the pain of outliving loved ones, evoking nostalgia and sorrow through poignant verses and soliloquies. Jun Moxie unveils the enduring love and familial bonds within the hearts of those present. Wushan Yun, recognizing Jun Moxie's true intent, reveals himself to have lived for 3 millennia, experiencing multiple lives. The gathered elders are moved by Jun Moxie's wisdom and humanity, particularly his insights on the perpetual torment reincarnators suffer due to fragments of past lives. They come to understand that Jun Moxie poses no threat, rather, he serves as a reminder of their own existence and vulnerability. Honoring their wager, Wushan Yun ultimately concedes to bestowing the exquisite lotus upon Jun Moxie. In response, Jun Moxie expresses his gratitude and inquires about Wushan Yun's past lives. Wushan Yun responds that his experiences have left him with a sense of solitude and regret over severed familial ties. Jun Moxie's queries strike a chord with the elders, as they too have endured similar anguish. Wushan Yun emphasizes the irreplaceable nature of familial bonds. Even in the face of reincarnation, contemplation settles over the elders as they reassess the significance of their past and future. As the group reminisced about their pasts, they realized that they were shedding tears. The powerful and inscrutable masters present had long forgotten how it felt to cry. Rediscovering the emotion made them realize that they had never truly forgotten. Jun Moxie, solemn of countenance, expounded on the conflict between cultivation and emotions. He stated that emotional attachments are obstacles in cultivation, and if overcome, would lead to a stronger state of mind. However, he added, emotions cannot be erased and must be accepted as they are. Jun Moxie then recounted a poignant tale of someone who had overcome emotional obstacles with the help of tears, leading the group to profound reflection. He went on to propose that obstacles can become aids in cultivation. The masters fell into deep contemplation, grappling with the true nature of emotional obstacles. Jun Moxie seized the opportunity to use his spiritual energy to manipulate their emotions, reawakening their dormant feelings and prompting them to retreat for meditation. Jun Moxie subsequently requested possession of the exquisite lotus, and his request was granted by Ji Yuhan and the other masters. Ji Yuhan warned Jun Moxie of the risks posed by the three holy lands. But Jun Moxie resolutely vowed to show no mercy. On the way to the pond containing the exquisite lotus, Jun Moxie conversed with Chao Ying. He acted distracted, repeatedly touching her and making suggestive remarks. Chao Ying was both embarrassed and angered, until she realized that Jun Moxie was intentionally diverting her attention. Finally, Jun Moxie found the exquisite lotus a few transparent and colorless leaves. To his dismay, Chao Ying explained that the lotus only produces a jade root once every 500 years. And each plant produces only one root, the size of a grain of rice, which can be consumed only once by a single person. Jun Moxie was furious, deeming the exquisite lotus too precious to be shared. Chao Ying emphasized its significance and warned Jun Moxie against making a reckless move. Jun Moxie retorted that he would not tolerate threats, especially when they concerned his loved ones. Chao Ying, overwhelmed by Jun Moxie's menacing aura, involuntarily stepped back. Jun Moxie's eyes radiated the aura of a supreme ruler, filling Chao Ying with awe. He forcefully demanded all of the Linglong lotus and skillfully used the urgency of the situation to suppress Chao Ying's resistance. Chao Ying helplessly explained the cultivation conditions of the Linglong lotus, requiring unpolluted water, spiritual energy, and a special pool. Jun Moxie conceived a plan. Realizing that his spiritual veins could perfectly meet these requirements, Jun Moxie further requested the Linglong lotus seeds. And after intense negotiations, a deal was struck where Jun Moxie acquired 20 seeds. Chao Ying was reluctant but was persuaded by Jun Moxie's eloquence and charm. She handed over the seeds and even uprooted a Linglong lotus, along with the jade slab and a container of spiritual water. Thus, Jun Moxie successfully obtained the Linglong lotus and its seeds, bringing hope to the recovery of his family's ailment. Chao Ying felt a sense of regret and loss but had to acknowledge her defeat to Jun Moxie's cunning and rhetoric. Sacred healer Chao Ying beseeches sovereign Jun Moxie to safeguard the treasured spirit enshrined lotus and implies that she will return for it. Jun Moxie accepts and stores the lotus in the Cosmos Tower. Empowered by the mountain-suppressing witchcraft, Jun Moxie embarks on a scavenging spree in the sacred grounds, meticulously selecting the most valuable elixirs and marking them with red ribbons. Despite dissuasion, he insists on taking all his marked elixirs. Shock reverberates when he employs a life-consuming method to vanish the elixirs, relentlessly piling them into his Cosmos Tower, all the while demolishing the surrounding thatched cottages. As Jun Moxie acquires the lion's share of the elixirs, formidable figures of the sacred grounds grasp his intentions and vehemently demand the return of the elixirs. However, Jun Moxie invokes their prior consent, adamant on taking what he has chosen. Chao Ying intervenes, advocating against the breach of a heavenly promise. But Elder Teng Chongjia insists on reneging to protect the vitality of the sacred grounds. Unmoved, Jun Moxie excoriates their treachery, declaring that he will not yield a single elixir. The three elders of the Heaven Saint Palace are arguing with Chao Ying. The reason for the dispute is that Jun Moxie used trickery to trick the three elders into a bet and won the spirit medicine mountain of the Heaven Saint Palace. The three elders were furious over their loss and went back on their word, acting contrary to their status to bully Jun Moxie into surrendering the spirit medicine. Chao Ying was furious and called out the three elders for being shameless and treacherous. The three elders defended themselves by saying that they did it for the future of the Heaven Saint Palace and that they had no choice but to break their promise due to Jun Moxie's deceit. Jun Moxie mocked the three elders for their shamelessness and stated that while he would no longer insist on keeping the spirit medicine, he would remember their words. He then cast an invisibility spell and disappeared before their very eyes. The three elders were shocked and angry and searched everywhere to no avail. Chao Ying was disheartened and left the Heaven Saint Palace. Soon after, Wu Shanyan, an elder of the Heaven Saint Palace, emerged from seclusion and was surprisingly calm upon learning of the matter. He said that the more Jun Moxie took, the better. The other elders also inexplicably cooled down their anger. After leaving the Heaven Saint Mountain, Jun Moxie explored the nearby mountain ranges before heading to the Heaven Pillar Peak. He discovered that the stones of the Heaven Pillar Mountain were unusually hard, emitted fluorescence, and exuded immense pressure. As he climbed, his yin-yang escaping technique was ineffective, making him realize that there were ancient restrictions on the Heaven Pillar Mountain. Halfway up, He could no longer continue and came to realize the limitations of human abilities. He decided to postpone exploring the secrets of the Heaven Pillar Mountain. He set off north, preparing to return to the heavenly fragrance city. But he still had a glimmer of hope for the seven-colored holy fruit in the ethereal illusionary mansion. After a fierce battle with the three holy lands, Jun Moxie, known as the evil monarch, shocked the world. Despite the urgency of the battle for heavenly mandate, Jun Moxie decides to race back to the mortal world in a divine speed realm. Upon his return, Jun Moxie finds the world vastly changed. Legends of the evil monarch triumphing over the three holy lands have spread far and wide, making him a revered figure among practitioners. Entering an inn, Jun Moxie overhears various accounts of his own exploits. Some refer to him as His Holiness, and believe him worthy of the title Evil Monarch. Jun Moxie is bewildered, never having claimed such a title or engaged in battle with the three holy lands. At this point, a man named Brother Lu, who claims to be a know-it-all, offers to reveal the truth. However, Brother Lu insists that Jun Moxie treat him to a meal before he speaks. Jun Moxie reluctantly agrees and invites Brother Lu to a drink. Brother Lu proudly declares that the evil monarch is an unparalleled master far beyond Jun Moxie's league. Jun Moxie is frustrated, having to pay for information about his own supposed legend. Nevertheless, Brother Lu's account piques his curiosity. Who is this self-proclaimed evil monarch? How did he come to be known as Jun Moxie's senior and ancestor? In the profound continent, an enigmatic lord of evil has emerged. His martial prowess is said to be unparalleled, yet he has remained dormant for 500 years. A storyteller named Lan speaks of the Lord of Evil, describing him as a man of brilliance, strategy, and legend. However, Jun Moxie is perplexed by this, unaware that the man being praised is himself. Lan compares Jun Moxie to the Lord of Evil, but belittles Jun Moxie, deeming him unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Exasperated, Jun Moxie storms out. At another inn, an elderly storyteller captivates his audience with tales of the Lord of Evil, his bravery, and his unwavering loyalty to his beloved. Jun Moxie listens with rapt attention, oblivious to the fact that he is the subject of the stories. When the storyteller recounts how the Lord of Evil defied three supreme factions to defend his beloved, Jun Moxie is astounded. He realizes that these tales bear no resemblance to his own experiences, and that legends about him have spread throughout the martial arts world. Unbeknownst to him, compelled by these revelations, Jun Moxie flees the inn, questioning his identity and the truth about who he truly is. On Jun Moxie's way back to Tianxiang City, he hears rumors describing him as the hope of the Tianxiang Empire. Upon reaching the South Gate, Emperor Yang Huinong personally welcomes him with great enthusiasm. Jun Moxie realizes that the purpose of his return is to boost support for the new emperor and intimidate other countries. After entering the city, he reunites with Li Yoren and confirms his reputation as the infamous evil monarch. Li Yoren praises Jun Moxie's ruthlessness and methods. Acknowledging their different goals, Jun Moxie learns that Tang Yuan has become the uncrowned king of Tianxiang. Extorting vast sums of money from the emperor, Jun Moxie and his entourage arrive at the aristocratic hall, where they reunite with their old friends Tang Yuan and Sun Xiaomei. Tang Yuan is overjoyed and embraces Jun Moxie tightly, expressing his concern and care for him. Jun Moxie is touched by Tang Yuan's affection, and they share a unique way of expressing their joy at their reunion. In the meantime, Hai Chenfeng privately complains about Tang Yuan's mistreatment of them in his pursuit of news about Jun Moxie. The story concludes with Jun Moxie assisting Yang Huinong and his son in consolidating their imperial authority, highlighting the profound impact of his return on the Tianxiang nation. Tang Yuan was accused of inquiring for information by Jun Moxie. His disciple, Hai Chenfeng, testified for him, claiming that Tang Yuan acted arrogantly and suffered greatly. Jun Moxie reminisced about his past with Hai and Song, filled with mixed emotions. During the journey to Sky Fragrance City, Tang Yuan relentlessly recounted various versions of the great battle between the evil monarch and the sacred lands, giving Jun Moxie a headache. After receiving news from the ethereal illusionary mansion, Jun Moxie hastily fled Sky Fragrance City. Meanwhile, Sacred Emperor Cao Guofeng, led 6 others in search of a boy with a hollow spirit physique. But to no avail. Cao Guofeng realized that the intelligence was false. But he still assumed responsibility and understood that the rise of the evil monarch posed a threat to the illusionary mansion. Cao Guofeng believed that Jun Moxie possessed a terrifying speed of cultivation and a formidable force. If the three great sacred lands were destroyed, no one could stop him unless the Heavenly Saint Palace intervened. Jun Moxie was a real threat that the illusionary mansion must take seriously. In the end, Cao Guofeng decided to abandon the search, regretting his failure to complete the illusionary mansion's mission. Concerned about the rise of the young prodigy Jun Moxie, the Saint Emperors of the Phantom Palace realize he poses a great threat to the palace. They decide they must find a successor of equal potential to meet the challenges to come. As they discuss this, an eerie laughter echoes around them. A mysterious figure appears, claiming he will bestow upon the Phantom Palace a successor with the physique of an empty spirit. The figure's strength is unfathomable, shocking the Saint Emperors present. The figure drops his successor before them, a young boy who is barely alive. The boy has severe injuries, and his meridians are almost completely destroyed. Heartbroken, Cao Guofeng, one of the Saint Emperors, vows to save the boy at all costs. The seven brothers take turns using their profound qi to protect the boy's life source as they begin their journey back to the Phantom Palace. They hope that the seven-colored divine fruit in their ancestors' power can save the boy. However, the boy's injuries are so severe it is uncertain if he will survive long enough to reach the palace. Cao Guofeng performs a forbidden rejuvenation technique, sacrificing his own life force to heal the boy. The other Saint Emperors are horrified but realize the desperation of the situation. The future of the young prodigy, and the fate of the Phantom Palace, hinge on his survival, leaving them no choice but to give their all. Jun Moxie, a severely injured youth with a holy constitution, was sent to the wandering illusionary palace. Upon learning of this, the palace's Saint King, Cao Guofeng, ignored his own safety and used the life recovery art to save the youth's life. The life recovery art consumes life essence. But Cao Guofeng, who had already lived for more than a millennium, believed it was worth the risk due to the youth's unparalleled potential. However, Saint King Bai Qifeng questioned Cao Guofeng's actions. He believed it was a trap and that the enemy had deliberately sent the injured youth with ulterior motives. But Cao Guofeng declared that even if they knew there was danger, they had to take the risk, as the youth's holy constitution was crucial to the palace. Cao Guofeng, carrying the gravely wounded Jun Moxie, led the other 5 Saint Kings out of the wandering illusionary palace. Preparing to escort the youth back to safety, they formed a tight circle formation and proceeded with utmost vigilance. Yet, along the way, they encountered none of the enemies they had anticipated. Cao Guofeng suddenly realized an anomaly in his body. His spirit energy was brimming, and his mind was sharp, devoid of any weakness from using the life recovery art. The group was surprised and overjoyed. Seeing this as an auspicious sign, they increased their pace, determined to return the youth to the wandering illusionary palace safely, even at the cost of their own lives. 7 Saint Emperors of the illusory mansion reach a narrow canyon with fears of ambush. Bai Qifeng sets out as a scout, finding no signs of amiss within the canyon. Right when everyone rejoices, Cao Guofeng detects abnormalities keenly and screams halt. Over 10 black figures emerge from the canyon's exit, blocking it off completely. Their leader, dressed in black, announces that they've dispatched nearly 100 experts to assassinate the Saint Emperors of the illusory mansion. 6 trapped Saint Emperors find themselves in a dilemma. Cao Guofeng questions the black figures' identities, which are concealed to prevent unexpected events. The black figures admit that they're only 90% certain of their victory, and will reveal their identities only when the Saint Emperors are on the brink of death. None of the Saint Emperors blame Bai Qifeng for his oversight, but they are alarmed by the black figure's calmness and foresight. Bai Qifeng, in remorse for his dereliction of duty, charges at the black figures, determined to redeem himself with his death. Although they know they are facing a life or death situation, the Saint Emperors vow to fight valiantly to protect the future of the illusory mansion. In the face of a life or death crisis, Bai Qifeng resolved to sacrifice himself to guarantee the escape of his 6 Wanfu brothers. However, Cao Guofeng stopped him in time, pointing out that rushing out would only lead to their collective demise. The brothers also declared that they would never abandon Bai Qifeng and flee. At this moment, a sarcastic voice emerged, mocking Bai Qifeng's audacity and demanding his death as atonement. Bai Qifeng suddenly realized that their adversaries intended to stall their escape until reinforcements from the other side of the mountain arrived to launch a pincer attack. Cao Guofeng commanded the 7 to charge towards the cave entrance with all their might. Bai Qifeng employed the body and sword union technique, unleashing unparalleled speed and power, repelling most of the enemy's assaults. The other 5 Wanfu members followed closely, providing unwavering support. As their swords clashed, the impact reverberated through the air. Bai Qifeng faced the brunt of the enemy's attacks, his body riddled with wounds. Cao Guofeng noticed the purple sashes around his opponent's waists, identifying them as members of the 3 great sanctuaries. And his fury surged, fueled by Bai Qifeng's desperate charge. The 7 broke through the cave entrance, leaving behind a crumbling mountain that hindered their pursuers. Cao Guofeng vowed to seek retribution, while Bai Qifeng denounced the 3 great sanctuaries, declaring an endless feud. The 7 made their escape, their hearts heavy with trepidation and their animosity towards the sanctuaries intensifying with each passing day. After the 7 great saint emperors of the ethereal palace left, the black-clothed men stopped panicking and laughed at each other. They believed that this action would definitely lead to an endless battle between the 3 great holy lands and the ethereal palace. However, they also admitted that the strength of both sides was constrained, so it might not reach the point of a complete endless battle. But the cooperative relationship would definitely be affected. The black-clothed men took off their masks, revealing familiar faces, namely Feng Wanyan, the crazy wind sword god, and Jun Moxie's men. This operation was planned by Jun Moxie, who intended to have the 7 great saint emperors take Jun Moxie away and make the 3 great holy lands suspect the ethereal palace. In order to cover up, Jun Moxie arranged for 11 great saint emperors to intercept them. It seemed like a fierce battle, but in reality it was a staged act, intentionally letting the 7 great saint emperors escape smoothly. However, the strength of the 7 great saint emperors still surprised the black-clothed men. A few days later, the group of 7 great saint emperors finally approached the entrance of the ethereal palace. Just as they relaxed, the 9 nether 14 youths suddenly appeared, demanding revenge. His strength had fully recovered, and he was much more terrifying than before, causing the 7 great saint emperors to despair. Cao Guofeng expressed his willingness to die, but the 9 nether 14 youths declared that no matter how they reacted, they would be killed. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Jun Moxie's voice came, causing the 9 nether 14 youths to smile wryly. He realized that Jun Moxie had tricked the 7 great saint emperors into taking him into the ethereal palace, and he had no choice but to help. The peril of the ethereal palace. Due to past grievances, the 14 youths of Juyu were determined to exact revenge on the 7 saint emperors of the ethereal palace. As a fierce battle looms, Jun Moxie devises a clever strategy. He offers to retrieve the 14 youths' lost weapons. Bewildered by the 14 youths' sudden retreat, the 7 saint emperors are left perplexed. Unbeknownst to them, the 14 youths have an urgent matter to attend to and are forced to temporarily postpone their revenge. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Moxie and his companions infiltrate the ethereal palace. Upon entering the palace, the 7 saint emperors lead Jun Moxie to a grand hall. The hall is packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Cao Guofeng cries out, "Palace Master, this child possesses an ethereal spirit physique." The hall falls into a deafening silence as all eyes turn to the unconscious Jun Moxie. The ethereal spirit physique, a physique possessed only by the first youth of Juyu, holds infinite potential. The Palace Master examines Jun Moxie himself, overcome with excitement, and orders the retrieval of the 7-colored sacred fruit. The 7 saint emperors are stunned, having never expected Jun Moxie to possess such a rare physique. The atmosphere in the hall turns vibrant as the Palace Master decides to take Jun Moxie as his disciple, personally mentoring him to lead the ethereal palace to new heights. However, Jun Moxie has his own agenda. He must obtain the 7-colored sacred fruit in the Song of Juyu within 2 months, in preparation for the battle for supremacy. As time passes, the ethereal palace's actions grow increasingly urgent. Will Jun Moxie's plan succeed? Can he acquire the necessary items within 2 months? The outcome remains uncertain. The Palace Lord of the Phantasmal Mansion and the Saint Emperor of the Sao Nation started an argument over a boy with a void constitution. The Saint Emperor of the Sao Nation sadly talked about his hardships and determination for the boy, including fighting with other holy lands, being poisoned and severely injured, and even exhausting his lifespan to save him. The Saint Emperor of Baichfeng also argued reasonably, emphasizing that the Saint Emperor of the Cao nation's position as the boy's first teacher was unshakable. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the palace lord changed his words and said that the boy was the first disciple of the Saint Emperor of the Cao nation, and he would teach him profound techniques. Everyone present could impart their unique skills without reservation. Just as everyone agreed, several old seniors rushed over and were amazed by the boy's void constitution. Unexpectedly, one of the old seniors accused the boy of being seriously injured and demanded immediate treatment. The palace lord sighed and said that if they hadn't delayed, the boy would have already taken the 7-colored holy fruit. Amidst the chaos, the palace lord took out the holy fruit and fed it to the boy. At first, the boy tasted sweetness, but then he experienced 5 other flavors: bitterness, spiciness, sourness, saltiness, and blandness. Finally, they merged into a strange and indescribable taste. After taking the holy fruit, a flame rose within the boy's body. 7 immense forces converged into a torrent that slowly rushed into his meridians, healing his injuries and increasing his cultivation. Miraculously healed from his feigned injuries by the miraculous effects of the 7-colored sacred fruit, Jun Moxie reveled in the gentle nourishment of its medicinal properties with an expression of surprise. Not only was the sacred fruit incredibly potent, but it also operated autonomously, requiring no external assistance. As Jun Moxie prepared to feign awakening, the people from the Phantom Palace arrived. Witnessing the astounding effects of the sacred fruit, groggily awakening, Jun Moxie deliberately feigned confusion and agony, jokingly mistaking the Phantom Palace for the underworld and horse-faced king for a horse-faced demon, eliciting laughter from those present. During his 3 days of feigned illness, Jun Moxie found the excessive care unbearable, particularly the meticulous attention from Imperial Emperor Cao, which pushed him close to breaking point. Upon making a full recovery, Jun Moxie could no longer bear to remain confined to his room and stepped out to bask in the sun. Engaging in idle chatter with Cao Guofeng, filled with relief, explained the origins of the Phantom Palace, revealing that it was an independent space created by the first young master of the 9 netherworlds, who cultivated the 7-colored sacred fruit. Jun Moxie secretly speculated that the first young master of the 9 netherworlds might have visited Earth and created the Phantom Palace in imitation of its magical storage treasures, while also surmising that the 7-colored sacred fruit was likely cultivated for his wife. He realized that the founder of the Phantom Palace was not a legendary disciple, but the first young master of the 9 netherworlds himself. In the illusory palace, Jun Moxie learns that this private space, created by the number 1 young master of the 9 netherworlds, contains a world parallel to the profound sky continent with numerous spatial passages. This place, known as the illusory palace, is a vast world, slightly smaller than the profound sky continent but not by much. The palace possesses a magnificent world, nourished by the rich legacy left by the number 1 young master of the 9 netherworlds. However, the main palace of the palace contains countless treasures and dangers, and Cao Guofeng solemnly warns Jun Moxie that if anyone attempts to approach or destroy the main palace, the guardian will kill them without mercy, even if they are Cao Guofeng's disciple. Jun Moxie is puzzled because he previously tasted a bitter fruit in the main palace, but Cao Guofeng reveals that this fruit is the palace's treasure, bearing fruit only twice every 500 years, with only 2 fruits each time, and only 2 trees currently exist. For nearly 2,000 years, the palace has had to supply the number of fruits needed by Wei and Chao Ying, resulting in the limited number of fruits he obtained on this trip. Cao Guofeng reminds Jun Moxie that there are figures in the palace not to be trifled with, first and foremost being Zan Yushu, the great grand-aunt of Chief Elder Zan Tianya, whose backing is formidable and should not be provoked by even Cao Guofeng's disciple. In addition, there is a young man known for his ruthlessness and womanizing, who is especially dangerous to women. Cao Guofeng specifically warns Jun Moxie that with his emptiness physique, he will attract attention and many young women may pursue him. But he must always remember his goal of reaching the pinnacle and not become ensnared by female beauty. Within the illusory mansion, there is a legendary treatment available exclusively to those with outstanding talents, the 100 Flowers Assembly. The palace master selects the 100 most exceptional maidens from the entire mansion, allowing the chosen individual to select up to 7 of them as his lifelong companions. Jun Moxie, possessing a void spirit physique, is greatly valued by the illusory mansion and thus granted the privilege of attending the 100 Flowers Assembly. However, he is also cautioned against approaching 3 individuals. The first is the Wind and Frost Divine King, Cheng Fengshuang, who once selected 100 maidens at the assembly and still found it insufficient. The second is the Frostblade Swordsman, Du Gufeng Piaoling, who remained celibate throughout his life until succumbing to a fatal injury. The third is the Mansion Master's granddaughter, who possesses an absolute yin physique, having consumed both the 7-colored divine fruit and the 9 revolutions exquisite lotus. She represents the illusory mansion's greatest hope for entering the void and traversing the primeval era. Any attempt to pursue her could result in execution. Upon hearing these details, Jun Moxie cannot help but marvel at the opulent treatment offered by the illusory mansion. However, he also realizes that to truly indulge in these privileges, he must demonstrate matching talent and progress, otherwise it will all be for naught. Cao Guofeng warns Jun Moxie not to offend little Princess Miao Xiaomiao of Phantom Mansion, otherwise he will not be able to obtain the 7-colored holy fruit. Miao Xiaomiao is the top beauty among the young generation of Phantom Mansion. She has an eccentric personality, but Cao Guofeng is very fond of her. Cao Guofeng also reveals that the spiritual herb garden is not in this dimension of Phantom Mansion. After hearing about Miao Xiaomiao's beauty, Jun Moxie becomes infatuated, but Cao Guofeng warns him not to act rashly, or face unimaginable consequences. So, Jun Moxie changes his name to Mo Junya to avoid causing trouble. Under the protection of 2 of Cao Guofeng's registered disciples, Jun Moxie arrives at Illusory Phantom City, the most bustling city in Phantom Mansion. The registered disciples remind him that, although the main palace of Phantom Mansion is high and mighty, it would never look down upon commoners. They warn him not to stir up trouble. Jun Moxie asks about the location of the spiritual herb garden. The registered disciples tell him that the spiritual herb garden is not in any of the cities, or even in this dimension of Phantom Mansion. Instead, it is in another special dimension. Jun Moxie guesses that the spiritual herb garden is likely in an independent dimension within Phantom Mansion. Jun Moxie steps into Heart Fantasy City, marveled by its prosperity, reminiscent of Heavenly Fragrance City. He strolls while indulging in street food. In high spirits, abruptly, a group of well-dressed city keepers charge in. Domineering and arrogant, they extort protection fees from shops and bully the commoners. Witnessing this scene, Jun Moxie's heart burns with indignation. The 2 guards stand by, ready to observe the conflict. However, Jun Moxie unexpectedly orders the guards to eliminate the city keepers. The guards reluctantly obey. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary guards effortlessly kill the city keepers with mere mortal strength. At this moment, the guards realize the city keepers possess 0 resistance and all lie dead. They are puzzled and wonder if their own strength has gone awry. While they speculate, Jun Moxie's eyes turn cold, revealing the truth. I see through you, Jun Moxie says, a chill in his voice. Even in the tranquil illusionary mansion, evildoers run rampant. You so-called city keepers are nothing but local tyrants, parasites that oppress the people. Jun Moxie's revelation shocks the guards, who realize they have underestimated the sharp mind hidden beneath this country bumpkin's facade. They regret standing idly by, giving Jun Moxie an opportunity to strike back. Faced with Jun Moxie's condemnation, the city keepers remain remorseless and defiant. Yet, Jun Moxie shows no fear. Determined to uphold justice, he takes decisive action, using extraordinary strength to intimidate the city keepers and restore peace to Heart Fantasy City. In the capital of Enchanted Palace, Heart Illusion City, 2 Supreme Realm Guards, Wang Neng and Li Jia, were ordered to accompany a young man named Mo Junya, who possessed the emptiness physique. On a tour, unexpectedly, a conflict erupted between the city guards and the young man, resulting in the deaths of 8 city guards. The onlookers gasped in shock and then scattered, while the young man vanished. At that moment, Enchanted Palace's son, Zhan Yushu, passed by with his entourage and asked about the incident upon seeing the commotion. Wang Neng and Li Jia, realizing that Mo Junya's emptiness physique had drawn Zhan Yushu's hostility, concealed his whereabouts. Zhan Yushu belittled Wang Neng and Li Ji's qualifications, deriding them for years of currying favor with Emperor Cao without becoming direct disciples. He also claimed that Mo Junya's talent far surpassed theirs. Wang Neng and Li Jia retorted, mocking Zhan Yushu's mediocre abilities, stating that even with effort, he could not surpass Mo Junya. Zhan Yushu, enraged, ordered the arrest of Wang Neng and Li Jia, accusing them of disregarding the law and murdering people in the streets. Wang Neng and Li Jia realized the severity of the situation and hastily defended themselves, explaining that they were acting under orders and that the city guards had provoked them first. Zhan Yushu remained unmoved and ordered their detention. He also sent word to the city guard law division, stating that he would take responsibility for the matter if Mo Junye did not personally retrieve Wang Neng and Li Jia before the hour of the rat. They would be dealt with according to the law. Wang Neng and Li Jia were helpless and could only hope that Mo Junye would arrive in time to save them. Zhan Yushu led his entourage to the fragrant cloud pavilion, awaiting Mo Junye's appearance. Several young masters of the enchanted palace prepared themselves to give Mo Junye trouble. Thus, a storm was brewing, with Mo Junye's emptiness physique becoming its focal point. Various forces were secretly competing, each striving to gain an advantage in this unfolding conflict. In Heart Fantasy City, the death of a city official is nothing more than a trivial incident. City officials are essentially hooligans and ruffians, and their deaths are nothing to worry about. Zhan Yushu's real target is Mo Junye. Wang Neng and Li Jia are forced to become Zhan Yushu's pawns to provoke a conflict so that Zhan Yushu can take action with a just cause. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie kills those city officials because they provoke him. Jun Moxie also discovers the abundance of spiritual energy and powerful divine senses in Heart Fantasy City and realizes that there are many masters here. Just as Jun Moxie is about to leave, a little girl, Duya, finds him and invites him to see her mistress. Jun Moxie can't refuse because the mistress is nearby. Jun Moxie speculates that the mistress could be Miao Xiaomiao, the favorite granddaughter of the Lord of the Illusionary Palace. Upstairs in the tavern, Miao Xiaomiao observes Jun Moxie through her veil. Jiyu Feiyu, the young man in green next to her, shows hostility and alertness. Miao Xiaomiao asks Jiyu Feiyu his opinion of Jun Moxie, but Jiyu Feiyu skillfully asks Miao Xiaomiao her opinion instead, showing his respect for Miao Xiaomiao and indicating that he will not be easily manipulated. Emphasizing his status and position, Jiyu Feiyu chortles at the arrival of the new Phantom Enclave recruit, Jun Moxie, disdaining him for his unflattering appearance and unremarkable cultivation, seeing him as nothing more than a hollow shell living up to the name of his fabled ethereal spirit physique. However, Miao Xiaomiao, a maiden clad in yellow, urges against judging a book by its cover, swiftly rebuking Jiyu Feiyu's belittling remarks. Upon ascending the stairs, Jun Moxie discovers a lifelike portrait of himself, its inscription attesting to his ethereal spirit physique and its origins. Miao Xiaomiao follows suit, introducing herself before expressing her intrigue towards Jun Moxie's peculiar constitution. Yet, Jun Moxie exudes a reserved and nervous demeanor, even referring to himself as a country bumpkin, acrid with envy. Jiyu Feiyu derides Jun Moxie for his supposed lack of decorum and aesthetic sensibilities towards the Phantom Enclave scenery. Jun Moxie feigns ignorance, instead offering a wry compliment of Jiyu Feiyu's poise and acidity. When Jiyu Feiyu warns him against overstepping his boundaries, Jun Moxie coolly questions whether individuals like Cao Guofeng dare to provoke him, leaving Jiyu Feiyu speechless. Miao Xiaomiao, an astute observer of their exchange, notes Jun Moxie's facade of rustic simplicity belies a sharp tongue and a cunning ability to sow discord, disarming Jiyu Feiyu at every turn. She discerns that this wielder of the ethereal spirit physique is far more complex than he appears, possessing an unexpected and formidable aspect to his character. Jiyu Feiyu was angered by Jun Moxie's boasting about his ethereal constitution. Jun Moxie claimed that while this constitution was not his doing, it was bestowed upon him by his parents and still made him superior. Jiyu Feiyu questioned Jun Moxie's arrogance, but Jun Moxie countered by accusing Jiyu Feiyu of being unfilial, disloyal, and heartless. Enraged, Jiyu Feiyu drew his sword and stabbed at Jun Moxie. But Jun Moxie easily blocked it with his neck. Jun Moxie then forced Jiyu Feiyu to attack him, but Jiyu Feiyu hesitated, mindful of the importance the elder of the illusionary mansion placed on Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie pressed on, verbally humiliating Jiyu Feiyu and forcing him to retreat. Tormented, Jiyu Feiyu found himself at an impasse and eventually sheathed his sword under Jun Moxie's relentless mockery. Miao Xiaomiao, witnessing the exchange, realized Jun Moxie's ruthlessness and sharp tongue, developing a sense of awe for him. In the Phantom Mansion, Mo Junye is a special existence with a unique constitution. The spiritual body constitution, which gives him great potential and intelligence. He encounters Jiyu Feiyu, the second person in the Phantom Mansion who is not to be trifled with. Jiyu Feiyu initially despises Mo Junye, but Mo Junye subverts Jiyu Feiyu's impression with just a few short words, making him realize that Mo Junye is no ordinary person. Subsequently, Mo Junye forces Jiyu Feiyu to retreat step by step under Jiyu Feiyu's sword. Under Miao Xiaomiao's astonished gaze, Mo Junye shows a calm and sharp look in his eyes, mocking Jiyu Feiyu's incompetence and provoking his psychological collapse. Under Miao Xiaomiao's contempt, Jiyu Feiyu finally loses his mind and prepares to thrust his sword forward. However, just as Jiyu Feiyu is about to thrust out his long sword, Mo Junye suddenly retreats, indicating that he will no longer pursue the matter. He senses two powerful auras approaching and concludes that Cao Guofeng and another person with unknown intentions have arrived. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Mo Junye chooses to retreat proactively, resolving the current situation. Jun Moxie pretends to take a step back and show weakness. However, Jiyu Feiyu is blinded by anger and furiously accuses Jun Moxie of insulting Cao Guofeng and verbally abuses him. Jun Moxie continues to yield, claiming that he does not dare to make an enemy of the Jiyu family, provoking Jiyu Feiyu even more. Just when Jiyu Feiyu loses all reason, Cao Guofeng and Jiyu Feiyu's grandfather, Jiyu Yuyang, suddenly arrive. Jun Moxie takes advantage of Jiyu Feiyu's rage, deliberately provoking an even greater conflict, portraying himself as the victim. Miao Xiaomiao realizes Jun Moxie's far-sighted plan. He uses the ethereal physique to attract the attention of the illusory mansion's higher UPS and leverages Jiyu Feiyu's inherent character flaws to push him into a corner step by step. Jun Moxie entices Jiyu Feiyu to recklessly insult Cao Guofeng, drawing the ire of the two powerful figures. Oblivious to the arrival of others, Jiyu Feiyu continues to hurl insults, turning Cao Guofeng and Jiyu Yuyang's expressions grim. Ultimately, Jun Moxie masterfully uses words to incite Jiyu Feiyu's anger, pushing him to the brink of collapse and conversely positioning himself at an advantage. Miao Xiaomiao is awestruck by Jun Moxie's tactics, foreseeing that Jiyu Feiyu and the Jiyu family will soon face a calamity. 300 years ago, Cao Guofeng and Jiyu Yunyang agreed to a secret duel that ended in a draw. They swore to keep the outcome a secret and battle again if they made a breakthrough. Now, Jiyu Yunyang's grandson, Jiyu Feiyu, claims that Cao Guofeng was defeated and asked for mercy, which outrages Cao Guofeng. Jiyu Yunyang denies the claim, knowing that the outcome was exaggerated. After investigating, it is revealed that Jiyu Yunyang unintentionally disclosed the information while drunk, which was then distorted by his descendants. Jiyu Feiyu uses this as a basis to attack Mo Junye, who is affiliated with Cao Guofeng. When Jiyu Yunyang learns of this, he is furious and slaps Jiyu Feiyu. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Feiyu suddenly spits blood and falls unconscious. His life in danger, his pulse is erratic, and his spiritual energy is chaotic. Jiyu Yunyang's attempts to heal him fail, leaving him confused. Jiyu Yunyang suspects that Miao Xiaomiao harmed Jiyu Feiyu, but she denies it. She believes Jiyu Feiyu's injury is strange and is also puzzled. As the two sides remain at odds, Jiyu Yunyang focuses on healing his grandson while Miao Xiaomiao secretly wonders about Jiyu Feiyu's sudden change. Jiyu Feiyu was enraged and murderous by Jun Moxie's words, but he had to suppress his killing intent due to Jun Moxie's identity and qualifications. However, the constant surge of killing intent severely damaged his body. When Jun Moxie suddenly relaxed his guard, he seized the opportunity to release his killing intent. At this time, Jun Moxie controlled Jiyu Feiyu's divine consciousness, causing his killing intent and spiritual energy to lose control and wreak havoc in his meridians, severely damaging them. This bizarre injury had never been seen before, and even the third-level Saint Emperor Jiyu Yanyang could not diagnose it. Jiyu Yanyang realized that Jiyu Feiyu's injuries were so severe that he could not heal himself and his future achievements would be limited. In anger, he questioned the witnesses about what had happened. Cao Guofeng accused Jiyu Yanyang of disregarding the future of the Phantom Mansion for the sake of his grandson and releasing his energy to intimidate the possessor of the ethereal physique and the granddaughter of the Lord of the Phantom Mansion. Jun Moxie proactively offered to explain. describing how he was invited by Little Bean Sprout and how Jiu Feiyu started a conflict out of jealousy. Jiu Yanyang thought that Jun Moxie was honest and sincere, and he was willing to believe his words. However, the truth was more complicated, and the hidden conspiracy was about to unfold. In response to Cao Guofeng's contemptuous remarks, Jun Moxie confronted him, questioning whether Jiu Feiyu was superior to Cao Guofeng. Jiu Yuyang's face darkened, while Cao Guofeng was gratified by Jun Moxie's defense of his dignity. Driven by fury, Jiu Feiyu drew his sword and lunged at Jun Moxie. But Jun Moxie countered by holding his throat hostage, forcing him to retreat step by step. Jun Moxie claimed that he had been afraid of implicating Cao Guofeng and had endured the pain without flinching, leading to a stalemate between them. Jiu Feiyu hesitated to deliver the fatal blow, and Jun Moxie seized this opportunity to continue advancing, eventually forcing Jiu Feiyu to retreat 17 steps, resulting in a backlash of spiritual energy and severe injuries that rendered him unconscious. Jiu Yuyang was astounded, realizing that his grandson's injury had been caused by his own actions. Cao Guofeng pointed out that if Jun Moxie had not provoked Jiu Feiyu, his life would have been in peril. Jiu Yuyang, filled with regret, promised to give Cao Guofeng an explanation and apologized to Miao Xiaomiao. Jiu Yuyang requested Miao Xiaomiao's help in treating Feiyu, but Miao Xiaomiao cautiously inquired about the reason for his injuries, which Jiu Yuyang refused to disclose. In Phantom Mansion, Jiu Yanyang learns about his grandson Jiu Feiyu's illness and realizes that only the 7 colors divine fruit can cure him without side effects. To obtain it, he humbles himself to apologize to Miao Xiaomiao. However, she politely declines, hinting that she will talk to her father and grandfather about it. Meanwhile, the Saint Emperor of Phantom Mansion, Cao Guofeng, hearing of this, strongly objects to letting Jiu Yanyang take the 7 colors divine fruit, as it would mean Miao Xiaomiao or Mo Junya losing their future cultivation chances. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiu Yanyang can only leave regretfully, planning to treat his grandson first and minimize the side effects. Cao Guofeng warns Jun Moxie and his companions not to make trouble, then leaves with Miao Xiaomiao. Out of curiosity, she takes the initiative to invite Jun Moxie to tour Phantom Mansion. Left alone in the private room of the restaurant are Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Duya, and Jun Moxie. Miao Xiaomiao explains that she had only intended to get to know the genius Mo Junya, but things escalated into a conflict. Jun Moxie self-deprecatingly says that he is not that outstanding. However, Jun Moxie's words on the joy of life strike a chord with Miao Xiaomiao. She realizes that her smile has long faded, and she resonates with his views, subconsciously changing her address to Brother Mo. Jun Moxie presses Miao Xiaomiao on when she last laughed from the heart, but she cannot remember. Jun Moxie laments the brevity of life, encouraging her to seize every opportunity for happiness and not waste her youth. Thus, the bond between Jun Moxie and Miao Xiaomiao grows closer without their being aware of it. At the Phantom Mansion, Miao Xiaomiao learns of Jun Moxie's ethereal constitution, which is beneficial to the growth of the Phantom Mansion. She inquires about Jun Moxie's plans and requests that he recite a poem to showcase his literary talent and wit. Jun Moxie recites a poem brimming with passion and fortitude, demonstrating his dual talents in literature and martial arts. Miao Xiaomiao is deeply impressed by his literary skill and believes his teacher must be a great Confucian scholar of the time. Amidst Miao Xiaomiao's praise, Jun Moxie's thoughts drift back to the time when he studied literature under the tutelage of his brusque master. He recalls his master's strictness as well as his care and concern, and a ripple of emotion courses through him, remembering how his master had taken him to the hospital without hesitation when he was injured, and seeing the wounds his master had sustained after returning from prison. Jun Moxie's eyes moisten. He suddenly realizes that beneath his master's cold exterior lies a deep affection for him. Jun Moxie laments that if his master were to hear of his untimely demise, he wonders if he would shed tears. In the midst of his reverie, he becomes even more determined to let his master witness his growth in glory, as a way to repay his debt of gratitude for his strict teachings. Fearing for Jun Moxie's safety, the old man voluntarily goes to prison, but holds no grievances. Upon his escape, the old man remains tight-lipped about the past and trains Jun Moxie rigorously. One day, Miao Xiaomiao's words evoke profound memories in Jun Moxie. Recalling the past, A warm smile spreads across his face. Yet a tinge of bitterness lingers within. Miao Xiaomiao senses his emotions and shares her own feelings of loss. Jun Moxie spontaneously recites 2 lyrical poems, expressing the helplessness and sorrow of life. Stirring Miao Xiaomiao's heart, she recognizes her own inner sadness. Like a blooming flower wilting in harsh conditions, Miao Xiaomiao suspects that Jun Moxie has offended someone. Noting that news of his appearance spread through the clan as soon as he left Huan Mansion. It is revealed that Huan Mansion is selecting candidates, and Jun Moxie's presence has disrupted their plans. Miao Xiaomiao informs Jun Moxie that several young masters have arrived in Heart Fantasy City, targeting him. At Fantasy Mansion, Miao Xiaomiao sees Jun Moxie as a future star, but his arrival breaks the seemingly calm situation. Jun Moxie's ethereal physique is enviable but also makes him a target. Facing challenges from all the young talents, Miao Xiaomiao explains that Jun Moxie's presence has attracted the attention of Fantasy Mansion's top families, who are eager to suppress him to elevate their positions. Jun Moxie going out will thus trigger an unprecedented conflict. While Miao Xiaomiao won't compete with Jun Moxie, she invites him out of curiosity and concern. Cao Shenghuang sees through it all and agrees for Jun Moxie to go out, expecting him to integrate into the environment of Fantasy Mansion. However, Jun Moxie worries about his safety as he believes people at Fantasy Mansion will attack him. Miao Xiaomiao reassures Jun Moxie that while Jiyu Feiyu is the second untouchable of Fantasy Mansion, Jun Moxie has defeated him and shouldn't worry too much. The real challenge lies with a powerful group who will use any means to obstruct Jun Moxie. In this situation, Miao Xiaomiao believes Jun Moxie must rely on his own strength to break through, though she also admits it's almost impossible for him to face the powerful group alone. To her surprise, Jun Moxie flatly refuses to fight, saying he isn't willing to offend so many people with so much effort and risk. Miao Xiaomiao is stunned by his reaction, realizing that avoiding the battle is the wisest strategy. Jun Moxie's refusal will bring unexpected changes to the situation at Fantasy Mansion, leaving Miao Xiaomiao with anticipation for what happens next. Jun Moxie is pressured to attend a decisive battle with the successors of noble houses. Fatally, his 2 guards are seized for murdering a city official, and their execution looms if he fails to show up, which would also offend the Cao Sacred Emperor. Initially, Jun Moxie is reluctant to involve himself, planning to avoid the fight to preserve himself. However, Miao Xiaomiao points out that his absence will alienate the successors present, harming his future prospects. It is the fate of his guards that forces Jun Moxie to reconsider. Since he ordered their killings, their conviction could implicate him and damage his standing with the Cao Sacred Emperor. When confronted, Jun Moxie cleverly argues that his guards' private actions should be subject to legal judgment, not his interference. He questions the House of Illusion's privilege to stand above the law, noting that even princes should be held accountable as commoners. Miao Xiaomiao is disappointed and angered by Jun Moxie's apparent coldness, believing he should not abandon his fellow disciples. However, she gradually realizes that there is more to Jun Moxie's deliberation. In truth, the guards have harbored a decades-long aspiration to become official disciples of Cao Guofeng. But Jun Moxie's arrival dashed their dreams. Jun Moxie believes it is not worth risking his position to save such adversaries. Miao Xiaomiao comprehends the guard's resentment towards Jun Moxie. However, she is left with mixed feelings, both disapproving of his indifference but also admiring his cunning and rhetoric. Ultimately, Jun Moxie decides against participating in the decisive battle and rescuing his guards. He believes he should not meddle in the House of Illusion's affairs and focus on other matters. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaomiao reveals that the House of Illusions holds a spirit garden opening ceremony every century, where young disciples compete for a chance to enter the spirit garden and align with the legendary 7-colored saint tree. She and Zan Qingfeng are vying for the spot, and if she fails, she will concede the opportunity to Jun Moxie. A bet ensues between Miao Xiaomiao and Jun Moxie over who will qualify to enter the spiritual medicine garden. Miao Xiaomiao presumes Jun Moxie's absence from their arranged meeting will hinder Zan Yushu's plan, ensuring her victory in the wager. However, to Miao Xiaomiao's astonishment, Jun Moxie unexpectedly agrees to attend the appointment. Jun Moxie confidently declares that the young masters of the Huan family are insignificant to him, and he will accompany Miao Xiaomiao into the spiritual medicine garden to alleviate her loneliness. Miao Xiaomiao interjects, reminding him that only one person is permitted entry into the garden. And candidates must possess a refreshing aura of closeness to nature. Unperturbed, Jun Moxie questions whether the seven-colored holy tree possesses autonomous consciousness. Miao Xiaomiao confirms this, explaining that the holy tree possesses a childlike intellect and acts on its own whims. She reveals that all spiritual medicines wither upon entering the area of the holy tree. So only branches can be transplanted. Jun Moxie challenges the rule allowing only one person into the spiritual medicine garden. Wondering if any exceptions exist, Miao Xiaomiao explains that 1500 years ago, two envoys entered simultaneously, but they were banished by the holy tree. For 1400 years since, the spiritual medicine garden has been left untended. It was only when Miao Xiaomiao's father unexpectedly gained the holy tree's approval that he assumed control of the garden. Miao Xiaomiao recounts how her father was once abandoned by the family due to his poor aptitude but then fortuitously entered the spiritual medicine garden to heal while critically ill and somehow gained the holy tree's recognition. The details of his experience remain unknown to her. Miao Xiaomiao narrates the tale of her father's encounter with the divine tree, which transformed his fate from a despised waste to a figure courted by all, as well as vastly improving his physical constitution. She believes that without the divine tree, her family would not be where they are today. With the divine tree unsealed after 1400 years, the illusionary mansion has regained permission to harvest the spirit medicines. However, due to the previous gap period, the mansion is hesitant to allow a large number of people into the medicinal field. Miao Xiaomiao and Jun Moxie wish to enter the medicinal field together. But Miao Xiaomiao worries that the mansion's higher UPS will not allow it. Jun Moxie proposes that they try to get a group of people to enter together, with only one person going in at a time to attempt to bond with the divine tree. This would increase their chances of entering the medicinal field. However, it requires the illusionary mansion's higher UPS to agree. Jun Moxie decides to challenge the illusionary mansion to force them to agree to their request to enter the medicinal field. He believes that even if he fails, the Jun family can fight for his spot. Miao Xiaomiao hesitates, as she will also lose her chance to enter the medicinal field if Jun Moxie loses. It would be gambling away her own future happiness. She confides in Jun Moxie, revealing that she bears the heavy responsibility of restoring the Miao family to prosperity. And becoming the master of the medicinal field is the only way to achieve this goal. Jun Moxie realizes the significant weight that his request places on Miao Xiaomiao. He checks with her whether she is willing to trust him and bear the consequences if he loses the gamble. After hesitating, Miao Xiaomiao decides to agree to Jun Moxie's proposal because she does not want to become a sacrifice for her family or see her clan decline. However, Miao Xiaomiao also sees the risks posed by Jun Moxie's identity as Mo Junya, as it makes it difficult for others to believe that he can win the challenge. Jun Moxie, though confident in his abilities, decides that he will no longer force Miao Xiaomiao, as it is unfair to her. However, just as he is about to leave, Miao Xiaomiao calls out to him, indicating that she is willing to trust him, even if it means gambling away her life's happiness and her family's fate. Miao Xiaomiao refuses to accompany Jun Moxie in the gamble, claiming that his fight with Zhan Qingfeng is not her concern. Jun Moxie, however, fears that the consequences of failure will implicate her and her family. Miao Xiaomiao proposes to cancel the gamble by making Jun Moxie disappear for an hour, and is confident that she can do so. Jun Moxie readily agrees. Miao Xiaomiao takes Jun Moxie's attendant Xiaoduyo and leaves, while Jun Moxie reproaches himself for his selfishness. Inside the Piaoshang Tower, young masters from various influential families gather to await the arrival of Jun Moxie, who possesses the ethereal physique. News arrives that Miao Xiaomiao is negotiating with Jun Moxie, trying to persuade him to participate. However, Jun Moxie refuses and appears to be considering withdrawal. Enraging the master, Zhan Yushu believes that Jun Moxie has fled. But Zhan Qingfeng calmly analyzes his tactics, suggesting that he is not a coward and must have another plan. He points out Jun Moxie's weaknesses exposed during his fight with Jiyu Feiyu, providing clues for their future plans. To everyone's surprise, Mo Junya's flaws are revealed to be his short temper and arrogance. Zhan Qingfeng reasons that, even knowing he would be humiliated, he would still not back down. In Mo Junya's eyes, retreating would become his lifelong heart demon, and that facing his challenges was the key to becoming a stronger martial artist. Although everyone prepared various plans, Zhan Qingfeng believed that Mo Zhanya would definitely come. If he did not come, it would leave him with an indelible stigma and a heart demon. Conversely, if he came, although he would be humiliated, it could also become his motivation to rise above. Zhan Qingfeng emphasized that those with the ethereal physique are incredibly gifted, and that Mo Zhanya is certainly a formidable opponent, although they had a 90% chance of success. If Mo Zhanya did not show up, the bet would be null and void. While the group argued, Miao Xiaomiao unexpectedly showed up. She revealed that Mo Zhanya had been frightened by Phantom Manor's large formation and refused to come at all costs. This enraged the young prodigies present, who thought that Mo Zhanya's arrogance stemmed from his ethereal physique and disdain for others. However, Zhan Qingfeng was perplexed, for he believed that there was no way Mo Zhanya would not appear. Zhan Qingfeng knew that not coming would create a heart demon, hindering his cultivation. Thus, Mo Zhanya's actions left him bewildered. Zhan Qingfeng and his Illusion Mansion colleagues deemed Mo Zhanya weak, believing the traps they set posed no threat to him. However, unknown to them, Mo Zhanya's cultivation base has already reached an unimaginable level. Zhan Qingfeng speculates that Mo Zhanya is a genius with a pure spiritual constitution, unaware that inner demons only emerge when cultivation is at a higher level. Thus, inner demons pose no threat to Mo Zhanya. Miao Xiaomiao believes that Zhan Qingfeng and his group's attempt to humiliate Mo Zhanya has failed and claims she has won the bet. However, Zhan Yushu argues that Mo Zhanya broke his promise and the bet has not truly begun. Zhan Qingfeng also expresses that it is unfair to determine the victor without a competition. Miao Xiaomiao realizes Zhan Qingfeng's sophistry and excuses. She remembers Mo Zhanya's warning, understanding that self-interests will influence the outcome. Even if Zhan Qingfeng loses, he will not admit defeat. While if she loses, they will force her to marry Zhan Yushu. Miao Xiaomiao becomes utterly disappointed with Zhan Qingfeng. She recognizes Mo Zhanya's foresight, regretting that she misunderstood him before. She decides to forfeit the bet, unwilling to engage with someone like Zhan Qingfeng. Zhan Qingfeng uses his silver tongue to deny the bet with Miao Xiaomiao. Trying to get out of it, Miao Xiaomiao is heartbroken, seeing the selfish and heartless man beneath Zhan Qingfeng's hypocritical mask. Just when Zhan Qingfeng breathes a sigh of relief, Mo Zhanya arrives late. Zhan Qingfeng flies into a rage upon learning of Mo Zhanya's presence. The rest of the young masters also look down upon Mo Zhanya's ordinary appearance. However, Mo Zhanya's actions are unexpected. Despite claiming to have an ethereal constitution, he acts clumsy and timid, intending to lower everyone's expectations of him. Then, Mo Zhanya changes his tune and makes a startling remark. He hints at Zhan Qingfeng's humble status within Phantom Manor and offers to protect him. Zhan Qingfeng is furious and grits his teeth to suppress his anger. Mo Zhanya's arrival breaks the stalemate, rendering Zhan Qingfeng's schemes useless. Miao Xiaomiao, witnessing it all, is saddened by Zhan Qingfeng's hypocrisy and impressed by Mo Zhanya's performance. Mo Zhanya, a genius with an ethereal physique, arrives at Fantasy Manor and introduces himself with an air of arrogance, claiming he will protect Zhan Qingfeng, the first prince of Fantasy Manor. Zhan Qingfeng is taken aback, annoyed but realizing that Mo Zhanya is unaware of his reputation. Faced with Zhan Qingfeng's goodwill, Mo Zhanya condescendingly comforts him instead, claiming he is in a dire situation. This infuriates Zhan Qingfeng but he cannot retaliate. Suppressing his anger, Mo Zhanya then proclaims himself to be a legend in Fantasy Manor, denouncing Zhan Qingfeng and his companions as undeserving of his trust. Zhan Qingfeng responds coolly, stating that he and those present are pragmatists who will tolerate no one lording over them. Mo Zhanya feigns incomprehension instead, likening Zhan Qingfeng to a lucky fool and asserting his protection over him. Zhan Qingfeng's face turns green, but Mo Zhanya continues his charade, patting Zhan Qingfeng on the shoulder and claiming he will discipline those who belittle him. Everyone is stunned and confused. Zhan Qingfeng, unable to bear it any longer, erupts in anger. But Mo Zhanya cleverly shifts the focus to Zhan Qingfeng, leading everyone to believe they are mocking him. Ultimately, realizing they cannot defeat Mo Zhanya with words, the others reluctantly leave. Mo Zhanya, gleeful in his pretense, manipulates everyone with his feigned ignorance. In the Illusion Manor, the young talents have long been dissatisfied with Mo Zhanya who possesses the ethereal spirit constitution. Zhan Yushu seized the opportunity to incite the resentment of these young masters. pointing out that although Mo Junye has made no contributions, he can easily obtain resources and benefits that originally belonged to them. Zhan Yushu passionately listed the talents of everyone present. Some excelled in martial arts. Some had extraordinary strategies, and some were proficient in the elegant arts. However, these talents were ignored due to the arrival of Mo Junye. He incited their dissatisfaction with Mo Junye, questioning why he could enjoy privileges without doing anything, while their hard-earned opportunities were slim. The crowd was ignited by Zhan Yushu's words, and they gave vent to outrage and disgruntlement. The eyes they cast at Mo Junye were filled with anger and hostility. Especially the children of humble families, who originally thought that the emergence of the ethereal spirit constitution would bring them hope. But now they found that their dreams were ruthlessly stripped away. However, Mo Junye's expression remained unchanged. He saw through Zhan Yushu's scheme and understood that these people were just pawns being used. He realized that the true purpose of these young masters was not to seize resources, but to preserve their own privileges, while the children of humble families were deceived into becoming their sacrifices. Mo Junye sighed at the pity of the people present and the helplessness of the world. Zhan Yushu continued to incite, and the emotions of the crowd became increasingly agitated. A storm was about to erupt. Miao Xiaomiao witnessed the unfolding crisis, realizing that the Zhan brothers' scheme went far beyond what was apparent. They sought to plant an indelible shadow of defeat in the heart of the young void spirit physique genius, Mo Junye, potentially crushing his chances of entering the core of the misty illusory manor in the future. Zhan Yushu proposed the challenge under the guise of fairness, claiming that despite Mo Junye's lower profound chi cultivation, they would not bully him. Instead, they would contest in areas where Mo Junye excelled, thereby reclaiming resources that rightfully belonged to their lifelong efforts. Miao Xiaomiao was deeply concerned, believing this was a Zhan family plot to cripple Mo Junye. Defeating prodigies in their respective domains simultaneously was an impossible feat, even for a void spirit physique. Jun Moxie, though seemingly unperturbed, detected a subtle coordination and differing goal orientations among the Zhan brothers. He realized that they might be pursuing separate interests within the illusory manor, and Mo Junye's presence posed a potential obstacle to their plans. Zhan Yushu laid out the terms of the contest, claiming that they would acknowledge Mo Junye's status within the manor regardless of the outcome. Jun Moxie scoffed at this, seeing it as a ploy to exploit the provocation to rally the commoner disciples and expand their influence. Beneath the seemingly frivolous challenge lay an intricate Zhan family calculation, with everyone becoming pawns in their game. Had Mo Junye not been a transmigrator with 5 millennia of civilization knowledge, overcoming such a multifaceted challenge would have been an impossibility. WarClan's meticulously planned scheme met with an unexpected downfall due to the emergence of a fake genius. Jun Moxie, the undercurrent carefully orchestrated by WarClan, encountered an insurmountable mountain, destined for a tragic end. In order to compete, WarClan proposed harsh terms should Jun Moxie lose any competition. He would be barred from touching any resources in that field and would pledge to fulfill 3 unconditional requests from WarClan. Breaking this oath would result in him losing his place in the illusory mansion, or even death. Faced with such unfair conditions, Miao Xiaomiao anxiously objected, believing that not only would it ruin Jun Moxie, but it would also place him under the control of WarClan. However, Jun Moxie was not afraid, for he had long seen through WarClan's scheme. Jun Moxie pointed out that WarClan's conditions were overly biased and that he should also have corresponding requests if he were to win. WarClan expressed disdain, believing that Jun Moxie had no chance of victory. But Jun Moxie remained confident, indicating that he had also considered the terms and that he would not make them lightly. Miao Xiaomiao warned Jun Moxie that WarClan had repeatedly broken their promises. WarClan did not deny it and instead questioned Miao Xiaomiao's intentions. Miao Xiaomiao did not back down, and the atmosphere grew tense as she and the WarClan brothers clashed. Heartbroken, Zhan Qingfeng accuses Miao Xiaomiao of betraying her former affection and suspects her of opportunism. However, Miao Xiaomiao has long seen through the Zhan family's treacherous plot and no longer trusts them. An outsider named Jun Moxie intervenes, proposing 3 conditions. 1. Eligibility to enter the spirit medicine garden, with the Zhan family guaranteeing his entry or swearing by their family's ancestors and descendants to do anything to ensure it. 2. All present must sign a witness statement after Jun Moxie's victory. promising severe punishment in hell for eternity and endless reincarnation if they break their oath. 3. Jun Moxie will accompany Miao Xiaomiao into the spirit medicine garden. Zhan Qingfeng and his brother Zhan Yushu are in a dilemma. Accepting the oath is high stakes and could shake the Zhan family's foundation. Rejecting it would cancel the competition, wasting their previous efforts. Jun Moxie pressures them, stating that if they could resort to trickery against Miao Xiaomiao, a weak woman, they would certainly deceive him. He cannot trust them. The Zhan brothers argue that they would never break faith, but the oath is too severe for them to swear lightly. The stalemate continues as Jun Moxie questions the Zhan family's intention to break their promise from the start. Zhan Qingfeng maintains that they would not, but Jun Moxie's conditions are too demanding, and nothing in life is certain. As the competition threatens to be cancelled, the Zhan family faces a difficult choice. Within the fantasy palace, the Zhan brothers propose a duel to Mo Junya, who possesses a hollow spirit constitution. They set forth stringent conditions, demanding that Mo Junya be unable to refuse any of the Zhan family's requests at any time. Mo Junya, in turn, demands the Zhan brothers kowtow to him as their grandfather and grant him one unrestricted request during the duel. Zhan Yushu and Zhan Qingfeng hesitate to agree, partially due to insufficient authority and partially due to their recognition of their limited chances of victory. However, under the instruction of the Zhan family patriarch, they are ultimately forced to accept Mo Junya's terms. To ensure fairness, 7 prestigious witnesses are summoned. Both Mo Junya and the Zhan brothers are confident in their imminent triumph. As the blood-stained oath appears, the atmosphere grows heavy with the threat of violence. Both parties exchange vicious oaths, escalating the tension present within the hall. In the crucial duel held at the ethereal abode, both parties have signed an irrevocable blood oath. The duel involves personal prospects and family interests. The scholars recruited by the Zhan family are regretful and dare not show their faces. Mo Junya, with his ethereal physique, is not very strong but has potential. Miao Xiaomiao agrees to Mo Junya's request and becomes the notary. 17 tables are lined up in 2 rows, with leaders from all walks of life as judges. The first talent to challenge is Lin Qingyan, who comes from a family of musicians and is proficient in the art of the flute. He was blackmailed by Zhan Yushu to come and had no choice but to challenge Mo Junya. Lin Qingyan plays Broken Heart Melody, a mournful and graceful tune that expresses helplessness and sadness. His flute playing resonates with everyone present. Even the music masters among the judges are saddened. Miao Xiaomiao also shows some melancholy, reciting a line of poetry in her heart. The flowers of the forest are gone. The spring red is gone. Too hastily, Lin Qingyan's Broken Heart Melody moved everyone present, allowing Mo Junya to see his musical talent and the deep pain within him. Mo Junya is confident and ready to respond to Lin Qingyan's challenge. In the first round of the competition, Lin Qingyan played the mournful and poignant Broken Heart's Lament. However, upon learning that Jun Moxie was reluctant to compete in playing, he posed 4 questions instead: the shortcomings of the piece, its intended subject, ways to improve it, and his own path into the future. The audience speculated about how Jun Moxie would respond, but a grandmaster of music on the judges' panel looked on with anticipation. Jun Moxie then gave his critique of Broken Heart's Lament, pointing out its perfection while also noting that its emotional content was excessively oppressive and despairing, suggesting it was veering toward a misguided path. Regarding the intended subject of the composition, Jun Moxie inferred that it was a lament for a departed love. Lin Qingyan stood motionless, his eyes glistening with tears. Confirming Jun Moxie's guess, Jun Moxie advised Lin Qingyan to adopt a different perspective, infusing it with tender affection, transforming the despair into remembrance, which would make the piece more emotionally resonant. As for Lin Qingyan's future, Jun Moxie cautioned him against letting his emotions become an entrapment, urging him to follow his heart and break free from any limitations, opening up a vast world of possibilities. Lin Qingyan expressed his gratitude, thanking Jun Moxie for his guidance. The results of the competition were announced, and Jun Moxie's profound understanding of Broken Heart's Lament and his insights into the nature of music secured him a clear victory over Lin Qingyan. However, Zhan Yushu raised an objection, demanding that Jun Moxie also play a piece to demonstrate his musical prowess. At the music critique scene, Zhan Qingfeng instigated someone to question Mo Junya's victory, demanding that he perform a piece that surpasses Broken Heart's melody. Mo Junya accepted the challenge and borrowed Lin Qingyan's jade flute, announcing that he would perform Berry Flower's melody. which tells the story of a beautiful and ill-fated woman's sorrow at the withering of flowers and her reflection on her own destiny. Miao Xiaomiao was filled with anticipation for this piece and asked Mo Junya to write down the lyrics before the performance. Mo Junya recited the poem of Berry Flower's melody. And as he recited and Miao Xiaomiao wrote, the atmosphere of the scene gradually became sad and mournful. Everyone was deeply moved by the poem's reflections on the transience of youth, the impermanence of life, and the contemplation of one's own destiny. This new piece, never heard before, expressed the cherishing and helplessness towards life with the metaphor of flowers. Both melancholic and beautiful, Zhan Qingfeng and Zhan Yushu were also captivated by the poem, unable to utter a word of obstruction. Before Mo Junya's Berry Flowers melody was played, it had already resonated with and captivated the hearts of the audience, raising the stunning effect of this piece to an unprecedented level. As the poem unfolded before her eyes, Miao Xiaomiao found herself captivated. It described a delicate woman dolefully collecting fallen petals in the autumn wind, burying them and transforming into a fragrant soul. Miao Xiaomiao felt as though she were there, empathizing with the woman's sorrow and resilience. Suddenly, a soft flute melody filled the air, as if descending from the heavens. The burial of flowers lament was mournful and poignant, evoking a myriad of emotions. It was as if the audience were witnessing the tragic loss of blooming flowers and fading beauty. The music concluded, its echo lingering long after. Immersed in the music, the crowd marveled at its impact. A renowned music theorist, tears streaming down her face, praised its brilliance. Miao Xiaomiao called it the most enchanting melody she had ever heard. While the musical prodigy Lin Qingyan felt inadequate, as if his previous musical knowledge was insignificant. Jun Moxie revealed that the piece was composed by a woman named Lin Daiyu. The coincidence of Lin Daiyu's surname with Miao Xiaomiao's stirred Lin Qingyan's mind. Miao Xiaomiao shyly asked Jun Moxie for the music score, which he gladly provided. Meanwhile, brothers Zhan Yushu and Zhan Qingfeng's eyes flashed with jealousy as Miao Xiaomiao showed particular favor to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie pondered, suspecting that Zhan Qingfeng may also have designs on Miao Xiaomiao, potentially offering a way to sow discord between the brothers. The first round of gambling ended with Jun Moxie's decisive victory, leaving no room for dispute. However, the second round did not commence immediately as the impact of Burial of Flowers still resonated deeply within the crowd. Eventually, a teenage chess master named Qi Wanji stepped forward to challenge Jun Moxie. Qi Wanji had studied chess since childhood, becoming invincible in the Phantom Realm at the age of 13, and reigning as the Phantom Realm chess champion for 12 consecutive years. Jun Moxie studied this poised and confident opponent carefully, strategizing his next move. At a grand gathering, Jun Moxie encounters chess king Qi Wanji, who challenges him to a game of chess. Qi Wanji claims his chess skills are merely a minor hobby, but Jun Moxie senses beneath his pretentious words a genuine desire to aid the Zhan brothers against him. Feigning modesty, Jun Moxie pretends incompetence while accepting the challenge, and provokes Qi Wanji with his actions. Aggravated, Qi Wanji vows to show no mercy. Jun Moxie mocks Qi Wanji's betrayal of his word, further unsettling his state of mind. As the game begins, Qi Wanji is eager to exploit Jun Moxie's ethereal constitution for the Zhan brothers' reward. Jun Moxie realizes his chess skills are no match for Qi Wanji, so he decides to resort to unconventional tactics. He mentions his previous encounter with the chess saint of Profound Continent, Hua Wuxu, casting doubt in Qi Wanji's mind and causing him to shed his condescension. Jun Moxie continues to feign calmness, implying his own match against Hua Wuxu was a stalemate, putting pressure on Qi Wanji. During a chance encounter, chess player Qi Wanji unexpectedly meets Mo Junya. Mo Junya confidently claims to have played against chess grandmaster Hua Wuxu 3 times, losing by a single move each time, implying that his chess skills are on par with Hua Wuxu. Initially skeptical, Qi Wanji is swayed by Mo Junya's calm demeanor and confident words. Mo Junya also reveals an upper couplet that Hua Wuxu once posed heaven as the chessboard. Stars are the pieces. Who can play? Mo Junya confesses that he has yet to craft a lower couplet, putting pressure on Qi Wanji. Arrogant about his chess skills, Qi Wanji views Hua Wuxu as his lifelong goal. If Mo Junya cannot respond, it suggests Qi Wanji's potential to surpass Hua Wuxu. However, Qi Wanji struggles to compose a lower couplet. At that moment, Mo Junye urges Qi Wanji to make the first move in a chess game. Lost in thought, Qi Wanji absent-mindedly makes his move, followed by Mo Junye's. Mo Junye's opening move is unconventional and unlike anything Qi Wanji has ever encountered. Shattering his preconceptions, Qi Wanji is perplexed, wondering if Mo Junye's chess skills are truly as unfathomable as he claims. The outcome of this game not only concerns Mo Junye's and Qi Wanji's personal honor but also Qi Wanji's lifelong pursuit to surpass chess master Hua Wuqiu. The chess game is fiercely contested, with Qi Wanji unsure of the situation. He makes a tentative move, but his opponent, Jun Moxie, ignores it and responds with a move in the lower right corner. Qi Wanji's suspicions grow, and the game becomes more complex. Jun Moxie's lightning-fast moves overwhelm Qi Wanji. Faced with his opponent's aggressive strategy, Qi Wanji is forced to accelerate his pace. As his opponent's advantage grows, Qi Wanji sacrifices the lower left corner and attacks the large empty space on the right in an attempt to defend. However, Jun Moxie calmly responds, ignoring Qi Wanji's entanglement and attacking the weak point of his large dragon. Intending to destroy it, Qi Wanji is in a dilemma, unable to attack the empty space and save the dragon simultaneously. After weighing his options, Qi Wanji chooses to gamble everything and also targets Jun Moxie's large dragon's weak point. Both players, like desperate gamblers, engage in a fierce battle. Jun Moxie frowns, recalling a similar situation in a game against the chess master Hua Wuqiu. Marveling at the twists of fate, Qi Wanji, however, becomes mentally unstable, realizing that his strategic skills fall short of Hua Wuqiu's. He suspects that he has been manipulated by Jun Moxie the entire time. Self-doubt and fear consume him, leading to his downfall and the loss of his last chance.